The photographs shouldn't have existed. Benjamin Reeves spread the 37 Polaroids across the ranger station's metal desk, arranging them in the sequence he'd found them, tucked inside a plastic evidence bag that had been misfiled in archives, marked only with a case number from 1987 and the word inconclusive stamped in faded red ink. Each photo showed the same woman standing in the Hoh rainforest, her figure centered in the frame with mathematical precision. Same white dress, same long black hair obscuring her face. Same location. He'd verified it was the Spruce Nature Trail, specifically the section near the massive Sitka spruce that had been a landmark for decades. The problem was the dates. Benjamin adjusted his reading glasses and examined the timestamps again, feeling that particular tightness in his chest that came whenever data refused to cooperate with logic. October 3rd, 1987. October 3rd, 1989. October 3rd, 1991. The pattern continued, one photograph for every odd-numbered year, always on October 3rd, always at what appeared to be the exact same time based on the shadow angles he'd calculated. The most recent was October 3rd, 2009. Today was October 3rd, 2011. Benjamin had been a ranger at Olympic National Park for 8 years, bringing to the position a master's degree in forest ecology and a methodical mind that had earned him the unofficial role of the station's data analyst. He maintained the wildlife population databases, calibrated the weather monitoring equipment, and kept meticulous records that other rangers found excessive but administration valued. He didn't believe in coincidences, supernatural phenomena, or unexplained mysteries, only insufficient data and incomplete analysis, which made the Polaroids a problem that demanded solving. He'd discovered them while researching historical missing persons cases for a report on search and rescue protocol improvements. Megan Price, age 24, had been reported missing by her hiking companion on October 4, 2009, after she'd wandered away from their campsite near the Hoh River Trail and never returned. The official search had lasted 11 days, covering 43 square miles with teams from 3 counties. They'd found her backpack, her Nalgene water bottle, and one of her boots, but no trace of Megan herself. The case had gone cold, as many did in the vastness of Olympic's old-growth forests. But these photographs predated her disappearance by 22 years. Unless Benjamin's analytical mind rejected the thought even as it formed, unless the woman in the white dress wasn't Megan Price at all, but appeared on the same date every 2 years, documented by someone who had understood the pattern and tried to leave evidence. He picked up the 1987 photo, holding it closer to the fluorescent light. The quality was poor, the colors already fading to yellow and gray, but he could make out details. Moss-covered nurse logs, the distinctive buttressed roots of old-growth Sitka spruce, sword ferns thick as walls, and the woman, pale as birch bark, her dress incongruous against the forest's deep greens and browns. Benjamin pulled up the digital case file on his computer, a Dell desktop that took 40 seconds to boot up and still ran Windows XP. He'd been meaning to request an upgrade, but the Park Service budget barely covered essential equipment repairs. The screen flickered to life, displaying the scanned documents from Megan Price's disappearance. Her companion, a woman named Jennifer Ortega, had given a statement that Benjamin had read twice before without finding anything unusual. Standard hiking trip, experienced outdoors woman, no signs of distress or disorientation. They'd camped at Site 12 on the Hoh River Trail, gone to sleep around 10 p.m., and Jennifer had woken at dawn to find Megan's sleeping bag empty and her hiking boots still by the tent. But now, scrolling through the supplementary documents, Benjamin found Jennifer's second statement, the one given on day 9 of the search, after a psychologist had noted she was exhibiting signs of acute stress and possible traumatic response. This statement was different. She kept saying she heard something, Jennifer had told the interviewer. Not like an animal, like singing, but not in English. She said it sounded sad. I told her it was probably just wind in the trees, or maybe another camper, but she seemed convinced it was calling her name. At dinner, she barely ate, just kept staring into the forest. I asked her if she wanted to leave early, head back to the visitor center, but she said no. She said she needed to see something. When I asked what, she just shook her head. the interviewer had noted. Subject became agitated when pressed for details about the night of disappearance. Mentioned multiple times that the singing stopped before Price vanished. Refused to elaborate. Benjamin leaned back in his chair, the vinyl creaking under his weight. Outside the station window, October rain fell in the steady soaking pattern characteristic of the western Olympic Peninsula. Not the dramatic downpour of a storm, but the persistent gray drizzle that could last for days. The Hoh rainforest received over 12 feet of rain annually, creating an ecosystem unlike anywhere else in the continental United States. He'd always found comfort in its predictability, in the measurable cycles of precipitation and growth. The photographs mocked that comfort. He glanced at the station clock, 14:47. His shift officially ended at 5, but he'd already decided to drive out to the Spruce Nature Trail before dark. Not because he believed in the pattern, that would be absurd, but because his analytical mind required data, and if there was any chance of observing whatever had created these photographs, today was the day it would happen. Benjamin gathered the Polaroids back into their evidence bag, locked his desk drawer, and grabbed his field pack. He'd learned early in his career to always be prepared for extended time in the wilderness, even for what should be a simple afternoon observation. The pack contained his Garmin GPS map 60 CSX, a Motorola XPR 75550 radio, emergency shelter, first aid kit, water purification tablets, and 3 days' worth of freeze-dried rations. His Benchmade bushcrafter knife hung from his belt, alongside a Streamlight ProTac flashlight and a small notebook he used for field observations. The drive to the Hoh Rainforest Visitor Center took 40 minutes along Highway 101, the road winding through dense stands of Douglas fir and western red cedar. Rain streaked the windshield of his Ford Ranger, and he kept the radio tuned to the weather station out of habit, listening to the monotonous report of pressure systems and precipitation levels. Familiar, quantifiable, safe. He parked in the nearly empty visitor center lot. Tourism dropped significantly in October, and signed the trail register with his name, destination, and expected return time. The young volunteer at the desk, a college student whose name tag read Tyler, glanced at the clock. "You know the Spruce Trail closes at dusk, right? That's around 6:30 this time of year." "I'll be back before then," Benjamin assured him, though he'd already calculated that it would be close. The trail was only 1.2 miles round trip, but he intended to spend time at the observation point. The Spruce Nature Trail began as a well-maintained boardwalk, raised above the forest floor to protect the delicate ecosystem. Benjamin walked it dozens of times, usually leading educational tours about the temperate rainforest's unique characteristics. He could identify every tree, every fern species, every moss variety. Sitka spruce, western hemlock, big leaf maple draped with club moss. Sword ferns, lady ferns, deer ferns forming layers of green. The air smelled of decay and growth simultaneously. That rich, loamy scent of organic matter breaking down to feed new life. Today, the familiar felt foreign. The boardwalk curved between massive trees, their trunks wider than his arm span, their branches creating a canopy so dense that even in daylight, the forest floor existed in permanent twilight. Rain dripped steadily from the leaves, creating a percussion that should have been soothing, but instead felt like a countdown. Benjamin reached the observation platform at 15:34 according to his watch, a Casio ProTrek with altimeter and barometer functions that he'd bought specifically for its reliability. The platform overlooked the massive Sitka spruce that drew most visitors to this trail, a giant estimated to be over 500 years old, its trunk scarred by centuries of storms and fires, its roots creating a complex network that supported dozens of other plant species. He pulled out the Polaroids and compared them to his view. The angle was wrong for the platform. Whoever had taken these had been standing about 30 feet to the east, off the maintained trail. Benjamin considered the park regulations briefly, then stepped off the boardwalk and into the forest proper. The ground was soft with centuries of accumulated organic matter, and his boots sank slightly with each step. He used his Garmin to navigate to what he calculated was the correct position, then turned to face the Sitka spruce. Perfect match. The perspective aligned exactly with the photographs. He was standing in the precise spot where, Every 2 years for the past 24 years, someone had documented the woman in white. Benjamin checked his watch. 15:51. The shadows were lengthening, though the heavy cloud cover made it difficult to judge the angle. In the 2009 photograph, he'd estimated the time was around 17 round based on shadow analysis. He had just over an hour. He set up his observation post with methodical efficiency, laid out his rain tarp to sit on, positioned his field notebook and pen within easy reach, checked his radio signal, 3 bars acceptable, and adjusted his Nikon D90 camera settings for the low light conditions. Then he sat down to wait, feeling slightly ridiculous but unable to shake the compulsion to see this through. The forest settled around him in layers of sound. Rain on leaves, distant rush of the Ho River, the occasional creak of branches. Nothing unusual, nothing that would explain 24 years of photographs. At 16:23, his radio crackled. "Olympic base to Ranger Reeves, come in." Benjamin pulled the Motorola from his belt. "Reeves here." "Ben, it's Carla." The dispatcher's voice was warm, familiar. She'd worked at Olympic for 15 years and knew every ranger by name. "Just checking in. Tyler at the visitor center said you were heading out to Spruce Trail solo. Everything okay?" "Fine," Benjamin replied. "Just doing some follow-up research on an old case. I'll be back before dark." A pause. Then, "Which case?" "Megan Price, 2009 disappearance." The silence that followed lasted long enough that Benjamin checked his radio to make sure the connection hadn't dropped. "Ben," Carla's voice had changed, lost its casual warmth. "That's not a good idea." "What do you mean?" "The Price case. Look, there's talk. You know how it is. Locals have stories about that trail, about that area specifically. October 3rd. Another pause. "I'm not saying I believe it, but maybe don't be out there after dark. Please." Benjamin felt a flicker of irritation. Carla was usually rational, professional. "What stories?" "Just old ones. From before the park was even established. Ask the Quiluda elders sometime. They have names for certain places in the Ho. Areas they say aren't meant for the living." Her voice dropped. "The section near that big Sitka spruce is one of them." "Carla, you know I know you don't believe in that stuff. Neither do I. Officially." She sighed. "But 16 rangers have worked this park since the Price disappearance. And you know how many have gone out to that trail on October 3rd? 0. Until today. There's a reason for that. Even if it's just superstition." Benjamin watched the light fade between the trees, the forest growing darker by imperceptible degrees. His scientific mind wanted to dismiss Carla's concern as exactly what she'd called it, superstition. But his analytical side noted the data point. 16 rangers avoiding a specific location on a specific date suggested a consistent pattern, even if the underlying cause was simply shared folklore rather than empirical danger. "I'll be careful," he said finally. "Back before dark, I promise." "Okay, but Ben, keep your radio on. Check in every 30 minutes. He agreed and clipped the radio back to his belt, then noted the interaction in his field notebook. 16:23. Dispatcher expressed concern about location and date, referenced local folklore about Spruce Trail area, indicated pattern of ranger avoidance on Oct 3rd. The temperature was dropping. Benjamin could see his breath now, which seemed wrong. It was only October, and the forecast hadn't called for temperatures below 50 degrees. He checked the thermometer on his Protrek, 42 degrees Fahrenheit. The air had cooled 12 degrees in less than an hour. At 16:47, the rain stopped. Not gradually, not the way rain typically eased from downpour to drizzle to mist. It simply ceased, as if someone had closed a valve. One moment, water dripped steadily from the canopy. The next, silence. Benjamin's pulse quickened despite himself. He wrote in his notebook. Rain ceased abruptly at 16:47. Temperature now 39 degrees. Atmospheric pressure dropping rapidly. 29.67 in Hg to 29.51 in Hg in 8 minutes. Then he heard it. Singing. Not in English, as Jennifer Ortega had said. The melody was unlike anything Benjamin had encountered in his 8 years at Olympic. Not the drumming songs he'd heard at Quileute cultural events. Not the hymns from the small churches in Forks and Sequim. Not any Western musical tradition he recognized. The voice was female, high and clear, and carried a quality that made his chest tighten with an emotion he couldn't immediately identify. Grief. The voice carried profound grief. He grabbed his camera, bringing it up to his eye, even as his rational mind scrambled for explanations. Another hiker, a woman camping nearby, sound carrying strangely in the forest's acoustic conditions. But the singing was close, very close, and he hadn't heard anyone approach on the boardwalk. Through the camera's viewfinder, he scanned the area around the Sitka spruce. Nothing. The singing continued, the melody repeating in a pattern that seemed both random and deliberate. Benjamin noticed that the words, if they were words, contained sounds that reminded him of Japanese, though he knew only a few phrases from a college roommate. The vowels were elongated, the consonants soft, and the overall effect was hypnotic in a way that made him deeply uncomfortable. He lowered the camera and looked with his naked eyes. She was there, standing exactly where every photograph had shown her, between two massive nurse logs about 40 feet away. White dress, long black hair hanging forward, obscuring her face. So still she might have been carved from birchwood. Benjamin's analytical mind fractured into competing impulses. Document this, understand this, run from this. His hands moved automatically, bringing the camera back up and pressing the shutter. The autofocus whirred, struggling in the low light. Click. The woman's head tilted slightly to the side as if listening. Click. Click. Benjamin's breathing had gone shallow. He forced himself to think scientifically. A person. Just a person. Someone engaging in, what? Performance art? Some kind of memorial service? There had to be a rational explanation for why she was dressed identically to the photographs from 1987. Why she appeared on the exact date and in the exact location predicted by the pattern. The woman began walking toward him, not hurrying. Each step was deliberate, placed with precision, and absolutely silent despite the forest floor's accumulation of twigs and leaves. Benjamin noted this detail with the part of his mind still capable of observation. No sound, no disturbance of the undergrowth, no. The temperature plummeted. His breath now came in great clouds of vapor. The camera's LCD screen flickered and died. The Garmin GPS unit went dark. Benjamin fumbled for his radio, his fingers clumsy with sudden cold, and keyed the transmit button. Static. The woman was 30 feet away now, still approaching with that silent, measured pace. The singing had stopped, replaced by a sound that Benjamin's mind struggled to process. A soft, rhythmic noise that might have been breathing but suggested something wrong with the mechanics of it, something damaged or dead. The thought arrived fully formed, carrying certainty that bypassed his rational defenses. This woman was not alive, had not been alive for a very long time, and every photograph in the evidence bag had documented not a living person, but something that returned, again and again, on the anniversary of... what? 20 feet away. Benjamin could see details now that his brain refused to integrate into a coherent understanding. The white dress was torn, stained with something dark and organic. The long black hair moved in a way that didn't match the still air. The skin of her bare feet was too pale. Not the pallor of indoor living, but the absolute white of bone, of things that had never held blood. And her hands, God, her hands, were frozen in position just below where her face would be if he could see through the curtain of hair, fingers bent at angles that suggested they'd been broken and never properly healed. Benjamin's legs finally listened to the screaming of his hindbrain. He lurched to his feet, abandoning his carefully arranged observation post, and stumbled backward toward where he thought the boardwalk should be. The woman in white stopped. For a moment, one terrible extended moment, they stood frozen in tableau. Benjamin, with his back to the forest, the woman perhaps 15 feet away, the Sitka spruce looming behind her like a witness to an ancient contract. Then she raised her head. Benjamin saw her face for exactly 2 seconds before his mind simply refused to process any more information and began the protective shutdown of shock. 2 seconds in which he understood that the photographs had been merciful, that the obscuring hair had been a kindness, that some things should not be seen by living eyes. Her mouth was open, not in a scream, not in any expression the human face was meant to make. Open as if the jaw had become unhinged, stretched beyond anatomical possibility, and in that darkness between her teeth was not the pink of a living throat, but something else, something that moved with its own rhythm. And her eyes. Benjamin ran. His training, his methodical nature, his 8 years of experience maintaining composure in dangerous situations, all of it dissolved in the primal imperative to move, to flee, to put distance between himself and what he'd seen. He crashed through the undergrowth with no thought for direction, his only goal to find the boardwalk, to return to the maintained trail, to escape the section of forest that the Quileute had known better than to enter. Behind him, the singing resumed. It was closer now, impossible as that was given his speed. The melody wrapped around him like cold water, seeping into his ears, his nose, his mouth. He tasted copper and rot. His lungs burned with air that had grown too thick to breathe properly. The boardwalk appeared ahead, the familiar weathered planks. Benjamin lunged for it, his boot catching on a root and sending him sprawling. He hit the wooden surface hard enough to knock the wind from his chest, but the pain was distant, unimportant. He rolled onto his back, scrabbling backward on his elbows, staring into the forest he'd just left. She stood at the boundary where the maintained trail began, not moving, not approaching, simply standing in that same precise stillness, her ruined face visible now in the deepening dusk. The white dress moved in a wind that Benjamin couldn't feel, rippling with patterns that suggested something underneath the fabric, something that had no business being inside a woman's clothing. Benjamin wanted to look away but couldn't. His analytical mind, even in its fragmented state, was still collecting data, still trying to understand. Her feet, he could see them clearly now, were positioned exactly the way a person would stand if they'd been buried upright, if they'd crawled up from soil and root and stone to walk again in the world that had killed them. The singing changed pitch, became a question, or an invitation, or a hand gripped Benjamin's shoulder. He screamed, a raw sound that startled birds from the trees 100 yards away. "Easy, easy, it's me." Benjamin spun to find Tyler, the visitor center volunteer kneeling beside him on the boardwalk. The young man's face was pale, his eyes wide with concern. "Jesus, Ranger Reeves, are you okay? You look like—" Tyler's voice cut off as he followed Benjamin's gaze toward the forest edge. She was gone. The boundary where the trail met the wilderness stood empty. No woman in white. No impossible presence. Just ferns and moss and the massive trunks of old-growth forest, already fading into shadow as dusk approached. Benjamin's voice came out hoarse, damaged. He cleared his throat and tried again. "What time is it?" Tyler checked his phone. 6:42. "I came out looking for you when you didn't show up at closing time. Are you hurt? Did you fall?" 6:42. Benjamin had entered the forest at 15:34, over 3 hours ago, but it had felt like, how long? 20 minutes? 30? He couldn't reconcile the time, couldn't make the numbers align with his memory. He stood up slowly, his legs shaking. His field pack was gone, his camera was gone. His radio still hung from his belt, but when he tried to turn it on, nothing happened. Dead. "We need to go back now." Tyler helped him walk the 2 miles to the visitor center, asking questions that Benjamin answered with automatic responses his rational mind provided, while the rest of his consciousness tried desperately to reintegrate what he'd witnessed. Yes, he'd slipped. No, he wasn't seriously injured. Yes, he probably just got disoriented in the forest. No, he didn't need medical attention. Lies. All lies. Benjamin drove back to the ranger station on autopilot, his hands steady on the wheel despite the tremors that had started somewhere deep in his core. The rain had resumed, as if its earlier cessation had never happened. The radio played the same weather report he'd heard on the drive out. Steady precipitation, temperatures in the low 50s, unremarkable conditions for early October on the Olympic Peninsula. The station was dark when he arrived. The evening shift worked out of the main office near park headquarters. Benjamin let himself in with his key, went directly to his desk, and pulled out the evidence bag of Polaroids with shaking hands. He spread them across his desk again, arranging them in chronological order. Then he sat down and began to write, documenting everything he'd observed with the clinical precision that had always been his anchor in chaos. October 3rd, 2011, 1534. Arrived at observation point on Spruce Nature Trail. 1647. Temperature drop of 11 degrees. Rain cessation. Subject appeared at 1652, matching photographic evidence from 1987-2009. Subject displayed non-corporeal characteristics, thermal absorption effect, apparent awareness of observer. Subject approached within 15 feet before He stopped writing. Before I what? Before I saw her face? Before I understood that the photographs had been documenting not a living person, but a return? Before I realized that whatever happened to Megan Price wasn't a disappearance, but an answer to something I don't have the framework to understand? Benjamin put down his pen and pulled up the digital case files on his computer. He spent the next 4 hours reading, not just Megan Price's file, but every missing person case in Olympic National Park's history that he could access. 47 cases total since the park's establishment in 1938. Of those, 11 had occurred on October 3rd. 11. Every 2 years going back to 1939. Every single one in the same section of the Hoh rainforest, within a half-mile radius of the Spruce Nature Trail. Benjamin created a spreadsheet, entering data with mechanical precision. Names, dates, last known locations, recovery status. A pattern emerged that was statistically impossible to dismiss. Every person who vanished on October 3rd near the Sitka spruce had been female, aged 19 to 26, and had reported hearing singing before their disappearance. The most recent case before Megan Price was a woman named Angela Yoshida, missing since October 3rd, 2007. Benjamin pulled her file and found the statement from her hiking partner. She kept saying it sounded like her grandmother. Her grandmother died in Japan before Angela was born, but she said she recognized the voice from recordings her mother had played. She said her grandmother was calling her home. Angela Yoshida had been born in Seattle, had never visited Japan, had no logical reason to recognize a voice she'd never heard, except on scratchy cassette tapes. Benjamin opened another file. Sarah Martinez, missing October 3rd, 2005. Her boyfriend reported. She said the singing reminded her of her aunt who died in childbirth. Said it sounded like a lullaby she remembered from when she was really young, even though her aunt died before Sarah was born. File after file, the same theme. Women hearing voices of female relatives who had died. Women drawn into the forest by grief that wasn't their own. Women who never returned. Benjamin sat back in his chair, the pieces assembling themselves into a pattern his rational mind still wanted to reject. But the evidence was there, documented across 72 years of park records. Something in the Hoh rainforest called to women every 2 years on October 3rd. Something that appeared in white, with long black hair, with a face that... He pulled up Google on his slow internet connection and typed, Japanese ghost woman white dress. The search results overwhelmed him with information. Yurei, Onryo. Vengeful spirits of women who died with powerful emotions. Grief, rage, betrayal. Spirits who returned to the world wearing white burial kimonos, their long black hair hanging loose in the style of the dead, their faces marked by the violence or sorrow that had killed them. Benjamin read about Oiwa, whose husband poisoned her and caused her face to become hideously disfigured. About Okiku, thrown down a well to her death and condemned to count plates for eternity. About dozens of women whose stories followed the same pattern, wronged in life, returning in death, seeking revenge or resolution, or simply the acknowledgement of their pain. He read about the traditions meant to appease Uri, proper burial rites, offerings at shrines, ceremonies to address the grievances that kept them bound to the earthly world. And he read about what happened when Uri were ignored, when their grief was dismissed, when no one would listen to their cries. They called others to join them. Benjamin's hands had stopped shaking. He felt cold instead, a penetrating chill that had nothing to do with the station's temperature. His analytical mind was finally accepting what the evidence had been showing him all along. Megan Price hadn't simply vanished. She'd been claimed, added to something that had been collecting grief for generations, building a chorus of sorrow that echoed through the forest every October 3rd. And in 2009, Megan Price had become the voice calling others to join her. Benjamin looked at the empty space beside the 2009 Polaroid in his arrangement. There should have been a 2011 photograph. Someone should have documented the pattern continuing, should have left evidence for the next person who came looking for answers, but he'd lost his camera in the forest, lost his field pack with his notebook, lost everything except the memory of those 2 seconds when he'd seen her face and understood that some grief was too powerful to ever fully die, that some wrongs created echoes that persisted across decades and cultures and miles. The phone on his desk rang, making him jump. He let it ring 3 times before answering. Reeves. Ben, it's Carla. Just checking in. You made it back okay? Yes. A pause. You don't sound okay. I'm fine. The lie came automatically. Just tired. Long day. Did you find what you were looking for? With the Price case? Benjamin looked at the Polaroid spread across his desk, at the spreadsheet on his screen documenting 72 years of vanished women, at the search results still displayed about Uri and Onryo, and grief that transcended death. Yes, he said quietly. I found exactly what I was looking for. After he hung up, Benjamin sat in the dark station for another hour, not moving, barely breathing. His mind turned over the data again and again, seeking some rational explanation his scientific training could accept. But every path led back to the same conclusion. He'd witnessed something that existed outside the framework of natural law, something that current understanding couldn't explain or prevent. The question was what to do about it. He couldn't file an official report. Encountered vengeful spirit in Ho rainforest would end his career and possibly get him evaluated for psychiatric issues. He couldn't warn other rangers without sounding delusional. He couldn't prevent future disappearances without explaining how he knew they would occur. But he could do what someone had been doing since 1987. Document, leave evidence, create a trail for the next person who came looking for answers. Benjamin gathered the Polaroids and returned them to their evidence bag, adding a note. Pattern continues. October 3rd, 2011. Entity observed at 1652 near Sitka Spruce Nature Trail. Matches historical descriptions of Uri Onryo. 11 documented disappearances on site since 1939. All October 3rd, all female, ages 19-26. Entity appears to call victims using voices of deceased female relatives. See attached case files for correlation. He placed the evidence bag in his desk drawer, in the same location where he'd found it. Maybe the next person would understand faster. Maybe they could find a way to stop it, to address whatever grievance kept the entity returning every 2 years. Or maybe they'd just add another name to the list of vanished women, another voice to the chorus calling from the Ho rainforest. Benjamin locked his desk, gathered his keys, and left the station. The rain had intensified, turning the parking lot into a maze of puddles that reflected the security lights. He walked to his truck, started the engine, and sat for a moment with his hands on the wheel. His reflection stared back at him from the rearview mirror. In the poor light, he could almost see someone standing behind his truck, a woman in white, long black hair. But when he turned to look, there was only rain and darkness and the empty parking lot. Benjamin put the truck in gear and drove home, following Highway 101 through the forest. The radio played weather reports. The wipers beat their steady rhythm. Everything appeared normal, quantifiable, safe. But he knew better now. He knew that the Hoh rainforest held grief older and deeper than any database could measure. That October 3rd, 2013 would come, and the singing would resume, and another woman might hear a voice she recognized and follow it into the forest. That the Quileute had been right all along about certain places not being meant for the living. Most of all, he knew that his analytical mind, his scientific training, his 8 years of rational explanations for natural phenomena, none of it had prepared him for the simple truth that some things existed beyond understanding, that the world was stranger and darker and more terrible than he'd ever allowed himself to believe. Benjamin Reeves never returned to the Spruce Nature Trail. When October approached each year, he found reasons to request schedule changes, to take vacation days, to be anywhere but the Hoh rainforest. Other rangers noticed but didn't question it. There were enough locations in Olympic's nearly 1,000 square miles that avoiding one trail wasn't remarkable. He never spoke about what he'd seen that evening, but he kept the research, kept the documentation, kept updating the spreadsheet with new data whenever he found it. And every 2 years, on October 3rd, he checked the missing persons reports. The pattern never broke. In 2013, a woman named Catherine Wong, age 22, disappeared while hiking near the Spruce Nature Trail. Her companion reported that she'd heard singing in Japanese and said it sounded like her mother, who had died in childbirth. They found her backpack. They found her phone. They found one of her boots. They never found Catherine. Benjamin added her name to the spreadsheet, saved the file, and locked it away with the evidence bag and the photographs. Then he went home and poured himself 3 fingers of whiskey, drinking it straight while rain hammered against his windows, and somewhere in the forest a voice kept singing. The grief was patient. The grief was eternal. And every 2 years it called another woman home to join the chorus of those who had answered before, building a symphony of sorrow that echoed through the moss and mist of the Hoh rainforest, waiting for the next October 3rd, waiting for the next voice to recognize, waiting with the infinite patience of the dead who have nothing but time. Benjamin understood now why 16 rangers had avoided that trail on that date, why the Quileute named it a place not meant for the living, why some disappearances could never be solved by search teams or databases or rational analysis. Because some things were older than parks, older than nations, older than the trees themselves. Some grief was so profound, it carved channels through reality, creating paths that pulled the living toward the dead, generation after generation, until the original wrong was acknowledged or the forest reclaimed everything. He never learned what had created the pattern, what original tragedy had planted the seed that grew into 74 years of vanished women. That answer remained buried somewhere in the forest, or in Japanese-American history, or in the space between what the living could understand and what the dead remembered. But he knew it would continue, knew that his documentation, his evidence, his careful research would eventually be found by another ranger with an analytical mind who didn't believe in the supernatural. Someone who would trace the pattern, follow the data, and go looking for rational explanations in a forest that had long ago given up pretending to be rational. And maybe that ranger would be smarter than Benjamin. Maybe they'd turn back before seeing what he'd seen. Maybe they'd learn from his evidence instead of needing to witness it themselves. Or maybe they'd add another name to the list. The forest was patient. The grief was eternal. And October 3rd always came around again. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The drone footage showed Lucas Webb in 3 places simultaneously. Thomas O'Brien watched the playback for the 7th time, his laptop balanced on the hood of his Ranger truck. The morning mist of Olympic National Park's Hoh rainforest turning everything beyond 20 feet into gray suggestion. The DJI Phantom 4 had captured 4K video at 11:47 a.m. yesterday. Timestamp verified, GPS coordinates locked, no possibility of error. Frame 4439 showed Lucas standing beside his research tent at the stream crossing, clearly identifiable by his red Columbia jacket and the solar panel array he'd been using for his wildlife camera project. Frame 4440 captured 0.033 seconds later, showed Lucas in the same position. And also 200 yards north, barely visible through the canopy, and another quarter-mile east, standing motionless in a clearing that the topographic map said shouldn't exist. Thomas had a PhD in forestry ecology from Oregon State. He understood camera artifacts, digital glitches, compression errors. This wasn't any of those. The metadata was clean. The resolution perfect. 3 Lucas webs, existing in the same moment, each casting shadows that fell in geometrically correct directions based on the 11:47 a.m. sun angle. His satellite phone showed 4 bars. Excellent signal for the rainforest. He'd called it in to dispatch 2 hours ago. Reported Lucas missing after he'd failed to respond to radio contact for 18 hours. Now Thomas waited for the search team while reviewing the data with the methodical precision that had made him Olympics' go-to ranger for anything requiring technical analysis. The problem was that the data made no sense. Thomas pulled up the wildlife camera footage Lucas had been collecting. Motion-activated trail cameras positioned throughout a 2-square-mile research grid, part of a cougar population study the University of Washington had been funding for 3 years. Lucas was meticulous about data collection, checking cameras weekly, documenting every trigger event. Camera 7, positioned at the stream crossing where Lucas's tent still stood, showed him arriving at 3:42 p.m. 6 days ago. Normal. He set up camp, unpacked gear, deployed his solar panels. The footage showed him working until dark, then retiring to his tent. Camera 7 captured nothing unusual for the next 4 days. Occasional deer, a black bear passing through, the normal rhythm of the forest. Then at 2:17 a.m. 3 nights ago, Camera 7 captured Lucas emerging from his tent and walking directly toward the camera. He stopped 5 feet away, staring directly into the lens. For 6 minutes and 43 seconds he stood perfectly still, not blinking, not swaying, barely breathing. Then he turned and walked back to his tent with the smooth mechanical precision of an animatronic figure. Thomas felt the first prickle of genuine unease. He'd known Lucas for 2 years, worked with him on multiple research projects. Lucas was focused, professional, but also prone to jokes, to the kind of casual humanity that made long field assignments bearable. The figure in the footage didn't move like Lucas. It moved like something wearing Lucas's body, still learning how the joints worked. Camera 12, positioned a half-mile northeast, showed Lucas at 2:31 a.m. the same night, 14 minutes after he'd returned to his tent at Camera 7. Impossible to cover that distance in that time through dense rainforest at night. The footage showed him standing in the clearing Thomas had seen in the drone footage, the clearing that shouldn't exist. Lucas stood in the center of disturbed earth, surrounded by what looked like, Thomas zoomed in, enhancing the image, graves. 7 mounds of freshly turned soil arranged in a circle. Each mound had something planted at its head, not crosses, but carved wooden stakes driven into the earth. Even in the infrared footage, Thomas could see symbols cut into the stakes, spiraling patterns that made his eyes hurt to follow. Lucas stood among the graves for 11 minutes. Then he lay down on the 8th spot, the empty space in the circle, and didn't move for the rest of the recording. At 6:15 a.m., when the camera switched from infrared to daylight mode, Lucas was gone. But the 8th grave had been filled in. Thomas's hands were shaking. He saved the footage to 3 separate drives: local storage, satellite backup, and his personal cloud account. Document everything. That was the protocol, even when the data contradicted every rational framework for understanding reality. His radio crackled. "Ranger O'Brien, this is dispatch. Search team is delayed due to weather conditions on 101. ETA now 1400 hours. Acknowledge." Thomas acknowledged, his voice steady despite the dread settling into his stomach like cold stone. 4 more hours alone at Lucas's camp. 4 more hours to analyze the data and try to construct a hypothesis that didn't require abandoning his entire understanding of how the world worked. He moved to Lucas's tent. The setup was immaculate. Lucas's trademark precision evident in every detail. Research notes cataloged and dated. Equipment stored properly. Solar panels angled for optimal charging. But the tent smelled wrong. Not decay. Thomas had smelled enough dead animals in the backcountry to recognize that particular sweetness. This was earthier, older. The smell of a root cellar, of turned soil and stagnant water, and something underneath that made Thomas think of churches, of incense and ceremony. Lucas's laptop sat on his camp table, still powered on, password screen glowing. Thomas pulled out his phone and tried the password Lucas had shared with him for collaborative research files. Black Bear 2013. It worked. The most recent file, dated 2 days ago, was a video journal entry. Thomas clicked play. Lucas's face filled the screen, but something was wrong with the color grading. His skin looked gray even in the bright LED camping light, his eyes slightly sunken. When he spoke, his voice had a flatness that made Thomas's skin crawl. Day 6 of the current deployment. I need to document something that doesn't fit the research parameters but requires recording for completeness. Lucas paused, his expression unchanging. 3 nights ago, I woke at approximately 2 a.m. to sounds outside the tent. Scraping, digging. I investigated and found the clearing. It wasn't on the maps. It wasn't in the drone surveys we did last month. But it was there, and the graves were fresh. Lucas's eyes didn't blink. Thomas realized he'd been watching for 30 seconds and hadn't seen Lucas blink once. I found names on the stakes. 7 names carved in a script I initially didn't recognize. But when I photographed them and enhanced the images, I realized they were Romanian. Old Romanian, the kind used in rural villages in the 18th century. I know this because my grandmother was Romanian. I know this because the 7th name was hers. Thomas felt ice crystallize in his veins. Lucas had never mentioned Romanian heritage. In 2 years of working together, camping together, sharing stories during long field surveys, Lucas had never once mentioned his family background beyond grew up in Seattle. Elena Nicolescu, that was her maiden name. She died in 1952 in a village called Sibiu, before she emigrated. She died and was buried improperly according to her village's customs. My mother used to tell stories about how the family had to leave Romania because of what Elena became, because of what she did after death. Lucas's expression finally changed, a smile but too wide, showing too many teeth. I didn't believe those stories. I'm a scientist. I believe in data. Lucas leaned closer to the camera. But the data is very clear now. The graves are here. The names are here. And last night at 2:17 a.m., Elena came to my tent and told me it was time to come home. Time to fulfill the family obligation. She looked exactly like the photograph my mother kept hidden in a shoebox. A photograph taken 3 months after Elena's funeral. The video ended. No final statement, no sign-off. Just Lucas's gray face frozen on screen, that too wide smile, those unblinking eyes. Thomas backed away from the laptop like it might bite him. His breath came fast and shallow, his scientific training warring with a primal response that was screaming at him to run, to get back to his truck, to leave this place before what? Before he had to accept that there were phenomena outside his framework for understanding reality. Thomas forced himself to breathe slowly, to think. He had data. Unprecedented data. Instead of fleeing, he should be documenting, collecting evidence, approaching this like any other anomalous observation in the field. He pulled out his Garmin GPS map 64th and marked Lucas's camp coordinates. Then he reviewed the drone footage again, noting the exact location of the clearing with the graves. 327 meters on a bearing of 47 degrees northeast. He could reach it in 20 minutes through the rainforest. Every instinct Thomas possessed told him not to go. But the scientist in him, the part that had spent 8 years in graduate school learning to prioritize data over intuition, overrode those instincts. He needed to see the clearing, needed to photograph the graves, needed to collect physical evidence that would either confirm or refute what the digital data suggested. He packed quickly. GPS unit, camera, evidence collection kit, portable soil sampler. His service weapon, a Glock 22 he'd qualified with but never fired outside the range. Thomas checked the magazine, chambered around, and tried not to think about what Lucas had said about his grandmother, about what she became after death. The whole rainforest closed around him as he left the tent. Sitka spruce towered overhead, some with trunks 15 feet in diameter. ancient giants covered in emerald moss and resurrection fern. The forest floor was a carpet of ferns and fallen logs in various stages of decay, everything green and growing and impossibly alive. Mist drifted between the trees like living things, and the constant drip of condensation from the canopy created a rhythm that might have been soothing under different circumstances. Thomas followed his GPS, pushing through sword ferns and salal, marking his path. The forest was too quiet. He noticed it after 5 minutes. No birdsong, no chittering of squirrels, none of the usual auditory texture of a temperate rainforest. Just his footsteps and his breathing and the eternal drip of water from above. The clearing appeared exactly where the GPS coordinates said it would. Thomas stopped at the tree line, his camera already recording. The circular space was perhaps 40 feet in diameter, the earth dark and freshly turned. 8 mounds arranged in a perfect circle, each with a carved stake at its head. The symbols on the stakes were exactly as Lucas had described, spiraling patterns that seemed to move in his peripheral vision, making Thomas's eyes water when he tried to focus on them directly. He photographed everything from the tree line first, documenting the scene before approaching. Then, slowly, he entered the clearing. The soil was soft under his boots, recently disturbed. He knelt beside the nearest grave and pulled out his portable soil sampler, collecting a core sample. The soil was rich and dark, but mixed with something else. Fragments of fabric, maybe? He bagged the sample and labeled it. The stake at the head of this grave had a name carved into it, Vasile Ionescu, and beneath the name, a date, 1743-1791. Thomas did the math. Dead for over 200 years, yet buried here, in Olympic National Park, in a grave that hadn't existed a week ago. He moved to the next grave, Maria Popescu, 1762-1815, then Constantin Radu, 1739-1788. Each stake had a name, dates spanning the 18th century, all Romanian based on the naming conventions. The 7th grave had the name Lucas had mentioned, Elena Nicolescu, 1899-1952. Different century than the others, but the same cultural tradition, the same formatting. The 8th grave was fresh, filled in sometime in the last 48 hours based on the soil compaction. No name on the stake yet. But Thomas knew with a certainty that bypassed rational analysis whose grave this was meant to be. He heard the footsteps behind him too late. Thomas spun, his hand going to his weapon, but Lucas was already there, standing at the clearing's edge. Lucas wore the same red Columbia jacket from the drone footage, but his skin had taken on that gray pallor from the video, his eyes sunken into darkened sockets. "You shouldn't have come here, Thomas." Lucas's voice was wrong, layered as if multiple voices were speaking in imperfect unison. "This is family business. This is about obligations that transcend your understanding of biology and death." Thomas pulled his weapon, hands steady despite the terror flooding his system. "Lucas, listen to me. Whatever's happening to you, we can get help, medical attention, psychiatric evaluation. There are explanations." Lucas laughed, and the sound echoed from multiple points in the forest simultaneously, as if he was speaking from the trees themselves. "Explanations? You want explanations? You're a scientist. Let me give you data." He raised his hand, and Thomas saw that his fingernails had grown long and yellow, more like claws than human nails. The strigoi exists in your medical literature as a cultural delusion, a Balkan superstition born from incomplete understanding of decomposition processes. But my family knows the truth. We've known for generations. Lucas stepped fully into the clearing, and Thomas saw that he cast no shadow despite the morning sun breaking through the canopy. The strigoi is what happens when someone dies with an unfulfilled blood obligation, a debt passed down through family lines written in genetics and epigenetics and things your PhD never taught you to measure. Elena Nicolescu died in Romania before fulfilling her obligation to the others. He gestured to the 7 graves. Her family, her village, the ones who died badly and needed her to complete the circle, to join them so their spirits could finally rest. That's not possible. But Thomas's voice shook. The data contradicted his statement. Everything he'd documented contradicted his statement. Elena emigrated before she could be buried properly. She died in America, cremated, scattered in Puget Sound. But the dead don't forget, Thomas. They wait. They call. And eventually, someone in the bloodline hears them. Lucas's smile widened. I heard them. And when I came to this forest that grows on land the Strigoi have claimed, this forest with soil they've marked, they showed me what I needed to do. They showed me how to bring Elena home. Thomas fired. 3 rounds. Center mass, his training overriding horror. Lucas staggered backward, dark fluid leaking from the wounds. Then he straightened, the holes in his jacket sealing themselves, the gray skin knitting together. You can't kill what's already dead, Thomas. You can't shoot away a debt that's 200 years old. Lucas began walking toward him, each step perfectly measured. But you can help me. You can be a witness. You can document what happens when the circle closes, when the 8 become complete, when Elena finally comes home to rest. Thomas ran. He crashed through the undergrowth, branches tearing at his face, his GPS unit beeping as he deviated from his marked path. Behind him, he heard Lucas moving through the forest, not running, just walking with that same mechanical precision, but somehow keeping pace. Thomas risked a glance back and saw Lucas phase through a moss-covered log that should have blocked his path, his body turning translucent for a moment before re-solidifying on the other side. The rules of physics didn't apply. The rules of biology didn't apply. Thomas's entire framework for understanding reality was shattering with each impossible thing he witnessed, and he could feel his mind bending under the weight of it, his rationality fracturing. He burst out of the tree line near Lucas's camp and saw them. 7 figures standing in a circle around the tent. They wore clothing from different eras, rough homespun from the 18th century, a faded dress from the early 1900s, garments that had rotted in graves before being worn again. Their faces were gray and sunken, their eyes reflecting light like animal eyes, and they turned in unison as Thomas appeared. The figure in the early 1900s dress smiled at him. Elena Nicolescu, he realized. Lucas's great-grandmother, dead for 63 years, standing in Olympic National Park with mud from Romanian soil still caked on her burial dress. She spoke in Romanian, but Thomas understood somehow, the meaning bypassing language and implanting directly into his consciousness. Witness what love does. Witness what family demands. He comes to us willingly, as all must eventually come. Lucas emerged from the forest behind Thomas. His gray skin had turned ashen white, his eyes now reflecting that same unnatural light. He walked past Thomas without acknowledging him, moving to join the circle of the dead. The 7 figures parted, creating a space for him. Lucas took his position and looked back at Thomas one final time. Document this, Lucas said, his voice now fully his own again, stripped of that layered echo. Document that I chose this. That I understood what I was doing, that dying isn't the tragedy. It's living without completing what you were meant to do. Tell them I'm finally home. The 8 figures, 7 dead for centuries and 1 newly joined to their ranks, turned and walked toward the forest. They moved in perfect synchronization, their feet barely disturbing the ground. Thomas watched them disappear into the mist, supernatural and impossible and completely, undeniably real. He stood alone in the clearing for 17 minutes, his mind trying to process what he'd witnessed, trying to fit it into any framework that wouldn't require him to abandon everything he'd built his identity around. His hands found his camera, still recording. Good. He had evidence. He had data. He had proof that the world operated on principles beyond the materialist reductionism he'd been taught. The question was whether anyone would believe him, whether he could present this data without being dismissed as delusional, as suffering from the stress of fieldwork, as having experienced some kind of psychotic break. Thomas walked back to Lucas's tent and began collecting every piece of data he could find. Laptop, research notes, trail camera SD cards, soil samples. He worked with mechanical precision, his training overriding his shattered worldview. Document everything. Let the data speak. The search team arrived at 2:17 p.m. Thomas noted the time. the same time Lucas had first emerged from his tent to visit the clearing 3 nights ago. The team leader, a woman named Sarah Hendricks, found Thomas sitting on the hood of his truck, surrounded by evidence bags and electronic storage devices staring at nothing. "O'Brien, you okay? Where's Webb?" Thomas looked at her, at the concern in her very human, very alive face, and made a decision. "Gone. Walked into the forest and didn't come back. I have his last known position, drone footage, trail camera evidence. It's all documented." He didn't mention the graves. Didn't mention the Strigoi. Didn't mention watching Lucas join a circle of Romanian dead in a clearing that had appeared from nowhere. He would review the footage later, alone, and decide how much truth could be shared without destroying his career and credibility. But he kept one piece of data private, stored only on a personal drive he never uploaded. The final frame from his own camera, captured as Lucas disappeared into the forest. In that frame, just visible in the mist behind the 8 retreating figures, dozens more shapes were visible. Hundreds, perhaps. All moving in the same direction, all returning to wherever the Strigoi went when they finished their business with the living world. The Ho rainforest had been standing for thousands of years. How many people had been claimed by that dark earth? How many bloodline obligations had been fulfilled in those shadows? How many impossible burials had taken place in clearings that appeared and disappeared according to rules Thomas's science couldn't measure? He didn't know, but he understood now that not knowing was the point. Some phenomena existed outside the framework of peer-reviewed analysis. Some truths couldn't be captured in data sets or published in academic journals. Some debts were paid in ways that transcended mortality itself. Thomas O'Brien left Olympic National Park 3 weeks later, requesting a transfer to urban management in Seattle. He told himself it was for career advancement, for better opportunities to apply his research skills. But the truth was simpler. He couldn't spend another night in a forest where the dead walked and family obligations reached across centuries to drag the living down into the earth. He never slept well again. Every night at 2:17 a.m., he would wake with the certainty that something was standing beside his bed, watching him with those reflective eyes, evaluating whether he had obligations of his own to fulfill. He'd check his genealogy obsessively, tracing his Irish ancestry back through generations, looking for gaps or mysteries that might suggest a debt unpaid. He found nothing. But the fear remained. Because Thomas understood now that science could document the supernatural but never contain it, could observe but never control it, could witness but never prevent it. Lucas Webb was officially listed as missing, presumed dead after a probable fall or animal attack in Olympic National Park. His body was never recovered. His research on cougar populations was completed by others. His family held a memorial service in Seattle. Thomas attended. He stood in the back of the funeral home and said nothing about what he'd witnessed, but he saw them, Elena and the others, standing in the shadows at the edges of the gathering, visible only to him. They watched the proceedings with that same flat effect, those same reflective eyes, and when the service ended, they turned and walked away as if they'd never been there at all. Maybe they hadn't. Maybe Thomas's mind had finally broken from the strain of trying to hold 2 incompatible versions of reality in his consciousness simultaneously. Maybe the rational framework he'd built his life upon had shattered so completely that he now saw ghosts everywhere, projected his trauma onto every shadow. Or maybe the dead really did walk. Maybe obligations really did transcend mortality. Maybe the world was stranger and darker and more terrifying than any PhD program had prepared him to accept. Thomas didn't know which explanation was true, but every night at 2:17 a.m., when he woke to that certain feeling of being watched, he understood that not knowing was its own kind of terror, one that no amount of data collection could ever resolve. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The deer stood on its hind legs. Thomas O'Brien had been a ranger for 11 years, had tracked hundreds of animals through the Appalachian wilderness, had seen black bears stand upright to investigate scents and whitetails rear up during mating displays. This wasn't that. The doe stood perfectly vertical, balanced on hooves never meant for bipedal posture, its forelegs hanging loose at its sides like arms. It faced him across the clearing at Cades Cove, maybe 40 yards distant, and its eyes. Thomas felt his throat constrict. Its eyes tracked him with an intelligence that had nothing to do with prey animal wariness. Those eyes were human, not human-like, not reminiscent of human expression. Actually human. Brown irises, visible sclera, the unmistakable consciousness of a person staring out from a deer's skull. Thomas stood frozen beside his Chevy Silverado, his hand still on the door handle, his Motorola radio halfway to his belt. The August heat pressed down on the Smokies like a physical weight, the kind of oppressive humidity that made 89 degrees feel like 100 and turned breathing into work. Cicadas screamed in the oaks and hickories surrounding the clearing. Tourist traffic hummed distantly on the loop road, and the deer stood on two legs, watching him with human eyes. It lasted maybe 10 seconds. Then the doe dropped back to all fours in a movement so fluid it seemed choreographed, and bolted into the tree line with the characteristic white flag flash of its tail. Normal, natural, except Thomas's hands were shaking, and his pulse hammered in his temples. And every instinct honed by a decade in the wilderness was screaming that what he'd just witnessed violated something fundamental about the world's operating principles. He managed to clip the radio to his belt, managed to lock his truck, managed to walk toward the ranger station with legs that felt disconnected from his central nervous system. The station at Cades Cove was a small structure, wooden and weathered, designed to blend with the historical buildings that made this valley one of the park's primary attractions. Thomas had worked this rotation 3 times since transferring to Great Smoky Mountains National Park 14 months ago. 14 months since the accident. He pushed that thought away with practiced force and entered the station, where the AC hit him like salvation, and his supervisor, Rita Martinez, looked up from a stack of permit applications. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, then immediately winced. "Sorry. Poor choice of words." Thomas waved it off. People had been tiptoeing around his history since his transfer, and he was tired of it. "Just got here. Anything I need to know about Madison Garcia?" Rita's expression shifted to something more guarded. "Search and rescue pulled back this morning. 5 days, no trace beyond her campsite. They're transitioning to recovery mode." Madison Garcia, 23, from Knoxville, had been reported missing by her boyfriend on August 14th, after she'd gone for a solo day hike on the Abrams Falls Trail and never returned. They'd found her tent at Abrams Creek Campground, her car in the lot, her permit properly filed. Her Kelty backpack had been discovered 2 miles up the trail, its contents scattered as if she'd dropped it while running. Running from what? Nobody could say. "I'm taking the afternoon patrol on Rich Mountain Road," Thomas said, consulting the duty roster. "Unless you need me elsewhere." "Actually," Rita hesitated, which was unusual. She was normally direct to the point of bluntness. "Sheriff's office called. They want a ranger to accompany one of their deputies on a welfare check." "Welfare check?" "Family that lives up near Parson Branch. The Corbins. They haven't been seen in town for almost 2 weeks, and apparently that's unusual even for them." Rita pulled a file from her desk. "I know it's outside our normal jurisdiction, but the sheriff's office has been helping with the Garcia search, so..." Thomas took the file. Inside was a printout with an address, or rather directions, since Parson Branch Road didn't use standard addresses, and a brief note. "Corbin family, 4 members, live off-grid. No contact since approximately 8/5/15. Request ranger accompaniment for terrain access." "Why do they need a ranger?" Thomas asked. "Their property backs up against the park boundary. Rough terrain, and Deputy Carson apparently doesn't have much wilderness experience." Rita studied him. "You okay to do this? I can send Rodriguez if you'd rather stick to routine patrol." Thomas thought about the deer standing on its hind legs, about eyes that had looked at him with human recognition, about the way his coffee tasted like copper when things started going wrong. "I'll do it," he said. The deer was probably sick. Had to be. Chronic wasting disease could cause neurological symptoms, bizarre behavior. The human eyes thing was his imagination, stress response, his brain still misfiring 14 months after watching his partner die. He met Deputy Frank Carson at the Cades Cove parking area an hour later. Carson was young, maybe 26, with the kind of clean-cut appearance that suggested recent graduation from the academy. He drove a Blount County Sheriff's cruiser and carried himself with the careful confidence of someone still learning his job. "Appreciate you coming along," Carson said as they headed up Parson Branch Road in the cruiser. "I've done welfare checks before, but never this far into the back country." Parson Branch Road was a one-way gravel route that wound 8 miles through the mountains, connecting Cades Cove to Highway 129. The Park Service kept it maintained but primitive. Deep ruts, sharp curves, sections where the road was barely wider than a single vehicle. Most tourists avoided it. "What do you know about the Corbins?" Thomas asked. "Not much. Old mountain family. Been in these hills since before the park was established. They're what locals call the old way, meaning they keep to traditional practices, don't involve themselves much with modern life." Carson navigated around a washout. "Normally that wouldn't be worth checking on, but apparently John Corbin always picks up supplies in Townsend on the 1st of the month. Like clockwork. When he didn't show up August 1st, the store owner didn't think much of it. But then September's almost here and still nothing. And the owner mentioned it to his wife, who mentioned it to her sister, who works dispatch." "Small town networks," Thomas said. "Exactly. And look, maybe it's nothing, maybe they went to visit family. But the store owner said John Corbin's lived by the same schedule for 30 years, and breaking pattern without warning doesn't fit." They turned off Parson Branch Road onto what was generously called a driveway, really just 2 tire ruts cutting through dense forest. The Silverado would have handled this better than the cruiser, which scraped bottom twice before they reached a clearing where a house materialized from the trees like something from a different century. The structure was old but well-maintained, built from hand-hewn logs with a stone chimney and a metal roof. A vegetable garden sprawled to one side, overgrown with late-summer abundance. Chickens scratched in a coop that looked recently tended. Everything suggested habitation, except for one detail that made Thomas's stomach tighten. The door stood open, not slightly ajar. Fully open, pulled back to the interior wall, exposing the darkness inside like a mouth. Carson noticed it too. His hand drifted toward his service weapon. "Mr. Corbin, Mrs. Corbin? This is Deputy Carson with the Blount County Sheriff's Office. We're here for a welfare check." Silence except for the chickens and the cicadas and the oppressive weight of August heat. They approached the house carefully, Carson slightly ahead. Thomas noted details with the automatic catalog of long practice. Garden hose neatly coiled, firewood stacked under a tarp, rocking chairs on the porch positioned to face the sunset. Recent living, but no current life. The smell hit them at the threshold. Not decay. Thomas knew that smell intimately, had encountered it too many times in wilderness recoveries. This was different. Organic but wrong, like spoiled meat mixed with something chemical, underlaid with a sweetness that made his sinuses burn. Carson pulled his flashlight and stepped inside. Thomas followed, wishing he'd brought his own light, relying on the wash of Carson's beam as it swept across the interior. The main room was sparse but comfortable. Wood stove, handmade furniture, oil lamps. A Bible sat on a side table, bookmarked with a piece of ribbon. Dishes were stacked neatly by a hand-pump sink. Everything orderly, everything normal except... "Look at this," Carson said. The walls were covered in symbols. Not graffiti, not random marks. Deliberate, careful symbols drawn in what looked like ash or charcoal, covering every available surface. Thomas recognized some from his anthropology minor in college. Protective sigils from various traditions, Christian crosses mixed with older symbols, geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly, and written repeatedly, in increasingly desperate handwriting. "It knows our names." Carson's radio crackled. He keyed it reflexively. "Carson here." Static, then a voice that made every hair on Thomas's body stand at attention. "Frank." It was a woman's voice, sing-song, playful, coming from the radio but also impossibly from somewhere else, somewhere close. Frank Carson, with the pretty wife and the baby coming. Carson's face went white. His wife was 7 months pregnant. He'd shown Thomas pictures in the truck. "Who is this?" Carson demanded, his voice cracking. "How did you—" "Thomas O'Brien," the voice continued, shifting pitch, becoming something else. "Thomas who watched Jake die. Thomas who couldn't save him. Thomas who hears him screaming every night." The radio died. Not static, not fade out. Just instant silence, as if someone had cut power. Thomas stood paralyzed, Jake's name echoing in his skull. Jake Patterson, his partner for 6 years, who'd fallen during a rescue attempt on an ice-slicked ridge while Thomas held the rope. Who'd looked up at him with confusion and betrayal as the anchor failed. Whose last words Thomas heard every night despite the therapy, despite the medication, despite 14 months of trying to convince himself it wasn't his fault. "We need to leave," Thomas said. His voice sounded distant, mechanical. "Right now." But Carson was already moving toward the back of the house, following his flashlight beam toward a closed door. "There might be someone here who needs help. Someone injured or—" "Deputy, we need to leave now." Carson opened the door. The room beyond was dark despite the afternoon sun, a darkness that seemed to actively resist Carson's flashlight. But in that brief moment before he swung the beam away, Thomas saw what occupied the floor. A circle drawn in salt and ash and something dark that might have been blood. Candles arranged in specific patterns burned down to puddles of wax. And in the center, animal pelts, coyote, deer, bear, arranged in a configuration that suggested ritual purpose. On the walls, more writing. "The bargain is broken," and it came wearing John's face, "and don't trust the animals." Carson backed out of the room so fast he collided with Thomas. "What the fuck?" The chickens outside went silent. It wasn't gradual. One moment, normal barnyard sounds. The next, nothing. Even the cicadas stopped, creating a void of sound that pressed against Thomas's eardrums. Then, from somewhere outside, a voice. Tommy, help me." Thomas's blood crystallized. That was Jake's voice. Exactly Jake's voice, with the familiar Boston accent and the slight hoarseness from a childhood bout of croup. Jake, who'd been dead for 14 months, who'd never set foot in Tennessee, who existed only in Thomas's nightmares and guilty memories. "That's your partner," Carson whispered. How is that your partner?" "It's not." Thomas forced the words through clenched teeth. "We're leaving. Now. Don't respond. Don't look. Just move." They reached the front door together, stepping back into August heat that felt glacial compared to the thickness inside the house. The clearing remained empty. The garden, the chickens, the tree line, all exactly as they'd been. Except now there were 4 figures standing at the edge of the forest. They wore the shapes of the Corbin family. Thomas recognized them from the photos in the file, John and Martha and their 2 teenage children. But they stood wrong, their postures subtly off, their heads tilted at angles that suggested broken necks or impossible flexibility, and their eyes reflected light like animals. "Mr. Corbin?" Carson's training overcame his fear, pushing him toward protocol. "Sir, are you all right? We're here for a welfare check." John Corbin smiled. His teeth were too white, too numerous, crowding his mouth in a way human dentition didn't allow. "Tommy," Jake's voice came from Martha Corbin's mouth. "Tommy, why didn't you hold on? Why did you let me fall?" "Frank," said one of the teenagers in Carson's wife's voice. "The baby's coming early. There's so much blood, Frank. So much—" "Shut up!" Carson's weapon was out, shaking in his grip. "I don't know what kind of sick game this is, but—" The Corbin things moved. Not running, not walking. A fluid loping motion that covered ground impossibly fast, their bodies shifting as they moved, proportions wrong, joints bending backwards. They closed the distance to the house in seconds that stretched like taffy, and Thomas's paralysis finally broke. "The truck!" They ran. Thomas hit the cruiser first, yanking the passenger door open, Carson diving into the driver's seat and jamming the key into the ignition with shaking hands. The engine turned over on the second try. An eternity during which Thomas watched the things that wore the Corbins' faces reach the porch. Their movements wrong, wrong, wrong. Their mouths opening to reveal too many teeth arranged in spiral patterns. Carson floored it, the cruiser fishtailing in the dirt, branches scraping the sides as they careened down the rutted driveway. Thomas looked back through the rear window and saw them standing in a line, watching with reflecting eyes as the cruiser disappeared into the forest. Not following, not chasing, just watching. Carson didn't speak until they hit paved road, and even then it came out as a whisper. "What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?" Thomas's hands had stopped shaking, replaced by the cold clarity that came after trauma. His mind was cataloging, analyzing, connecting patterns he'd been avoiding for 14 months. "Turn around," he said. "Are you insane? We need to call backup. We need to go back to Cades Cove, to the ranger station. Now." Something in Thomas's voice cut through Carson's panic. The deputy drove, knuckles white on the steering wheel, glancing at his radio as if it might start speaking again. When they reached the station, Thomas went straight to Rita's desk and pulled out every missing persons file from the past 2 years. Madison Garcia, Robert Chen, age 31, disappeared May 2014. Sarah Matthews, age 47, disappeared September 2014. Elijah Washington, age 19, disappeared January 2015. He spread them across the desk, ignoring Rita's protests, and grabbed a map of the park. Red pins marked last known locations. When he plotted them all, a pattern emerged. A rough circle, maybe 15 miles in diameter, centered on the area where Parson Branch Road met the park boundary, the area where the Corbin house sat. "Thomas, what's going on?" Rita demanded. "Carson, why do you look like you've seen—" "Ghost," Carson finished. "We saw ghosts, or demons, or something I don't have words for." Thomas pulled out his laptop, a government-issued Dell that took ages to boot, and started searching the park's historical files. He found what he was looking for in a digitized record from 1934, when the Great Smoky Mountains National Park was still being established and the government was in the process of relocating families from the soon-to-be parkland. A report, filed by a park surveyor named William Hayes, encountered resistance from families in the Parson Branch area who claim the land is protected by old agreements. Several families, including the Corbins, refuse relocation, citing religious and cultural practices tied to specific sites. Notable, widespread belief in shape-shifting spirits they call skin takers. Families maintain protective rituals they claim keep these entities bound. Warning: forced relocation may disrupt these practices with unknown consequences. The report was stamped, disregarded, and filed away. The families had been relocated anyway, their homes demolished or repurposed, their traditions dismissed as mountain superstition, all except the Corbins, who somehow maintained their claim to the property that backed against the park boundary. Thomas opened another search window and typed, "Navajo Skinwalker." The results flooded in. Dozens of articles about Yinaldlushi, witches who violated sacred taboos to gain the power to wear animal skins and take their forms. But he modified the search. Skinwalker Appalachia Cherokee. New results. Older stories. Cherokee legends about raven mockers and Nunehi, about beings that could wear human shapes like clothing, about the necessity of certain protections and proper respect for boundaries both physical and spiritual, and buried in an academic paper from 1978, a footnote. Appalachian communities, particularly those of mixed Cherokee and European descent, maintained complex folk practices intended to bind malevolent entities to specific territories. These practices often required regular renewal and were tied to family lines. Disruption of these practices was believed to result in breaking the chain and releasing bound spirits. Thomas looked at the date on the Corbin family photos. The youngest child was maybe 15. The oldest account of the protective rituals dated to the 1800s. How many generations? How long had the Corbins been maintaining whatever bargain kept something contained? And what happened when they couldn't maintain it anymore? "We need to search Madison Garcia's belongings," Thomas said. "Everything recovered from her campsite. Right now." Rita stared at him. "Thomas, you need to slow down and explain." Did she have a journal? A phone? Anything with her recent thoughts or activities? There's a box in evidence. Her boyfriend identified everything, but we kept it pending. Rita trailed off, reading something in Thomas's expression. She pulled out a key ring and unlocked a filing cabinet, retrieving a cardboard box labeled Garcia M. Personal Effects. Inside, a smartphone in a Ziploc bag, dead, a moleskin journal, a Nikon camera, various camping gear. Thomas grabbed the journal and flipped through it, scanning Madison's handwriting as it chronicled her trip. August 10th. Arrived at campsite. Beautiful area, but something feels off. Keep hearing animal sounds that don't match what I learned in that wildlife guide. August 11th. Met an old man on the trail today. Said his name was John and he lived nearby. Seemed nice, but asked strange questions about my family. Wanted to know if I had siblings, if my parents were alive, if I was carrying any debts. Weird conversation. August 12th. Keep seeing the same deer near my tent. It just stands there watching. Tried to take a photo, but it came out blurry every time, like something was interfering with the camera. August 13th. Can't sleep. The deer is outside my tent. I can hear it breathing. But deer don't breathe like that. It sounds almost human. And I swear I heard it say my name. That's crazy. I must be more tired than I thought. August 14th. This is my last entry before I hike out. I don't care if I lose the deposit on the campsite. Something is wrong here. Last night the deer stood up on its back legs and looked in my tent window. Its eyes were... The entry ended mid-sentence. Thomas's hands were shaking again. He turned to Carson. You said the Corbins always got supplies on the 1st of the month. John Corbin met Madison Garcia on August 11th. What if whatever they were protecting against killed them? Carson finished, his voice hollow, and then started hunting in their territory. It's not just hunting. Thomas looked at the map, at the circle of disappearances. The Corbin rituals weren't just protection, they were containment. Something has been bound to that area for generations, and the Corbins were the wardens. When they died, it got loose, Rita said quietly. She'd been listening, her expression cycling through disbelief, fear, and finally, grim acceptance. And now it's killing people in the park. Not killing. Thomas thought about the Corbin things, about their reflecting eyes and too many teeth. Wearing them. The Navajo call them skinwalkers. The Cherokee have different names, but the concept is consistent. Entities that can take the form of anything they kill, that can use those forms to hunt more victims. That's impossible, Carson said, but his voice carried no conviction. They'd both seen the impossible, heard it speak with the voices of people they loved. Rita pulled out her phone. I'm calling the park superintendent. We need to close the area, evacuate the campgrounds. And tell them what? Thomas interrupted. That we saw shape-shifting monsters? That an old mountain family was keeping supernatural entities contained and now they're loose? How long before we're both on administrative leave pending psychiatric evaluation? Rita lowered her phone. So what do we do? Thomas looked at the scattered files, at the evidence of 2 years of disappearances, at the journal entry describing a deer that stood on its hind legs, at the pattern of containment broken and chaos spreading. We go back, he said. Carson laughed, a sharp bark of disbelief. Go back? To that house? You're actually insane. The Corbins knew how to keep it bound. They had rituals, protections, a system that worked for generations. That room we found, that was their working space. If we can figure out what they were doing, maybe we can reestablish the containment. Or maybe we can get killed by things wearing our family's faces, Carson countered. It already knows us. Thomas's voice was steady now, the decision made. It spoke to us in their voices. It knows our names, our histories, our fears. Running won't help. It's already marked us. The truth of that settled over them like a shroud. The thing at the Corbin house had let them leave, had stood watching as they drove away. Not because they'd escaped, but because it knew they were already caught. Rita made the decision for them. I'll start the evacuation process. broken water main, structural damage to facilities, whatever excuse works. We can clear the area without triggering panic. That gives you, she checked her watch, maybe 6 hours before sunset. If you're going to do something stupid, do it while you have daylight. Thomas and Carson geared up at the station. Flashlights, first aid, water, the Garmin InReach satellite communicator in case radios failed again. Thomas added something else, a small bottle of salt from the break room, remembering the circles in the Corbin house. They drove back to Parson Branch in Carson's cruiser, neither speaking, both watching the forest with new wariness. Every animal they saw could be something else. Every shadow might hide watching eyes. The house appeared unchanged when they arrived. Doors still open, chickens still silent. But the afternoon light had shifted, casting longer shadows, and Thomas felt the weight of approaching evening like a countdown. Inside, the symbols on the walls seemed darker, more numerous. Had there been this many before? Or were they spreading, multiplying in response to their return? Thomas photographed everything with his phone. The protective sigils, the desperate warnings, the configuration of the ritual room. Then he and Carson began a systematic search, looking for anything that might explain the Corbins' practices. They found it in a cedar chest in the bedroom, a journal written in multiple hands over what appeared to be decades. The earliest entries dated to 1891, written in careful script. Father taught me the words today. The binding must be renewed at each new moon, and the offering made at the boundary stone. The thing in the woods cannot cross the salt line as long as the family keeps the covenant. Later entries, different handwriting. Mother passed today. I take up the responsibility as she taught me. The thing grows stronger in the modern age. It feeds on fear and disconnection. The tourists bring both in abundance. And near the end, John Corbin's writing dated August 3, 2015. We are the last. Martha's illness has progressed beyond treatment, and she'll be gone before autumn. The children want to leave, to live normal lives, and I cannot blame them. But if we abandon the covenant, if the rituals cease, I fear what will be released. I have tried to contact the Park Service, but they dismiss our concerns as superstition. They do not understand that some knowledge exists outside their science, that some dangers require faith rather than reason to contain. If this journal is found after we are gone, know this. The thing we call the skin taker was bound to these lands by our ancestor Jeremiah Corbin in 1891 after it killed his entire family. He learned the binding from a Cherokee medicine man who said the creature was ancient even then, a corruption of the animal spirits, something that should have died millennia ago but found ways to persist. The binding requires monthly renewal at the boundary stone, which sits exactly 1 mile north of this house at the highest point of Parson Branch Ridge. The ritual must be performed by someone of the family line, using the words written on the following page. The salt circle must be intact. The offerings must be made. If the ritual is missed even once, the binding weakens. If missed 3 times, it breaks entirely. We last performed the ritual on July 5th. Martha died July 17th. I tried to continue alone, but the thing came for me on July 28th. It wore Martha's face. My children tried to help, but the entry ended in a long smear of ink. Thomas flipped to the next page and found the ritual words, a mixture of English, Cherokee, and something older, with detailed instructions for the ceremony. He took photos of everything, his hands surprisingly steady despite the growing certainty that they were dealing with something far beyond Park Service protocols. It's been almost a month, Carson said, reading over his shoulder. 3 missed rituals. The binding is broken. Maybe not entirely. Thomas studied the instructions. Maybe it's damaged, but not gone. If we can perform the ritual correctly, we might be able to repair it. We're not of the family line, Carson pointed out. The journal says it requires someone with proper authority over the land. The Corbins had that through heredity. But the Park Service has legal authority now. That might be enough. It was thin reasoning, based on hope more than logic, but what else did they have? They gathered the necessary materials from the ritual room: salt, candles, a knife with symbols carved into the handle. Thomas memorized the ritual words as best he could, photographing the journal page for reference. Then they set out north using the Garmin to navigate toward the highest point of Parson Branch Ridge. The forest felt wrong. Thomas had spent 11 years in wilderness areas, had hiked thousands of miles of trail, had learned to read the subtle signs of ecosystem health. This forest was sick. The trees stood at odd angles. The birdsong had a discordant quality. Even the light seemed off, filtered through leaves that shouldn't have been that precise shade of yellow-green in August. They found the boundary stone after 40 minutes of hiking. A massive granite boulder marked with carved symbols that matched those in the Corbin house. Around it, the remains of previous rituals. Melted candle wax, old salt lines, offerings of tobacco and cornmeal now scattered by weather and animals, or by the thing they'd come to bind. Thomas set up the salt circle according to the journal's instructions, pouring it in a continuous line around the stone. Carson positioned the candles at cardinal points using a compass to ensure accuracy. The sun was dropping toward the ridgeline now, maybe 90 minutes until full dark. They needed to hurry. Thomas opened the journal to the ritual page and began reading the words aloud, stumbling over the unfamiliar syllables. The Cherokee phrases came easier. He'd learned some basics during cultural heritage training, but the older language, the words that predated both English and Cherokee, fought his tongue like they didn't want to be spoken. Nothing happened. He read them again, louder, with more conviction. The forest remained still, unchanged, indifferent to his efforts. Maybe it doesn't work because... Carson stopped mid-sentence, his eyes fixed on something behind Thomas. Thomas turned slowly. The skin taker stood at the edge of the clearing. It didn't bother wearing a human form. What stood there was a composite, a nightmare assemblage of every animal it had consumed. Deer legs and bare torso and human arms and a head that cycled through faces like a projector switching slides. Madison Garcia, John Corbin, Jake Patterson. Others Thomas didn't recognize, a catalog of victims stretching back months or years or decades. When it spoke, a dozen voices emerged in harmony. The binding is broken. The covenant is ended. The land remembers the old ways before humans drew their circles and spoke their words of power. We can renew it, Thomas said, surprised by the steadiness of his voice. We have the authority. You have nothing. The faces cycled faster, a blur of humanity consumed and repurposed. The Corbins held the line through blood and sacrifice and faith. You have only fear and desperation. You cannot bind what you do not understand. You cannot contain what you cannot comprehend. Carson's hand moved toward his weapon. Thomas stopped him with a gesture. Bullets wouldn't help against this thing. Then teach us, Thomas said. Show us how to understand. You were bound once. You can be bound again. The skin taker laughed, a sound that echoed with animal cries and human screams. I was never fully bound. The Corbins thought they contained me, but they only convinced me to hunt beyond their borders, to feed in places they couldn't see. I pretended weakness because it amused me to watch them believe their rituals mattered. It stepped closer, and Thomas saw that its feet didn't quite touch the ground, that it existed slightly out of phase with reality. But they died anyway, it continued. And their deaths broke more than the binding. They broke the belief, the last people who truly understood that some things in these mountains are older and darker than your parks and laws and science. Gone. Now there is only you, Thomas O'Brien, who lets his partners die. And you, Frank Carson, who puts strangers before his pregnant wife. It knew. It knew everything. Not just their names and histories, but their deepest fears, their unspoken guilts, the thoughts they barely admitted to themselves. I'm not leaving, Thomas said. If I can't bind you, I'll find another way. I'll spend every day tracking you, disrupting your hunts, warning your victims. You'll do nothing. The skin taker's form solidified into something more human, more familiar. It wore Jake's face now, Jake's body, Jake's voice. Because I'm giving you a choice, Tommy. The same choice I gave John Corbin before he died. Walk away. Leave the park. Never come back. Do that, and I'll stay in these mountains. I'll hunt hikers and tourists and people who wander where they shouldn't. But I'll leave your family alone. I'll leave Carson's pregnant wife alone. It smiled with Jake's mouth. Or stay and try to fight me, and I'll wear you like I wore him. I'll use your face to call your mother on the phone. I'll use your hands to write letters to your sister. I'll visit everyone you love, wearing you, and they'll never know the thing speaking with your mouth isn't you anymore. Carson made a small sound, almost a whimper. My wife. We'll raise your child alone, the skin taker confirmed. Unless you leave. Unless you run. Unless you value your own life more than these strangers who hike my woods. Thomas looked at the salt circle, at the ritual materials, at the journal page with its careful instructions for a binding that apparently had never worked completely. He thought about Madison Garcia, who'd had her whole life ahead of her, about the families of the disappeared waiting for answers that would never come, about Jake, who'd trusted Thomas to hold the rope. He couldn't save Jake, but maybe he could save others from the same fate. No, Thomas said. The skin taker's expression, Jake's expression, shifted to something like respect. Then you die here, both of you, and I'll wear you until your flesh rots off my borrowed bones. It moved fast, faster than anything natural, closing the distance in a blur of motion and wrong angles. Thomas grabbed the ritual knife and slashed at it, not expecting to connect, just trying to buy seconds. The blade cut through the skin taker's form like it was made of smoke. The entity screamed, not with one voice but with hundreds, the accumulated agony of everything it had consumed over centuries. It recoiled, reforming at the clearing's edge, its shape unstable now, cycling through forms too quickly to track. Thomas looked at the knife. The symbols carved into the handle glowed faintly, pulsing with heat. It's silver, Carson breathed. Silver and iron mixed based on the color, old metalworking technique. Silver to harm spirits, iron to bind them. The Corbins had known. The skin taker circled them warily now, maintaining distance from the ritual circle. Clever. The old man's last gift. But one knife against eternity? You'll tire. You'll make a mistake. And I'll be here waiting. I'm always here. Thomas's mind raced. The ritual hadn't worked because he'd been trying to use it for containment, for binding. But what if its purpose was different? What if the Corbins hadn't been containing the skin taker at all, but rather maintaining a covenant, an agreement? He looked at the journal again, reading John Corbin's final entry more carefully. The thing we call the skin taker was bound to these lands by our ancestor Jeremiah Corbin in 1891, after it killed his entire family. Bound to these lands, not bound within, not imprisoned. Bound to, connected to, tied to, unable to leave. The ritual isn't a cage, Thomas said aloud. It's a leash. The skin taker went very still. Jeremiah Corbin lost his family to this thing, but he didn't have the power to destroy it. So he did the next best thing. He trapped it here, made it part of the land, unable to leave the territory around Parson Branch. The monthly rituals renewed that binding. They kept you from spreading beyond the borders. Understanding crashed over him like cold water. And now you're free. You can go anywhere, hunt anywhere. All these mountains are yours. Finally, the skin taker said softly. Finally, a human who understands. Yes, the Corbins kept me caged in a few square miles for a century, but they're gone now. The binding is broken. I can walk from here to the Atlantic feeding as I go, wearing 1,000 faces before anyone realizes what's happening. Carson grabbed Thomas's arm. Then we're fucked. If we can't trap it, we can't trap it, Thomas agreed. But we can make it an offer. He turned to face the skin taker directly. You want freedom. You want to hunt beyond these mountains. But you also want to avoid attention. If you go spreading chaos across the country, people will notice. Federal agencies will get involved. Scientists will study the pattern. You'll never have peace. Your point? Stay here. Voluntarily. Hunt in the park if you must, but do it carefully. Take 1 victim per season, no more. Space them out. Make them look like accidents or animal attacks. In exchange, he gestured to Carson and himself, we don't tell anyone about you. We don't bring in researchers or paranormal investigators or military units. We keep your secret. The skin taker laughed, but there was consideration in its many eyes. You can't enforce that. You can't make me stay. Thomas held up the knife. No, but we can make your existence miserable. We know what you are now. We can salt the entire park boundary. We can bury iron at every trail junction. We can make this place so uncomfortable for you that you'll wish the Corbins were still alive. It was a bluff. The park was too large to adequately protect, and Thomas knew it. But he was counting on the entity's caution, its proven willingness to accept limitations in exchange for security. The skin taker cycled through forms, considering. Finally, it settled on a shape Thomas didn't recognize. An elderly Cherokee woman with kind eyes and a sad smile. You negotiate like Jeremiah Corbin, it said in the old woman's voice. He also understood that some fights cannot be won, only managed. Very well. I will limit my hunting. 1 kill per season, taken carefully. No tourists, who will be immediately missed. No rangers who file detailed reports. And the people you've already killed? Carson demanded. Madison Garcia, the others, are gone. I cannot return them, but I can tell you where to find them, so their families have closure. It was a terrible compromise. A monster agreeing to kill 4 people a year instead of 400. But Thomas thought about the alternative. The skin taker loose in the wider world, uncontained and unrestricted, and made the only choice that made sense. Agreed, he said. But we maintain the monthly rituals anyway, as a reminder. And if you break the agreement, you'll know. The skin taker smiled. Because bodies will pile up like they did before Jeremiah Corbin learned to fear me enough to negotiate. Thomas completed the ritual, but with different words than those in the journal. Not a binding of compulsion, but an agreement of mutual restriction. The salt circle glowed briefly as he spoke, and for a moment he felt the weight of something vast and old acknowledging his presence. When it was done, the skin taker bowed, a gesture that seemed both mocking and sincere, and dissolved into shadow. The forest's wrongness eased slightly, the angles of trees returning to normal, the birdsong resuming its natural rhythm. Thomas and Carson hiked back to the Corbin house in silence. They drove to the station in silence. Only when they were back among fluorescent lights and computers did Carson finally speak. We just made a deal with a monster. Yes, to let it keep killing people. 4 people a year, Thomas said quietly. Instead of however many it wants. It's a terrible choice. But I'll live with it. He would. He'd add it to the weight he already carried. Jake's death, the other failures, the compromises that kept him functioning. What was one more burden? They spent the next 3 hours with Rita, creating a cover story. The Corbin family had been found deceased, victims of carbon monoxide poisoning from a faulty heating system. Madison Garcia's body was discovered in a ravine off the Abrams Falls Trail, death by accidental fall. The other missing persons would be found, according to the locations the skin taker provided. All explicable as wilderness accidents. Nothing suspicious. Nothing that would draw federal attention. It took 6 more months to finalize the paperwork, to close the cases, to satisfy the family's questions with careful lies. Thomas hated every moment of it, but he maintained the deception with the same methodical precision he applied to everything else. He also maintained the monthly rituals at the boundary stone. Sometimes Carson came with him. More often, Thomas went alone, hiking the mile to Parson Branch Ridge at each new moon, renewing the salt circle, speaking the words of agreement. The skin taker never appeared during these visits, but Thomas felt its presence watching, assessing, ensuring he kept his part of the bargain. The disappearances in the park continued, 1 per season, as agreed. A college student who'd wandered off trail, an elderly hiker whose heart gave out, a rock climber who fell, a kayaker who drowned. All explainable, all tragic, all murders that Thomas couldn't prevent without breaking the covenant. He learned to live with it, the same way he'd learned to live with Jake's death, by compartmentalizing, by focusing on the hikers he could help, the accidents he could prevent, the good his work still accomplished despite the compromises. Some nights he lay awake and wondered if he'd made the right choice, if there had been another way, a solution he'd missed in the pressure of that moment. But when morning came, he got up and put on his uniform and went back to work, maintaining the agreement that kept the skin taker from spreading beyond the mountains. Rita retired the following spring, and Thomas inherited her position as area supervisor. He never told his successor about the covenant, about what lived in the forest beyond Parson Branch. That knowledge was a burden he chose to carry alone. Except for Carson, who'd moved to a different county but sometimes called late at night when the guilt became too heavy. The deer in Cades Cove sometimes stood on their hind legs when they thought no one was watching. Their eyes occasionally reflected light wrong, but they stayed within the boundaries, and that was the best Thomas could hope for. He visited Jake's grave on the anniversary of his death, as he did every year. He still heard his partner's voice sometimes, calling for help that never came. But now he knew that some voices in the wilderness couldn't be trusted, that some calls for help came from things wearing human faces. The mountains kept their secrets, and Thomas kept his. The forest remembered, and he had learned to remember with it, that some prices must be paid to keep greater darkness at bay, that some monsters must be negotiated with rather than destroyed, and that the line between protector and collaborator was thinner than he'd ever imagined before that August afternoon, when he saw a deer stand on its hind legs and look at him with human eyes. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about the skin taker's origins. The drone footage showed Lucas Webb in 3 places simultaneously. Thomas O'Brien watched the playback for the 7th time, his laptop balanced on the hood of his Ranger truck, the morning mist of Olympic National Park's Hoh rainforest turning everything beyond 20 feet into gray suggestion. The DJI Phantom 4 had captured 4K video at 11:47 a.m. yesterday. Timestamp verified, GPS coordinates locked, no possibility of error. Frame 4439 showed Lucas standing beside his research tent at the stream crossing, clearly identifiable by his red Columbia jacket and the solar panel array he'd been using for his wildlife camera project. Frame 4440, captured 0.033 seconds later, showed Lucas in the same position, and also 200 yards north, barely visible through the canopy, and another quarter-mile east, standing motionless in a clearing that the topographic map said shouldn't exist. Thomas had a PhD in forestry ecology from Oregon State. He understood camera artifacts, digital glitches, compression errors. This wasn't any of those. The metadata was clean, the resolution perfect. 3 Lucas Webbs, existing in the same moment, each casting shadows that fell in geometrically correct directions based on the 11:47 a.m. sun angle. His satellite phone showed 4 bars. Excellent signal for the rainforest. He'd called it in to dispatch 2 hours ago. Reported Lucas missing after he'd failed to respond to radio contact for 18 hours. Now Thomas waited for the search team while reviewing the data with the methodical precision that had made him Olympics' go-to ranger for anything requiring technical analysis. The problem was that the data made no sense. Thomas pulled up the wildlife camera footage Lucas had been collecting. Motion-activated trail cameras positioned throughout a 2-square-mile research grid, part of a cougar population study the University of Washington had been funding for 3 years. Lucas was meticulous about data collection, checking cameras weekly, documenting every trigger event. Camera 7, positioned at the stream crossing where Lucas's tent still stood, showed him arriving at 3:42 p.m. 6 days ago. Normal. He set up camp, unpacked gear, deployed his solar panels. The footage showed him working until dark, then retiring to his tent. Camera 7 captured nothing unusual for the next 4 days. Occasional deer, a black bear passing through, the normal rhythm of the forest. Then at 2:17 a.m. 3 nights ago, Camera 7 captured Lucas emerging from his tent, and walking directly toward the camera. He stopped 5 feet away, staring directly into the lens. For 6 minutes and 43 seconds he stood perfectly still, not blinking, not swaying, barely breathing. Then he turned and walked back to his tent with the smooth, mechanical precision of an animatronic figure. Thomas felt the first prickle of genuine unease. He'd known Lucas for 2 years, worked with him on multiple research projects. Lucas was focused, professional, but also prone to jokes, to the kind of casual humanity that made long field assignments bearable. The figure in the footage didn't move like Lucas. It moved like something wearing Lucas's body, still learning how the joints worked. Camera 12, positioned a half-mile northeast, showed Lucas at 2:31 a.m. the same night, 14 minutes after he'd returned to his tent at camera 7. Impossible to cover that distance in that time through dense rainforest at night. The footage showed him standing in the clearing Thomas had seen in the drone footage, the clearing that shouldn't exist. Lucas stood in the center of disturbed earth, surrounded by what looked like, Thomas zoomed in, enhancing the image, graves. 7 mounds of freshly turned soil arranged in a circle. Each mound had something planted at its head, not crosses, but carved wooden stakes driven into the earth. Even in the infrared footage, Thomas could see symbols cut into the stakes, spiraling patterns that made his eyes hurt to follow. Lucas stood among the graves for 11 minutes. Then he lay down on the 8th spot, the empty space in the circle, and didn't move for the rest of the recording. At 6:15 a.m., when the camera switched from infrared to daylight mode, Lucas was gone. But the 8th grave had been filled in. Thomas's hands were shaking. He saved the footage to 3 separate drives: local storage, satellite backup, and his personal cloud account. Document everything. That was the protocol, even when the data contradicted every rational framework for understanding reality. His radio crackled. "Ranger O'Brien, this is dispatch. Search team is delayed due to weather conditions on 101. ETA now 1400 hours. Acknowledge." Thomas acknowledged, his voice steady despite the dread settling into his stomach like cold stone. 4 more hours alone at Lucas's camp. 4 more hours to analyze the data and try to construct a hypothesis that didn't require abandoning his entire understanding of how the world worked. He moved to Lucas's tent. The setup was immaculate. Lucas's trademark precision evident in every detail. Research notes cataloged and dated. Equipment stored properly. Solar panels angled for optimal charging. But the tent smelled wrong. Not decay. Thomas had smelled enough dead animals in the backcountry to recognize that particular sweetness. This was earthier, older. The smell of a root cellar, of turned soil and stagnant water, and something underneath that made Thomas think of churches, of incense and ceremony. Lucas's laptop sat on his camp table, still powered on, password screen glowing. Thomas pulled out his phone and tried the password Lucas had shared with him for collaborative research files. Black Bear 2013. It worked. The most recent file, dated 2 days ago, was a video journal entry. Thomas clicked play. Lucas's face filled the screen, but something was wrong with the color grading. His skin looked gray even in the bright LED camping light, his eyes slightly sunken. When he spoke, his voice had a flatness that made Thomas's skin crawl. Day 6 of the current deployment. I need to document something that doesn't fit the research parameters but requires recording for completeness. Lucas paused, his expression unchanging. 3 nights ago, I woke at approximately 2 a.m. to sounds outside the tent. Scraping, digging. I investigated and found the clearing. It wasn't on the maps. It wasn't in the drone surveys we did last month. But it was there, and the graves were fresh. Lucas's eyes didn't blink. Thomas realized he'd been watching for 30 seconds and hadn't seen Lucas blink once. I found names on the stakes. 7 names carved in a script I initially didn't recognize. But when I photographed them and enhanced the images, I realized they were Romanian. Old Romanian, the kind used in rural villages in the 18th century. I know this because my grandmother was Romanian. I know this because the 7th name was hers. Thomas felt ice crystallize in his veins. Lucas had never mentioned Romanian heritage. In 2 years of working together, camping together, sharing stories during long field surveys, Lucas had never once mentioned his family background beyond, grew up in Seattle. Elena Nicolescu, that was her maiden name. She died in 1952 in a village called Sibiu, before she emigrated. She died and was buried improperly according to her village's customs. My mother used to tell stories about how the family had to leave Romania because of what Elena became, because of what she did after death. Lucas's expression finally changed, a smile but too wide, showing too many teeth. I didn't believe those stories. I'm a scientist. I believe in data. Lucas leaned closer to the camera. But the data is very clear now. The graves are here. The names are here. And last night at 2:17 a.m., Elena came to my tent and told me it was time to come home. Time to fulfill the family obligation. She looked exactly like the photograph my mother kept hidden in a shoebox. A photograph taken 3 months after Elena's funeral. The video ended. No final statement, no sign-off. Just Lucas's gray face frozen on screen, that too wide smile, those unblinking eyes. Thomas backed away from the laptop like it might bite him. His breath came fast and shallow, his scientific training warring with a primal response that was screaming at him to run, to get back to his truck, to leave this place before what? Before he had to accept that there were phenomena outside his framework for understanding reality. Thomas forced himself to breathe slowly, to think. He had data. Unprecedented data. Instead of fleeing, he should be documenting, collecting evidence, approaching this like any other anomalous observation in the field. He pulled out his Garmin GPS map 60 Forest and marked Lucas's camp coordinates. Then he reviewed the drone footage again, noting the exact location of the clearing with the graves. 327 meters on a bearing of 47 degrees northeast. He could reach it in 20 minutes through the rainforest. Every instinct Thomas possessed told him not to go, but the scientist in him, the part that had spent 8 years in graduate school learning to prioritize data over intuition, overrode those instincts. He needed to see the clearing, needed to photograph the graves, needed to collect physical evidence that would either confirm or refute what the digital data suggested. He packed quickly. GPS unit, camera, evidence collection kit, portable soil sampler. His service weapon, a Glock 22 he'd qualified with but never fired outside the range. Thomas checked the magazine, chambered around, and tried not to think about what Lucas had said about his grandmother, about what she became after death. The whole rainforest closed around him as he left the tent. Sitka spruce towered overhead, some with trunks 15 feet in diameter. Ancient giants covered in emerald moss and resurrection fern. The forest floor was a carpet of ferns and fallen logs in various stages of decay. Everything green and growing and impossibly alive. Mist drifted between the trees like living things, and the constant drip of condensation from the canopy created a rhythm that might have been soothing under different circumstances. Thomas followed his GPS, pushing through sword ferns and salal, marking his path. The forest was too quiet. He noticed it after 5 minutes. No bird song, no chittering of squirrels, none of the usual auditory texture of a temperate rainforest. Just his footsteps and his breathing and the eternal drip of water from above. The clearing appeared exactly where the GPS coordinates said it would. Thomas stopped at the tree line, his camera already recording. The circular space was perhaps 40 feet in diameter, the earth dark and freshly turned. 8 mounds arranged in a perfect circle, each with a carved stake at its head. The symbols on the stakes were exactly as Lucas had described, spiraling patterns that seemed to move in his peripheral vision, making Thomas's eyes water when he tried to focus on them directly. He photographed everything from the tree line first, documenting the scene before approaching. Then slowly he entered the clearing. The soil was soft under his boots, recently disturbed. He knelt beside the nearest grave and pulled out his portable soil sampler, collecting a core sample. The soil was rich and dark, but mixed with something else. Fragments of fabric, maybe? He bagged the sample and labeled it. The stake at the head of this grave had a name carved into it, Vasile Ionescu, and beneath the name, a date, 1743-1791. Thomas did the math. Dead for over 200 years, yet buried here, in Olympic National Park, in a grave that hadn't existed a week ago. He moved to the next grave, Maria Popescu, 1762-1815, then Constantin Radu, 1739-1788. Each stake had a name, dates spanning the 18th century, all Romanian based on the naming conventions. The seventh grave had the name Lucas had mentioned, Elena Nicolescu, 1899-1952. Different century than the others, but the same cultural tradition, the same formatting. The eighth grave was fresh, filled in sometime in the last 48 hours based on the soil compaction. No name on the stake yet. But Thomas knew with a certainty that bypassed rational analysis whose grave this was meant to be. He heard the footsteps behind him too late. Thomas spun, his hand going to his weapon, but Lucas was already there, standing at the clearing's edge. Lucas wore the same red Columbia jacket from the drone footage, but his skin had taken on that gray pallor from the video, his eyes sunken into darkened sockets. "You shouldn't have come here, Thomas." Lucas's voice was wrong, layered as if multiple voices were speaking in imperfect unison. "This is family business. This is about obligations that transcend your understanding of biology and death." Thomas pulled his weapon, hands steady despite the terror flooding his system. "Lucas, listen to me. Whatever's happening to you, we can get help, medical attention, psychiatric evaluation. There are explanations." Lucas laughed, and the sound echoed from multiple points in the forest simultaneously, as if he was speaking from the trees themselves. "Explanations? You want explanations? You're a scientist. Let me give you data." He raised his hand, and Thomas saw that his fingernails had grown long and yellow, more like claws than human nails. The strigoi exists in your medical literature as a cultural delusion, a Balkan superstition born from incomplete understanding of decomposition processes. But my family knows the truth. We've known for generations. Lucas stepped fully into the clearing, and Thomas saw that he cast no shadow despite the morning sun breaking through the canopy. The strigoi is what happens when someone dies with an unfulfilled blood obligation, a debt passed down through family lines written in genetics and epigenetics and things your PhD never taught you to measure. Elena Nicolescu died in Romania before fulfilling her obligation to the others. He gestured to the 7 graves. Her family, her village, the ones who died badly and needed her to complete the circle, to join them so their spirits could finally rest. That's not possible. But Thomas's voice shook. The data contradicted his statement. Everything he'd documented contradicted his statement. Elena emigrated before she could be buried properly. She died in America, cremated, scattered in Puget Sound. But the dead don't forget, Thomas. They wait. They call. And eventually, someone in the bloodline hears them. Lucas's smile widened. I heard them. And when I came to this forest that grows on land the strigoi have claimed, this forest with soil they've marked, they showed me what I needed to do. They showed me how to bring Elena home. Thomas fired. 3 rounds. Center mass, his training overriding horror. Lucas staggered backward, dark fluid leaking from the wounds. Then he straightened, the holes in his jacket sealing themselves, the gray skin knitting together. You can't kill what's already dead, Thomas. You can't shoot away a debt that's 200 years old. Lucas began walking toward him, each step perfectly measured. But you can help me. You can be a witness. You can document what happens when the circle closes, when the 8 become complete, when Elena finally comes home to rest. Thomas ran. He crashed through the undergrowth, branches tearing at his face, his GPS unit beeping as he deviated from his marked path. Behind him, he heard Lucas moving through the forest, not running, just walking with that same mechanical precision, but somehow keeping pace. Thomas risked a glance back and saw Lucas phase through a moss-covered log that should have blocked his path, his body turning translucent for a moment before re-solidifying on the other side. The rules of physics didn't apply. The rules of biology didn't apply. Thomas's entire framework for understanding reality was shattering with each impossible thing he witnessed, and he could feel his mind bending under the weight of it, his rationality fracturing. He burst out of the tree line near Lucas's camp and saw them. 7 figures standing in a circle around the tent. They wore clothing from different eras, rough homespun from the 18th century, A faded dress from the early 1900s, garments that had rotted in graves before being worn again. Their faces were gray and sunken, their eyes reflecting light like animal eyes, and they turned in unison as Thomas appeared. The figure in the early 1900s dress smiled at him. Elena Nicolescu, he realized. Lucas's great-grandmother, dead for 63 years, standing in Olympic National Park with mud from Romanian soil still caked on her burial dress. She spoke in Romanian, but Thomas understood somehow, the meaning bypassing language and implanting directly into his consciousness. Witness what love does. Witness what family demands. He comes to us willingly, as all must eventually come. Lucas emerged from the forest behind Thomas. His gray skin had turned ashen white, his eyes now reflecting that same unnatural light. He walked past Thomas without acknowledging him, moving to join the circle of the dead. The 7 figures parted, creating a space for him. Lucas took his position and looked back at Thomas one final time. "Document this," Lucas said, his voice now fully his own again, stripped of that layered echo. "Document that I chose this, that I understood what I was doing, that dying isn't the tragedy. It's living without completing what you were meant to do. Tell them I'm finally home." The 8 figures, 7 dead for centuries and 1 newly joined to their ranks, turned and walked toward the forest. They moved in perfect synchronization, their feet barely disturbing the ground. Thomas watched them disappear into the mist, supernatural and impossible and completely, undeniably real. He stood alone in the clearing for 17 minutes, his mind trying to process what he'd witnessed, trying to fit it into any framework that wouldn't require him to abandon everything he'd built his identity around. His hands found his camera, still recording. Good. He had evidence. He had data. He had proof that the world operated on principles beyond the materialist reductionism he'd been taught. The question was whether anyone would believe him, whether he could present this data without being dismissed as delusional, as suffering from the stress of fieldwork, as having experienced some kind of psychotic break. Thomas walked back to Lucas's tent and began collecting every piece of data he could find. Laptop, research notes, trail camera SD cards, soil samples. He worked with mechanical precision, his training overriding his shattered worldview. Document everything. Let the data speak. The search team arrived at 2:17 p.m. Thomas noted the time, the same time Lucas had first emerged from his tent to visit the clearing 3 nights ago. The team leader, a woman named Sarah Hendricks, found Thomas sitting on the hood of his truck, surrounded by evidence bags and electronic storage devices staring at nothing. "O'Brien, you okay? Where's Webb?" Thomas looked at her, at the concern in her very human, very alive face, and made a decision. Gone. Walked into the forest and didn't come back. I have his last known position, drone footage, trail camera evidence. It's all documented. He didn't mention the graves. Didn't mention the Strigoi. Didn't mention watching Lucas join a circle of Romanian dead in a clearing that had appeared from nowhere. He would review the footage later, alone, and decide how much truth could be shared without destroying his career and credibility. But he kept one piece of data private, stored only on a personal drive he never uploaded. The final frame from his own camera, captured as Lucas disappeared into the forest. In that frame, just visible in the mist behind the 8 retreating figures, dozens more shapes were visible. Hundreds, perhaps. All moving in the same direction, all returning to wherever the Strigoi went when they finished their business with the living world. The Hoh rainforest had been standing for thousands of years. How many people had been claimed by that dark earth? How many bloodline obligations had been fulfilled in those shadows? How many impossible burials had taken place in clearings that appeared and disappeared according to rules Thomas's science couldn't measure? He didn't know, but he understood now that not knowing was the point. Some phenomena existed outside the framework of peer-reviewed analysis. Some truths couldn't be captured in data sets or published in academic journals. Some debts were paid in ways that transcended mortality itself. Thomas O'Brien left Olympic National Park 3 weeks later, requesting a transfer to urban management in Seattle. He told himself it was for career advancement, for better opportunities to apply his research skills. But the truth was simpler. He couldn't spend another night in a forest where the dead walked and family obligations reached across centuries to drag the living down into the earth. He never slept well again. Every night at 2:17 a.m., he would wake with the certainty that something was standing beside his bed, watching him with those reflective eyes, evaluating whether he had obligations of his own to fulfill. He'd check his genealogy obsessively, tracing his Irish ancestry back through generations, looking for gaps or mysteries that might suggest a debt unpaid. He found nothing. But the fear remained. Because Thomas understood now that science could document the supernatural but never contain it, could observe but never control it, could witness but never prevent it. Lucas Webb was officially listed as missing, presumed dead after a probable fall or animal attack in Olympic National Park. His body was never recovered. His research on cougar populations was completed by others. His family held a memorial service in Seattle. Thomas attended. He stood in the back of the funeral home and said nothing about what he'd witnessed, but he saw them, Elena and the others, standing in the shadows at the edges of the gathering, visible only to him. They watched the proceedings with that same flat effect, those same reflective eyes, and when the service ended, they turned and walked away as if they'd never been there at all. Maybe they hadn't. Maybe Thomas's mind had finally broken from the strain of trying to hold two incompatible versions of reality in his consciousness simultaneously. Maybe the rational framework he'd built his life upon had shattered so completely that he now saw ghosts everywhere, projected his trauma onto every shadow. Or maybe the dead really did walk. Maybe obligations really did transcend mortality. Maybe the world was stranger and darker and more terrifying than any PhD program had prepared him to accept. Thomas didn't know which explanation was true, but every night at 2:17 a.m., when he woke to that certain feeling of being watched, he understood that not knowing was its own kind of terror, one that no amount of data collection could ever resolve. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Michael Anderson hadn't eaten in 36 hours, and that was deliberate. Not a diet, not a cleanse. Something else entirely. A test, maybe, or a punishment he couldn't quite name. He stood at the trailhead off Going to the Sun Road, elevation 6,646 feet according to his Garmin eTrex 30, and felt the emptiness in his stomach like a living thing. The January wind cut through his North Face parka, as if the insulation meant nothing. Glacier National Park in deep winter was a different creature than the summer tourist version. 90% of the park closed, roads buried under 10 feet of snow, silence so complete it felt hostile. His radio crackled. Not words, just static shaped like breathing. Michael adjusted the Motorola APX 8000, the same model he'd carried for 8 years. The same model he'd been holding when... He stopped that thought before it could finish. That was the whole point of not eating, wasn't it? To stay sharp, to stay present. When the body hurt, the mind couldn't wander to 3 years ago, to another winter search, to another missing person who'd become something else entirely. The report had come in yesterday. Samantha Clark, 29, solo backpacker, overdue by 4 days from a winter camping permit in the Grinnell Glacier backcountry. Her emergency contact, a brother in Seattle, had tried her satellite phone repeatedly. No response. The permit listed her as experienced, prepared, equipped for winter conditions. But experience meant nothing up here. Michael had recovered bodies of climbers with Everest summits under their belts. The mountains didn't care about your resume. He checked his pack methodically. Avalanche beacon, probe, shovel, first aid kit with thermal blankets, bench-made bushcrafter knife, headlamp with extra batteries, emergency bivvy, 72 hours of supplies. Except food, he'd left that in his truck deliberately. The hunger helped him think, kept him from thinking, both at once. Michael started up the trail. Snow crunched under his Scarpa mountaineering boots with each step. The forest pressed close, lodgepole pine and subalpine fir laden with snow, branches drooping under impossible weight. His breath created small clouds that dissipated instantly in the cold. -15 Fahrenheit according to the weather station that morning. Wind chill made it worse. He'd hiked maybe 2 miles when he found the first marker. Not a trailblaze, not official. Someone had stripped bark from an aspen in a pattern. 4 parallel gouges, each about 8 inches long. Deep. Deliberate. The exposed wood underneath looked almost burned, blackened in a way that suggested something other than tools. Michael photographed it with his Nikon D7000. Standard protocol. He'd document everything, catalog it all, maintain the professional detachment that had served him for nearly a decade as a ranger. The detachment that had only cracked once, 3 years ago, and he'd spent every day since trying to repair that crack. The trail climbed. His legs burned with the effort. Good. The burning meant he was still in his body, still tethered to the physical. His stomach growled, a sound so loud in the winter silence it startled him. Something growled back. Michael stopped. Listened. The wind, probably. Wind through trees could sound like anything. Voices, animals, music if you were exhausted enough. He'd learned that during his first year in the park. Sound did strange things in mountain environments. Echoes behaved unexpectedly. Temperature inversions could carry noises from miles away and make them seem close. He kept walking. At mile 4, he found Samantha Clark's first camp. The tent, a Mountain Hardware Trango 2, stood intact, properly staked, fly secured, no damage, no signs of animal interference. Michael approached carefully, calling out, "Park Service, anyone here?" Nothing. The tent zipper was closed. Michael opened it and looked inside. Sleeping bag laid flat, unrolled, but clearly unused. Camp stove in the corner, fuel canister still attached. Food bag hung from the ridgeline. Proper bear protocol, even in winter. Her pack sat against the far wall, carefully organized. On the sleeping bag, centered perfectly, was a journal. Michael had seen this before. 3 years ago. Different person, different park, same setup. Tent intact, belongings undisturbed, journal left open like an invitation. His hand shook as he picked it up. Not from cold. The first entry was dated January 7, 2015, 6 days ago. First night at Grinnell. Temperature dropped to 10° Otter. Tent holding well. Ate a full meal. Pasta with dried vegetables, hot chocolate, trail mix. I'm carrying about 4,000 calories per day. Should be more than enough for the exertion level. Something strange, though. I'm still hungry. Like ravenously hungry. Even right after eating. Stomach feels empty. Probably just the cold. Your body burns so many more calories maintaining temperature. Michael's own stomach contracted painfully. He hadn't planned to read the journal yet. Should bag it as evidence, catalog it, maintain chain of custody. But his eyes moved to the next entry. January 8th, 2015. Woke up at 3 a.m. to the sound of scratching. Not on the tent, farther away. Trees maybe. Wind. I got up to check and saw... I don't know what I saw. A shape between the trees, tall, impossibly tall. But when I shined my headlamp directly at it, nothing there. Just shadows and snow. Ate breakfast. 2 energy bars, instant oatmeal, coffee. Still hungry. Ate my lunch rations too. Still hungry. This isn't normal. Michael set the journal down. His training said to document the scene, search the surrounding area, establish a search grid. His instinct, the part of him that had learned hard lessons 3 years ago, said to leave. Now. Get back to the trailhead. Call in a full team. Don't be alone out here. But he'd been alone for 3 years. What difference did it make now? He continued reading. January 9th, 2015. Tried to hike out today. Couldn't find the trail. GPS says I'm walking northeast, but I keep ending up back at camp. 4 times. 4 times. The coordinates are correct. The compass is correct. But the forest... I'm not lost. I know where I am. But I can't leave. The hunger is constant now. I ate everything in my food bag, all 5 days' worth of supplies, in one sitting this morning. I threw up twice, then ate more. I can't stop eating, but I'm starving. Michael's stomach cramped. When had he last eaten? 36 hours ago. A meal he'd barely touched. Before that? He couldn't remember clearly. Days blurred together lately. January 10th, 2015. There are no animals here. I just realized. No birds, no squirrels, no tracks in the snow except mine. How did I not notice that before? And the trees. God, the trees. They've moved. I marked several with my knife yesterday. Specific patterns so I could identify them. But they're in different positions now, closer to my tent, forming a circle. The scratching is constant, day and night, getting closer. I'm so hungry I tried eating snow. It helped for maybe 30 seconds. Then the hunger came back worse. My body feels wrong, too light, like I'm hollow inside. When I look at my hands, they don't look like my hands, fingers too long, skin too pale. That's insane. I know that's insane. This is hypothermia, calorie depletion. My brain is malfunctioning, but I can see my bones through my skin. Michael's own hands were trembling badly now. He forced himself to look at them. Normal, solid, real, but thin. When had he gotten so thin? The next entry was barely legible. January 11th, 2015. It spoke to me. In Blackfeet. I don't speak Blackfeet, but I understood anyway. It said, "You invited me with your hunger." I tried to explain I'm not hungry by choice. I'm eating, I'm trying to eat, but there's nothing left. I consumed everything, and I'm still empty. It laughed. The sound was wrong, like wind through bones. It said, "That's what I am. The hunger that remains after everything is consumed. The need that never fills. You carry me in your stomach. You always have. I've just been waiting for you to make enough space." I saw it clearly tonight. Tall, maybe 8 feet, maybe 10. Antlers like a massive elk, but wrong. Branching in patterns that hurt to look at. Skin stretched tight over bone and sinew. Eyes that reflected my headlamp like an animal's, but full of intelligence. Human intelligence. It's been following me since I arrived. No, longer than that. Following me my whole life, waiting for the moment I'd be empty enough to receive it. I understand now. The hunger isn't from not eating, it's from eating too much, from never being satisfied, from consuming and still feeling empty. That's what feeds it. That's what makes it real. Michael closed the journal. His heart was pounding. This was familiar. Too familiar. 3 years ago, another missing hiker named... He couldn't think the name. Couldn't let himself think the name. That hiker's journal had said similar things. Hunger. Emptiness. A presence in the woods. Michael had dismissed it as hypothermic delirium. He'd continued the search. He'd found the hiker eventually. What was left of the hiker. The official report said animal predation. Bear, probably, though bears should have been hibernating. The coroner noted unusual damage patterns. The investigation remained open but inactive. Michael had been the only one who'd read the journal carefully, the only one who'd noticed certain details. The fact that there were no animal tracks around the body. The way the flesh had been removed, not torn but consumed with almost surgical precision. The expression on what remained of the face. Michael had stopped eating for a week after that. Some instinct told him that hunger was important, that feeding the body might feed something else. He'd gained the weight back eventually, forced himself into normal patterns. But lately, the last few months, he'd been eating less, skipping meals, feeling oddly satisfied with the emptiness. And now he was here, in winter, in the mountains, in Wendigo territory. Because that's what it was, wasn't it? The rangers didn't talk about it officially. The Blackfeet elders who still lived near the park didn't talk about it with outsiders. But everyone who worked these mountains long enough heard the stories, learned the signs. Never hike alone in winter. Never let yourself get too hungry. Never consume more than you need. The line between appetite and emptiness, was thinner than people thought. Michael stood and exited the tent. The sky had darkened. Not sunset yet, just the quality of winter light in the mountains changing. He needed to make a decision. Continue searching for Samantha Clark, or head back and call in support. The professional choice was clear. Establish base camp, radio for backup, expand the search grid with a full team. But something had changed in him while reading that journal. Some understanding had crystallized. He was here alone for a reason. He'd been preparing for this, unknowingly, for 3 years. The not eating, the isolation, the way he'd let himself become hollow. Michael keyed his radio. Anderson to base. I've located Clark's primary camp. No sign of the subject. I'm going to push farther into the backcountry. We'll maintain regular check-ins. Static. Then a voice, but wrong. Too deep. The words seemed to overlap. Multiple syllables where there should be one. Copy. That. Michael. Be careful. Out. There. He released the radio key. Checked the battery. Full power. Signal strength looked good. He was hearing things. Auditory hallucinations from low blood sugar. That was all. Michael left the tent and continued up the trail, or what he thought was the trail. Snow covered most markers. He navigated by terrain features, ridge lines, creek beds, distinctive rock formations. His GPS put him at mile 6. Another 4 miles and he'd reached the Grinnell Glacier cirque. The trees had changed. He noticed it gradually. The spacing between them seemed wrong. Too uniform. They formed patterns. Rough circles. Lines that intersected at angles that created optical illusions. If he looked at them directly, they appeared normal. In his peripheral vision, they looked like figures. Dozens of figures standing still, watching. Michael stopped and forced himself to look directly at one tree. Pine bark. Snow. Normal. He looked away. In the corner of his eye, the tree moved. He spun back. It stood in the same position. You're exhausted, he said aloud. Low blood sugar, mild hypothermia, standard cognitive effects. But he knew better. He'd experienced all those things before. This was different. The scratching started, not from one direction, from everywhere. All around him. The sound of something sharp dragging across bark. Dozens of sources all in rhythm. Scratch, pause, scratch, pause. Michael's hand went to his knife. Useless gesture. What was he going to do? Fight trees? He kept walking. The scratching followed. At mile 8 he found the second camp. Or rather, what had been a camp. The tent was shredded. Not torn by weather or animals, but systematically destroyed. Fabric lay in strips, each cut precise and deliberate. The contents were scattered but intact. Food wrappers everywhere, dozens of them, all empty. The food bag hung ripped open, completely cleaned out. In the center of the destruction, written in the snow with what looked like a stick. More. Michael photographed it. His hands were steady now. The shaking had stopped. He felt calm, distant. That was bad, he knew. That was his body shutting down non-essential processes. Conservation mode. He needed to eat something. He had supplies. He should, but he didn't want to. The hunger felt right now. Appropriate. Like he was finally honest about something he'd been lying about for years. He found Samantha Clark at mile 9. She sat cross-legged in the snow back against a tree. Alive. Sort of. Samantha Clark? Michael's voice came out rough. She turned her head slowly. The movement looked painful, mechanical. Her face was wrong. Skin stretched too tight, cheekbones too prominent, eyes sunken deep, but still alive. Still breathing. You shouldn't have come, she said. Her voice was a whisper. I tried to warn them, tried to write it all down, but the words never seemed like enough. Michael approached carefully. I'm with the Park Service. We're going to get you out of here. She laughed. The sound was hollow. Get me out? I can't leave. None of us can leave. Once it notices you, once it recognizes you as kin, She stopped, looked at him more carefully. "Oh, you already know. You've known for years. That's why you came alone. I don't know what you're talking about. We need to get you warm, get food in you." "Food," she said, and the word came out wrong. Too many syllables. "Yes, food would be good. Except I ate everything, and I'm still hungry. I ate my supplies. I ate bark. I ate snow. I ate..." She held up her hands. Her fingernails were gone. The tips of her fingers were raw, bloody. "I ate my own flesh," she finished calmly. "Trying to fill the emptiness. It doesn't work. It never works. That's what it wants us to understand. The hunger is the point. The emptiness is what feeds it." Michael felt something shift in his perception. The forest around them suddenly seemed more present, more aware, like it had been waiting for this conversation. "The Wendigo," he said. Samantha nodded. "That's one name. The Blackfeet have others. Puitico, Achen, the thing that's never satisfied, the spirit of selfishness and greed and consumption. It finds people who carry that emptiness already, who've been trying to fill themselves with things that don't nourish. It just clarifies, makes obvious what was always there." 3 years ago, Michael said slowly. "Another hiker. I thought it was your partner," Samantha said. "Not romantic partner, work partner, another ranger. You searched for them for days, found them finally, but they weren't. They weren't quite right anymore." "Were they?" Michael felt like the ground had disappeared beneath him. "How do you..." "It showed me. It shows everyone. All the others who came before. All the ones who carried the same hunger. You've been starving yourself since then, haven't you? Thinking if you could just stay empty enough, controlled enough, you could avoid..." She gestured at herself. "This. That's not... I'm not... You haven't eaten in days. You came out here alone. You read my journal and kept going. You knew what you'd find, and you came anyway." Her eyes, God, her eyes were too bright, too aware. "Because part of you wants this. Part of you has always wanted this. To stop fighting the hunger, to acknowledge it, to finally be honest about how empty you really are." The scratching intensified. All around them now. Trees scraping. But when Michael looked directly at any tree, it was still. Just bark and snow. "I have to get you out of here," he said, but his voice was weak. "You can't save me. I'm already..." Samantha stopped, tilted her head. "It's here." Michael turned slowly. The thing stood 30 feet away, exactly as the journal had described. 8 feet tall, maybe more. Antlers that branched in patterns that seemed to fold space around them. Skin like parchment stretched over bones too long and joints that bent wrong. But the worst part was the face. It was human. Mostly. Enough that Michael could see the intelligence there. Enough that he could see it was looking at him with recognition. "Michael Anderson," it said. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. "I've been patient with you. 3 years is a long time to wait, but you've finally made enough space. I'm fine. I'm in control." "Are you?" The thing moved closer. Not walking, flowing, like smoke shaped into form. "You stopped eating after you found your partner. You told yourself it was grief, but it was guilt, wasn't it? Guilt that you'd eaten that morning, full breakfast, while they were out there starving, transforming. You felt so satisfied while they were... Stop. You wanted them to find what I offered. That's why you took so long searching. That's why you went alone even though protocol said otherwise. You wanted to see what happens when someone finally stops resisting the hunger. When they finally admit how empty they really are. That's not true." But it was. Michael had known immediately that something was wrong 3 years ago. The way his partner's voice had sounded on the last radio check. The strange reports they'd been making. He could have called it in sooner. Could have mobilized a full team. But he'd wanted to see. Needed to see. And when he'd found them sitting in the snow just like Samantha, with that same stretched tight skin and two bright eyes. He'd understood. His partner had stopped fighting something, had finally accepted what they'd been carrying their whole life, the emptiness that no amount of food could fill, the hunger that wasn't really about food at all. "I tried to help them," Michael whispered. "No," the Wendigo said. "You wanted to join them, but you weren't ready yet. You needed 3 more years of starving, 3 more years of emptiness, 3 more years of guilt eating at you, the only thing you'd allow yourself to consume." Michael's legs gave out. He sank to his knees in the snow. His stomach hurt so badly. When had it started hurting? Days ago? Weeks? Months? "I'm so hungry," he said. The words felt like confession. "I know," the Wendigo said softly. "That's what I am. The hunger that remains after everything else is gone. The truth you've been avoiding. You can't kill me because I'm not separate from you. I'm what you've been feeding with your emptiness, growing me bigger, making me stronger." Samantha stood. Her movements were jerky, puppet-like. She walked to the Wendigo and stood beside it. "It gets easier," she said to Michael. "Once you stop fighting, once you accept that the hunger is who you are, not something to resist or control, just truth." The Wendigo extended one too long hand toward Michael. "You've been preparing for this moment. You know you have. All the meals you skipped, all the nights you went to bed with your stomach cramping. You were making yourself ready, making yourself empty enough," Michael finished. He looked at his own hands. They were thin. Too thin. Had they always been this thin? He couldn't remember anymore what normal looked like. "Your partner is still here," the Wendigo said. "Part of me now, part of everyone who ever gave in to the hunger. We're never truly gone. We're just transformed. Honest, finally, about what we always were." Michael closed his eyes. Behind his eyelids he could see them, dozens of shapes in the darkness, all the people who'd disappeared in these mountains over the years, all the ones who'd been found changed, all the ones who'd never been found at all. They were all still here. Part of the hunger, part of the forest, part of the cold. "I just wanted to not hurt anymore," he said. "I know," the Wendigo said. "That's why I'm here. To take the hurt, to transform it into something else, something pure." Michael opened his eyes. The Wendigo stood directly in front of him now. Close enough to touch. He could smell it. Death and pine and something metallic. If I give in, what happens to me?" "You become what you've always been," the Wendigo said. "Just more honest about it." Michael looked at Samantha. "Did it hurt?" "Only until I stopped resisting," she said. He thought about his partner, about how they'd looked in those final moments, the peace on their face despite the transformation, like they'd finally stopped fighting something they'd been fighting their whole life. Michael's radio crackled. This time the voice that came through was clear. Human. "Anderson, this is base. Do you copy? We've lost your GPS signal. Report your position." He could answer, could trigger the emergency beacon in his pack, could have a helicopter here in an hour. But his hand didn't move toward the radio. "Once it happens," Michael asked, "is there any going back?" "Would you want to?" the Wendigo asked. "Back to the constant ache, the emptiness you could never fill no matter how much you consumed, the guilt and shame and endless, endless hunger? Or would you rather just be honest? Stop pretending you're anything other than appetite pretending to be human?" Michael's stomach cramped so badly he gasped. How long could a human go without food? Days? Weeks? He'd pushed it so far already. Why stop now? The Wendigo placed one skeletal hand on Michael's shoulder. The touch was freezing and burning at once. "You came here to feed me," it said softly. "Not with your body, with your surrender. That's all I ever wanted from you. Acknowledgement. Recognition. Stop pretending I'm something separate, something other. except that I'm just the part of you that's honest about the hunger. Michael felt something break inside him, not his body, something deeper, the wall he'd built 3 years ago. The pretense that he was fine, that he was in control, that he wasn't slowly starving himself out of guilt and grief, and the terrible understanding that his partner had found something he was still too afraid to touch. "Okay," he whispered. "Okay." The Wendigo smiled. Its teeth were too white, too sharp, too many. "Welcome home," it said. The transformation didn't hurt exactly. It felt more like becoming, like finally admitting something he'd known his whole life, that the person he'd been pretending to be was just a performance, that underneath was just hunger, pure and honest and terrible. His bones lengthened, his skin stretched. The cold stopped bothering him because he was the cold now. His stomach stopped hurting because he didn't have a stomach anymore, just emptiness that went on forever. And he was so satisfied. Not full, never full, but satisfied with the hunger itself. Content to be appetite incarnate, to finally stop lying. Samantha took his hand, or what had been his hand. They stood together, flanking the Wendigo, and Michael understood now. It wasn't a creature. It was a condition, a truth. The forest had always known it. The mountains had always carried it. People came here hungry and left transformed, or they stayed hungry and joined. Same thing, really. "What now?" Michael asked. His voice was different, layered, multiple tones at once. "Now we wait," the Wendigo said. "Someone will come looking for you. They always do. And they'll be hungry too, everyone is deep down, just waiting for the right moment to admit it." Michael felt a surge of something that might have been joy, or might have been grief, or might have been both. He was part of the forest now, part of the cold, part of the hunger that had always existed and would always exist. The radio at his feet crackled again. "Anderson? Michael? Please respond." But Michael Anderson was gone. What stood in his place was something older, hungrier, more honest. The three figures, Wendigo and Samantha and what had been Michael, stood in the snow as darkness fell, waiting, patient, knowing that sooner or later, someone else would come. Someone else who'd skipped too many meals, who'd felt too empty for too long, who'd been preparing without knowing it for this exact transformation. The hunger never died. It just found new forms. New people willing to admit what they'd always carried. The scratching continued through the night. Tree against tree, bone against bark, hunger against hunger. And somewhere deeper in the forest, something that had once been Michael's partner smiled. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Tell me you didn't touch it. Ryan Campbell looked up from the arrangement of stones to find his supervisor, Chief Ranger Thomas Begay, standing 10 feet back on the West Rim Trail, face carved from concern that went deeper than professional protocol. Ryan had been in Zion National Park for exactly 23 days. Transferred from Acadia National Park in Maine, where the biggest concerns were tide schedules and tourist traffic, and he still didn't understand half the unspoken rules that governed this red rock desert. "I photographed it," Ryan said, gesturing to the cairn-like structure that definitely wasn't geological formation and didn't match any trail marker system he'd studied during orientation. "Wanted to document before calling it in. Is this relevant to the Sutton disappearance?" Thomas didn't move closer. "Step away from it. Now. Don't look back at it. Don't think about it too hard. And for God's sake, don't tell me what shape you think you saw in those rocks." Ryan stood slowly, confused but compliant. He'd learned in 3 weeks that Thomas Begay didn't speak without reason, that the 52-year-old Navajo ranger with 28 years in the park knew things about this landscape that weren't in any training manual. "What am I missing here?" "How long were you standing there?" Thomas asked instead of answering. maybe 5 minutes. I was checking the trail for signs of Sutton's passage when I noticed the rocks. They're arranged deliberately. You can see the pattern from multiple angles and the shadows they cast at this sun position form. Stop. Thomas's voice carried absolute authority. Don't describe it. Don't try to understand it. Just answer. Did you feel like something was watching you while you looked at those stones? Ryan started to dismiss the question as superstitious nonsense, then remembered the sensation that had made him look up from his camera 3 separate times during documentation. The prickling awareness of being observed, the peripheral movement that vanished when he turned his head, the way the desert silence had felt less empty and more attentive. Yes, he admitted, but there's no cover within 200 yards. I did a visual sweep, nothing. Thomas finally moved, but not toward Ryan. He circled wide, keeping the stone arrangement in his peripheral vision rather than looking at it directly. Morgan Sutton went missing 4 days ago. Last confirmed sighting was at observation point heading down toward the West Rim Trail. You're telling me you found this exactly where his route would have taken him? Ryan checked his Garmin GPS map 64est, confirmed coordinates. Yes, this is consistent with the search grid we're covering. Should I mark it as evidence? You should forget you saw it. Thomas pulled out his own radio, switched to a channel Ryan didn't recognize. He spoke in Navajo, rapid sentences that carried the cadence of request or possibly prayer. Then he switched back to English. We're withdrawing from this sector. New search coordinator is taking over. Someone with appropriate background. Appropriate background for what? Thomas, I've been a ranger for 7 years. If there's a cultural sensitivity issue with this site, brief me so I can handle it properly. But we have a missing person and this is potential evidence. Thomas met his eyes with expression that mixed pity and frustration. You've been here 3 weeks, Ryan. You came from Maine, where the trees are green and the ocean is cold, and the biggest danger is hypothermia. This is different country with different rules, and you don't know them yet. Then teach me. Some things you learn by listening when old men tell you to walk away. This is one of those things. Thomas started back down the trail, then stopped. Did you notice anything else unusual? Animals behaving strange? Tracks that didn't make sense? Ryan thought about the coyote prints he'd found 20 yards from the stone arrangement. Thought about how the prints had been canned for 5 yards, then shifted mid-stride into something else. Larger, heavier, with different gait mechanics. He'd photographed them assuming 2 animals had crossed paths, but reviewing the images showed no overlap point, no place where one set of tracks ended and another began. Just transformation, as though a single creature had changed form while walking. Maybe, Ryan said carefully. I found some tracks that confused me. Might be 2 animals, might be tracking error on my part. Show me. They walked to the site. Thomas knelt, studied the prints without touching them, and Ryan watched his supervisor's jaw tighten with recognition that suggested this wasn't tracking error at all. Ye nald lushi, Thomas said quietly, almost to himself. Then louder. We're done here. Radio dispatch that West Rim Trail is closed pending investigation. Tell them we found evidence requiring specialized consultation. What did you just say? That first part? A word you don't need to know. Thomas stood, dusted red sand from his knees. Listen carefully, Ryan. I'm going to give you advice that will sound insane, but it might save your life. For the next week, maybe 2, don't go into the backcountry alone. Don't respond to voices calling your name unless you can see who's speaking. Don't trust animals that act too tame or make eye contact too deliberately. And if you see the same animal in 2 different places too far apart to travel between sightings, assume it's not an animal. Ryan felt like he'd stepped into conversation happening in a language he'd never learned. You're talking about Sutton's disappearance like it's something other than a lost hiker or medical emergency. I'm talking about things that have been in this desert longer than the Park Service, longer than white settlement, longer than the ancestral Puebloans who carved homes into these cliffs. Thomas pulled out a small leather pouch from his uniform pocket, sprinkled something that looked like cornmeal on the ground in a specific pattern. And I'm talking about the fact that you just spent 5 minutes staring at something built to attract attention from people who don't know better. Are you saying Sutton was what? Attacked by something supernatural? I'm saying Morgan Sutton is probably dead, and the question is whether he died from natural causes or whether something killed him and is now wearing his shape. Thomas finished his cornmeal pattern, spoke more words in Navajo, then headed back toward the trailhead. Come on. We're getting you out of this sector before sunset. Ryan followed, mind spinning through the contradiction of his scientific training and his supervisor's obvious sincerity. He'd grown up in Massachusetts, studied environmental science at UMass Amherst, spent 7 years at Acadia dealing with relatively straightforward ranger duties. Nothing in his background prepared him for conversations about shape-shifting entities and spiritual protocols. But the stone arrangement had been real. The tracks changing mid-stride were real, and the sensation of being watched by something that left no visible trace, that had been real too, visceral in ways his training couldn't dismiss as imagination. They were 50 yards from the trailhead when Ryan heard his name. Ryan Campbell. His own voice. Perfect intonation, exact pitch and cadence, coming from somewhere behind them on the trail they'd just covered. Ryan spun, hand dropping to the bear spray on his hip, searching for whoever had recorded him and was playing back audio. Nothing. Empty trail, red sandstone cliffs, scattered juniper trees. No people, no equipment, no rational explanation for hearing his own voice calling his own name. Thomas grabbed his arm, pulled him forward with surprising strength. Don't answer. Don't look for it. Keep walking. That was my voice, I know. How is that possible? It's not. That's the point. Thomas maintained his grip, forcing steady pace toward the parking area. When something calls your name in your own voice, you ignore it. When something imitates someone you know, you verify visually before responding. These are survival rules for this country, Ryan. You don't have to believe in the reasons to follow the rules. They reached Thomas's truck, a battered Ford Ranger with NPS markings and enough backcountry modifications to suggest serious off-road capability. Thomas unlocked it, gestured Ryan inside, then pulled a laminated card from the glove box. Read this. Memorize it. I'm not kidding about the survival part. Ryan took the card, found a numbered list printed in both English and what he assumed was Navajo. Protocols for Yi Naldlushi activity. 1. Never respond to voice-only contact without visual confirmation. 2. Never follow animals that maintain eye contact. 3. Never enter structures showing asymmetric architecture. 4. Never investigate lights that move against wind direction. 5. Never sleep in areas where birds refuse to land. 6. Never pursue prey you have not personally wounded. 7. Never speak the full name aloud after dark. 8. Trust dogs. They cannot be fooled by imitation. You carry this in your glove box, Ryan said slowly. You carry official protocols for something that shouldn't exist. I carry protocols that keep people alive in country where unusual things happen. Thomas started the engine. Whether you interpret those things as supernatural entities or undocumented wildlife with unusual behavior patterns is your choice. But the protocols work, and people who ignore them have higher disappearance rates. Ryan read the list again, trying to reconcile it with his worldview. What's asymmetric architecture? Structures that look normal from one angle but wrong from another. Doorways that are different widths on each side. Windows that don't match their interior frames. Signs something built a shelter by watching humans but didn't understand the underlying principles. Things don't build shelters. Animals might modify existing structures, but I've been doing this job for 28 years. Thomas navigated the truck down the winding road toward park headquarters. I found 17 structures in that time that matched the asymmetric profile. Every single one had evidence of human presence. Gear, clothing, personal items. None of the 17 people those items belonged to were ever found. So you can argue with me about whether Yi Naldlushi are real, or you can accept that something in this desert builds traps that look like shelters and uses them to catch people. Ryan wanted to argue. Wanted to insist that there had to be rational explanations, hoaxes, natural phenomena, coincidence compounded by cultural interpretation. But he'd spent 5 minutes staring at deliberately arranged stones while something watched him with attention that felt predatory rather than curious. And he'd heard his own voice calling his own name from empty trail. Evidence was evidence, even when it contradicted comfortable assumptions. "What happened to Morgan Sutton?" Ryan asked. "Best case? He's dead from fall or exposure, and the Yi Naldlushi is just drawn to the death site like any scavenger. Worst case?" Thomas didn't finish the sentence. "It killed him. Worse, it's wearing him, using his shape to get close to the next victim." Thomas pulled into the headquarters parking lot, killed the engine. "That's why I asked if you touched those stones. Because touching is contact, and contact creates connection, and Yi Naldlushi need connection to properly imitate someone. They study their prey, learn behavior patterns, practice voices and mannerisms. The better they know you, the better they can become you." Ryan felt cold despite the Utah heat still radiating from the dashboard. "You think it was watching me while I photographed those stones? You think it's targeting me now? I think you're new, alone, without local knowledge or support network. I think that makes you ideal prey for something that hunts by isolating victims." Thomas handed him another card, this one with a phone number. "This is Joe Benally. He's a Hatawi, what you'd call a medicine man. He consults with the Park Service on situations like this. You're going to call him, schedule a meeting, and listen to everything he says, even if it sounds crazy. The Park Service officially recognizes medicine men as consultants. The Park Service officially recognizes that certain cultural practitioners have valuable knowledge about behavioral patterns in specific regions." Thomas smiled without humor. "What we call those patterns is a matter of interpretation. Now get out of my truck, go home, and don't come back to work until you've talked to Joe Benally." Ryan climbed out, pocketed both cards, watched Thomas drive away toward the maintenance compound. The sun was dropping toward the western cliffs, painting the red sandstone in shades of blood and copper. Beautiful landscape, the kind that had drawn him to transfer from Acadia in the first place. Except now he looked at the beauty and wondered what watched from the shadows between rocks. What walked the trails after sunset? What imitated human voices perfectly enough to fool people into following them into the desert? He drove to his temporary housing, a small apartment in Springdale that came with the ranger position, and spent the evening reviewing his photographs from the West Rim Trail. The stone arrangement showed clear, deliberate design when viewed from specific angles, something about the proportions and spacing that drew the eye inward toward a central void. Ryan found himself staring at that void for minutes at a time, losing track of thought, feeling that watched sensation intensifying even through photographic documentation. He deleted the images, cleared them from his camera's memory card. Tried not to think about what Thomas had said about connection and contact and things that studied their prey. His phone rang at 2:17 a.m. "Hello?" Ryan answered groggily, not checking caller ID. Silence. Then breathing, not threatening, just normal human respiration, steady and calm. "Who is this?" Ryan sat up, suddenly alert. Ryan Campbell. His own voice again, speaking his own name. Perfect replication down to the slight Massachusetts accent he'd never quite lost. Ryan Campbell should come back to the trail. Ryan Campbell should finish what he started. Ryan Campbell should look at the stones again, should understand the pattern, should see what waits in the center of the arrangement. Ryan hung up, hands shaking. He checked his call log. Unknown number. He tried calling back. The number didn't connect. Protocol 1, he remembered. Never respond to voice-only contact without visual confirmation. He'd already failed by answering the phone. Ryan didn't sleep the rest of the night. He sat in his kitchen with lights on, reviewing Joe Benally's contact information, trying to convince himself that sophisticated voice synthesis technology could explain what he'd heard. Except his phone was 7 years old, service in the park was notoriously unreliable, and something about the call felt less like recording and more like real-time imitation, as though whatever spoke had learned his voice perfectly and was practicing it, refining it, preparing to use it. At 7 a.m., Ryan called the number Thomas had given him. Benally residence. The voice was elderly, male, speaking English with slight accent. "Mr. Benally? My name is Ryan Campbell. Thomas Begay suggested I contact you about..." Ryan hesitated, unsure how to phrase it. About some unusual experiences I've had in the park. The new ranger from Maine. Joe Benelli's tone suggested he'd been expecting the call. Thomas mentioned you encountered a marking site yesterday, and I'm guessing you've received contact since then. Voices, phone calls, maybe dreams. Phone call, early this morning. Something using my voice. Good. You called me rather than pretending it didn't happen. That suggests you might survive this. Benelli gave an address in nearby Rockville. Come this afternoon, bring anything you wore or carried when you saw the marking site. We need to break the connection before it strengthens. I don't understand. You don't need to understand. You need to follow instructions from people who've dealt with Yi Nald Lushi for generations. Understanding comes later if you live long enough. Benelli paused. And Ryan, don't go anywhere alone between now and when you visit me. The thing that called you is hunting, and it hunts best when prey isolates itself. Ryan spent the morning at headquarters, deliberately staying around other rangers, researching Navajo folklore about skinwalkers while trying not to look like he was taking it seriously. The legends were consistent across sources. Witches who wore animal skins and gained shape-shifting power, entities that violated sacred taboos to achieve transformation, beings that hunted humans through imitation and deception. Every culture had shapeshifter myths. Werewolves in Europe, kitsune in Japan, berserkers in Scandinavia. Ryan had always categorized them as metaphor, ways of explaining psychopathy, rabies, or other phenomena that pre-scientific cultures couldn't properly contextualize. But the stone arrangement hadn't been metaphor. The tracks changing mid-stride hadn't been cultural interpretation. And his own voice calling his own name from empty trail that transcended any explanation his training provided. He drove to Rockville at 2 p.m., following GPS to a modest house with carefully maintained yard and small Hogan structure visible in the back. Joe Benelli met him at the door, 70-something, silver hair in traditional bun, eyes that assessed Ryan with practiced evaluation. You brought the items? Benelli asked without preamble. Ryan held up a bag containing his uniform shirt, boots, and camera from yesterday. Everything I wore touched at the site. Good, come. Benelli led him to the Hogan, where preparations had already been made. A fire pit with aromatic wood burning, various items laid out in specific patterns, and a circle of white sand surrounding the central area. Ryan's anthropology minor recognized some elements. Corn pollen, turquoise, traditional ceremonial setup, but the overall purpose remained opaque. Sit. Benelli gestured to a spot near the fire. I'm going to ask questions. Answer truthfully and completely. The Yi Nald Lushi learns through observation, but it can only become what it fully understands. Right now it's learning you, studying your patterns, preparing to wear your shape. We need to disrupt that process. How? By creating inconsistencies, by making you unpredictable, by giving it false information to study. Benelli began sprinkling corn pollen in patterns around Ryan. But first, I need to know what it's already learned. Close your eyes. Describe the stone arrangement exactly as you remember it. Ryan closed his eyes, brought up the memory of the cairn-like structure on West Rim Trail, tried to describe the specific placement of stones, the way shadows fell, the pattern that had drawn his attention inward toward the central void. Stop! Benelli's voice cut through his description. You're seeing it again right now, aren't you? Seeing it behind your eyelids, clearer than memory should allow. Ryan's eyes snapped open. Yes. How did you know? Because that's how marking sites work. They create persistent images, thoughts that loop and strengthen, drawing your attention back to the point of contact. The Yi Nald Lushi is using the memory to maintain connection, to watch you through your own recollection. Benelli added something to the fire that sent up sweetgrass-scented smoke. We're going to break that connection, but it won't be comfortable. The entity will feel you pulling away and will try to strengthen its hold. What does that mean practically? It means the phone calls will increase. The voice imitations will get better. You'll start seeing things that look like you but slightly wrong. Glimpses in mirrors, reflections in windows, figures at distance that move like you move. It's studying, practicing, preparing to replace you completely. Ryan felt his worldview continuing its systematic demolition. Replace me? You mean identity theft, or... I mean it will kill you and wear your skin, literally or metaphorically, using your form to get close to other victims. That's what Yi Naldlushi do. They don't just kill, they consume identity. Become you so thoroughly that even people who know you might not realize the substitution happened until it's too late. Benali began chanting in Navajo, rhythmic phrases that seemed to resonate with the fires crackling. Ryan sat in smoke and sound, trying to process the gap between his rational training and his current situation. He was a park ranger with environmental science degree, sitting in a hogan while a Navajo medicine man conducted ceremony to break a supernatural connection with a shape-shifting entity that wanted to wear his identity. 3 weeks ago, this would have been laughable. Now it was the most sensible action he could imagine. The ceremony lasted 40 minutes. Benali burned Ryan's clothing, buried his boots in the white sand circle, smudged his camera with sage until Ryan's eyes watered from the smoke. Throughout, the old man maintained steady chanting, occasionally switching to English to give instructions. Think of different memories. Imagine yourself as different person. Create inconsistencies in your behavior patterns. When it finished, Ryan felt lighter somehow, as though pressure he hadn't consciously registered had lifted from his shoulders. The connection is weakened, Benali said, banking the fire. Not broken. Breaking requires more time and stronger ceremony. But weakened enough that it can't track you easily now. You've bought yourself time. Time for what? To leave. Transfer out of this park. Go back to Maine or somewhere else far from Navajo territory. The Yi Naldlushi is tied to this land. Distance weakens it. Ryan thought about Morgan Sutton still missing. Thought about his duty as a ranger. About search and rescue protocols. About the fact that running away meant abandoning someone who might still need help. I can't leave, he said. Sutton is still out there. Even if the chances are small, even if most likely he's already dead, I can't just abandon the search. Benali studied him with expression that mixed respect and sadness. Then you need to understand what you're choosing. The Yi Naldlushi doesn't give up prey easily. If you stay, if you continue searching, you're committing to confrontation rather than evasion. And confrontation requires preparation you don't have. Then prepare me. I can teach you protection methods. I can give you items that disrupt its ability to approach closely. But I can't make you Navajo. And this is Navajo magic used against Navajo practitioners who violated sacred laws. You'll always be at disadvantage. Benali pulled a leather pouch from his supplies. Take this. White ash from burned juniper mixed with specific herbs. If you see something that doesn't feel right, animal acting wrong, person in wrong place, throw this at it. The Yi Naldlushi can't maintain form when contaminated with juniper ash. Ryan took the pouch, felt the fine powder inside. That's it? Just throw ash and hope? No. Throw ash, then run, then find help, then perform full cleansing ceremony afterward. The ash buys you time, maybe 30 seconds, maybe a minute. Use that time wisely. Benali handed him several more items. A small mirror, a bundle of sage, a stone with hole worn through its center. Mirror shows true form if you're uncertain about someone's identity. Sage disrupts tracking if you burn it in your living space. Stone is for focus. Look through the hole, see only what's real rather than what you're meant to see. Ryan accepted each item, felt increasingly like he was preparing for ritual rather than search and rescue. Has anyone ever actually killed one of these things? Killed? No. Yi Naldlushi is already dead in the way you understand death. Human practitioner who transformed completely, abandoned original form. You can't kill what isn't alive, but you can force it to leave an area or trap it in forms it can't escape, or make yourself unpalatable prey so it moves on to easier targets. Benali met his eyes seriously. That's your realistic goal. Survive until it loses interest. Not defeat it, not destroy it. Just survive. Ryan left the Hogan with pockets full of protective items and head full of survival protocols that shouldn't be necessary in the 21st century. He drove back to Springdale as sunset painted the cliffs in increasingly ominous shades, seeing every shadow as potential threat, every distant figure as possible predator. His phone rang as he parked. Unknown number. Ryan let it go to voicemail, then listened to the message with dread certainty about what he'd hear. Ryan Campbell. Not his voice this time. Thomas Begay's voice. Perfect replication. But Thomas would never leave this message. Found something on Angel's Landing. Found Morgan Sutton or what's left of him. Need you to come verify identity. Come alone. Sensitive situation. Don't want to alarm other visitors. Meet me at Scout Lookout at sunset. Ryan deleted the message. Called Thomas's actual number. His supervisor answered on the second ring. Thomas, did you just call me about finding Sutton on Angel's Landing? No. I'm at home in Kanab. Why? I got a voicemail using your voice asking me to meet you at Scout Lookout alone. It's not you, right? Silence on the line. Then, Ryan, listen carefully. That's advanced imitation. It's studied Thomas Begay well enough to use my voice, which means it's been watching the Park Service staff. Don't go to Angel's Landing. Don't go anywhere alone. Stay in Springdale tonight with doors locked and sage burning. It's escalating. Yes. Which means either it's desperate, you disrupted the connection significantly and it's trying to re-establish before you slip away completely, or it's confident enough to move to active hunting phase. Thomas paused. Joe Benally did the ceremony? Yes. He gave me protection items. Good. Use them. And Ryan? Tomorrow we're pulling you off backcountry duty. You'll stay at headquarters, handle visitor center operations, nothing that requires isolation. Until this resolves. Ryan wanted to argue. Wanted to insist he could handle himself. But the memory of his own voice calling his own name, the perfect imitation of Thomas requesting isolated meeting, those convinced him that accepting limitations was wisdom rather than cowardice. Understood, he said. I'll see you tomorrow. He spent the evening in his apartment with every light on, sage burning in multiple locations, checking mirrors compulsively for any hint that his reflection might be acting independently. The protection items Joe Benally had given him were arranged on the coffee table, and Ryan found himself touching them periodically like talismans against invisible threat. At midnight, his doorbell rang. Ryan froze, checked the peephole, saw nothing, checked again, pressed his eye close to see the full range. Someone stood there. Same height as Ryan, same build, wearing Park Service uniform identical to his own. The figure's back was turned, face not visible, but something about the proportions seemed wrong. Shoulders slightly too wide, neck slightly too long, posture that mimicked human stance without fully achieving it. The figure turned. Ryan jerked back from the peephole, heart hammering. The face had been his face. Exactly his face, down to the small scar on his left eyebrow from a childhood skateboarding accident. But the expression was wrong. Mouth turned up in smile that contained no humor. Eyes reflecting light like animal eyes despite the hallway having no light source to reflect. The doorbell rang again, then his own voice through the door. Ryan Campbell let Ryan Campbell inside. Ryan Campbell needs to come home. He didn't answer, grabbed the juniper ash pouch, held it ready, backed away from the door toward the bedroom where his satellite phone could call for help without relying on compromised cell network. Ryan Campbell is being rude. The voice outside maintained his exact intonation. Ryan Campbell should open the door. Ryan Campbell should let himself inside. The door handle turned. Locked. But Ryan watched the metal mechanism strain against the bolt. Watched the door frame flex slightly as something applied pressure that human hands shouldn't generate. Ryan threw sage on the kitchen stove, ignited the burner, sent smoke billowing through the apartment. The door handle stopped turning. He heard footsteps retreating down the hallway, then nothing. He called Thomas, explained the situation. His supervisor arrived 20 minutes later with 2 other rangers and enough firepower to suggest they were taking this seriously. despite official protocols about supernatural entities not existing. "It was at your door," Thomas said, not quite a question. "Using my face. Perfect imitation except the eyes were wrong. That's second stage manifestation. Its completed observation phase, moved into active replacement attempt, usually means it's already killed the original prey and is now wearing their form while establishing new identity." Thomas checked every room, examined the door lock, photographed marks on the frame. "But you're here, which means you're still the prey rather than the replaced. That's unusual. Maybe Benali's ceremony worked better than expected. Maybe. Or maybe it can't figure out how to complete the replacement because you're too inconsistent with its observations. The ceremony created enough unpredictability to confuse the process." Thomas gestured to the other rangers. "You're not staying here tonight. We've got a secure room at headquarters. Interior, no windows, multiple doors. You'll sleep there until we figure out next steps." Ryan gathered essentials, followed his colleagues to park headquarters, accepted the small room that felt more like protective custody than accommodation, but it felt safer than anywhere else, surrounded by people who believed him, who understood the threat, who carried protocols for entities that shouldn't exist. He slept fitfully, waking at every sound, checking the mirror Joe Benali had given him to confirm his reflection moved correctly, matched his actions without delay or distortion. Morning brought news. Hikers had found Morgan Sutton's body on the Hidden Canyon Trail, 2 miles from any of his supposed sighting locations, dead for at least 4 days based on decomposition, from a fall that shattered both legs and rendered him unable to move. He'd died slowly, from exposure and dehydration, calling for help that never came. "Official conclusion is accidental death," Thomas said, briefing Ryan in the headquarters conference room. "Tourist who ventured off trail, fell in a bad spot, couldn't self-rescue. Tragic, but straightforward. Except there's evidence someone was at the death site recently. Fresh tracks around the body. And Morgan Sutton's gear is missing. Backpack, water bottles, camera. Items that should have been with the body." Ryan understood the implication. It studied him, learned his shape, his patterns, then used his form to, what? Lure other prey? That's one interpretation. Another is that scavengers disturbed the site, and we're seeing normal predator behavior combined with human psychology creating patterns where none exist. Thomas didn't sound convinced by his own alternate explanation. "Either way, the official search is complete. Morgan Sutton is found. You're no longer required to work backcountry sectors. But the thing that's been hunting me will hopefully lose interest now that its original prey is discovered. Yi Naldlushi needs secrecy, need the uncertainty around missing persons. Once bodies are found and deaths are explained, the entity typically moves on to new hunting grounds." Thomas slid a paper across the table. "That's a transfer request, already approved by regional office if you want it. Back to Acadia, effective immediately." Ryan looked at the paper, thought about running from something he barely understood, abandoning Utah for the familiar safety of Maine. Then he thought about Morgan Sutton dying slowly over 4 days, calling for help, while something studied his dying form and learned to wear his identity. Thought about how many other hikers might go missing if this entity remained undisturbed, how many more deaths would be categorized as tragic but straightforward, while the real predator moved freely through the park. "I'm staying," Ryan said, "at least through the end of the season. I need to learn more about this, about what I'm dealing with, what the protocols really mean, how to recognize the signs before it's too late." Thomas nodded slowly, unsurprised. "Then you'll need proper training. Joe Benali has agreed to teach you. Traditional knowledge, protection methods, recognition techniques. It's not official Park Service training, but consider it cultural education with practical applications. And meanwhile you stay visible, stay in groups, and remember that the Yi Naldlushi hunts by isolation. It can't take you if you're never alone." Thomas stood, headed for the door, then turned back. "For what it's worth, Ryan, you handled this better than most. People from outside Navajo territory usually can't accept what they're experiencing, keep insisting on rational explanations even when the evidence contradicts. You adapted. That's rare. Ryan spent the next 2 weeks splitting time between visitor center operations and sessions with Joe Benally, learning about Yinald Lushi behavior, about protection protocols that went beyond the items he'd been given. He learned how to recognize asymmetric architecture, how to read tracks that indicated shape-shifting, how to trust instincts that screamed danger even when visual assessment showed nothing wrong. He learned that Navajo tradition held Yinald Lushi as humans who'd broken ultimate taboos, usually killing family members, to gain supernatural power, that the transformation was irreversible, consuming identity until nothing human remained, that they hunted indefinitely, driven by hunger that wasn't physical but spiritual, feeding on fear and death and the violation of killing those who trusted them. The phone calls stopped after Morgan Sutton's body was found. The sense of being watched faded gradually, as though whatever had targeted Ryan had moved on to easier prey or lost interest once its original hunting ground was compromised. But Ryan never quite shook the awareness that had been instilled during those weeks. He walked the trails differently now, watching for signs that wouldn't appear in any field guide, listening for sounds that shouldn't exist in rational ecosystems. He maintained the protection protocols. Sage burned regularly, mirrors positioned to show true reflections, juniper ash carried always. And when tourists asked about local legends, about Skinwalker Ranch or stories they'd heard about shapeshifters in the desert, Ryan didn't dismiss them as superstition anymore. Instead, he explained carefully, respectfully, that Navajo traditions held important knowledge about this landscape, and that respecting cultural boundaries was about survival as much as sensitivity. 6 months after arriving in Zion, Ryan was asked to coordinate cultural education programs with Navajo consultants, bridging the gap between Park Service operations and traditional knowledge. The position recognized that some things couldn't be explained through purely scientific frameworks, that indigenous wisdom about landscape and its dangers deserved integration rather than dismissal. Ryan accepted, knowing that his education about Yinald Lushi would continue indefinitely, because the desert held secrets his training hadn't prepared him for, and survival meant acknowledging what he didn't understand while learning from those who'd lived with these mysteries for generations. He still checked mirrors compulsively, still avoided answering phones from unknown numbers after dark, still felt the occasional prickling awareness of being watched by something that left no visible trace. But he'd learned to live with uncertainty, to function despite incomplete understanding, to respect the boundary between what could be explained and what could only be survived. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the desert wind carried sounds that almost formed words, Ryan would stand outside his apartment and speak into the darkness. "I see you. I acknowledge you. But you can't have me." The wind never answered, but it always moved on, carrying whatever listened in the shadows back into the Red Rock wilderness where some mysteries remained unsolved by design. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The spreadsheet showed 17 disappearances in Cades Cove over the past 40 years, and they all happened on the same date. Emily Sorensen stared at her laptop screen in the ranger station office, the overhead fluorescent lights humming their eternal mosquito whine. March 21st, spring equinox, 17 people over 4 decades, hikers, campers, photographers, all vanishing without trace on that specific date in that specific location. The statistical probability was so astronomical it couldn't be coincidence. She'd discovered the pattern 3 days into her new position as law enforcement ranger at Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Fresh transfer from Yellowstone, still learning the trails and protocols, still pronouncing Appalachia wrong according to the locals. The veteran rangers treated her with polite distance, not hostile, just waiting to see if she'd last. Most transfers from western parks didn't. Something about the Smokies drove them back west within a year. Too humid, they said. Too claustrophobic. The mountains here pressed close in ways the Rockies never did. Emily had pulled the historical incident reports as part of her orientation. Standard procedure. Familiarize yourself with the area's emergency response patterns. But when she'd started organizing the data chronologically, the pattern emerged like a face in static. 1972. Margaret Hewitt, 34, solo hiker. Last seen entering Cades Cove Loop Road. March 21st, 1975. David and Susan Montgomery, honeymooners. Tent found intact, belongings undisturbed. March 21st, 1981. Timothy Krause, wildlife photographer. Camera found at trailhead, film still inside. March 21st, 17 entries, 17 March 21sts, all within the same 5-square-mile area. The door to the station opened. Ranger Carl Whitmore, 26 years with the park, face like weathered oak, dropped a stack of incident reports on Emily's desk. New missing person, he said flatly. Connor Burke, 31, software engineer from Charlotte. Didn't return from a day hike yesterday. Family called it in this morning. Emily felt something cold settle in her stomach. Yesterday was March 21st. Carl's expression didn't change. I know. You know? Emily turned her laptop toward him, showing the spreadsheet. You know about the pattern? Carl looked at the screen for a long moment. Then he looked away. Everyone who works here long enough knows. We just don't talk about it. Why not? This should be investigated. Federal involvement, pattern analysis. It has been. Multiple times. FBI came through in '89 after number 12. State Police in 03 brought in profilers, search dogs, ground-penetrating radar. Found nothing. No bodies, no evidence, no explanation. He tapped the incident report. Connor Burke is number 18, and we'll search for him, same as all the others, and we won't find him. And next year someone else will vanish on March 21st in Cades Cove. That's insane. You're telling me the Park Service just accepts this? Carl's jaw tightened. I'm telling you that whatever happens in that cove on that date, it's beyond our understanding. And the smart thing, the thing that keeps you safe, is to accept that some places have rules we don't get to know. He left before Emily could respond. She stared at the incident report. Connor Burke had entered the cove at 9 a.m. yesterday via the loop road. His rental car was still parked at the cable mill area. Phone found on the driver's seat, wallet and keys inside the car. He'd taken only a water bottle and camera. Planning a short hike, probably the nature trail or one of the historic building clusters. Emily grabbed her duty belt, Glock 22, radio, first aid kit, bear spray, and headed out. The March morning was cool but humid, that peculiar Appalachian dampness that never quite left. Fog clung to the mountains like breath. The drive to Cades Cove took 20 minutes on the winding mountain roads. The loop itself was an 11-mile one-way circuit through a broad valley surrounded by mountains. Historic area. Preserved homesteads from the 1800s, churches, a working grist mill. Popular with tourists. Usually. Today, the parking area was nearly empty. Emily pulled in next to Burke's rental, a silver Nissan Altima, Tennessee plates. She documented it with her iPhone, then checked inside. Everything Carl had described. Phone showing multiple missed calls from Sarah, probably the sister who'd filed the report. Wallet containing license, credit cards, $73 cash. Keys in the cup holder. Emily keyed her Motorola radio. Sorensen to dispatch. I'm at Cable Mill beginning search for Burke, starting with the nature trail loop. Copy that, Emily. Be advised weather's moving in. Rain by noon, heavy fog expected. Great. Emily shouldered her pack and started down the trail. The Smokies felt different from Yellowstone's vast openness. Here everything crowded close. Rhododendron thickets, ancient oaks, hemlocks dripping with moisture. The canopy blocked most sunlight even at midday. And the silence was wrong. Not peaceful, oppressive, like the forest was holding its breath. Emily had gone maybe half a mile when she noticed the trees, specifically the way they were marked. Not official trailblazes. Someone had carved symbols into the bark, repeating patterns that looked almost like letters but weren't. Cyrillic, maybe? or something older. The cuts were old, weathered, but still visible. And they appeared on both sides of the trail, as if marking boundaries. She photographed several, making mental notes to research them later. Probably historical vandalism. The cove had been settled by Scots-Irish in the 1800s, but maybe earlier inhabitants, Cherokee certainly, had left markings. The trail forked. Emily checked her GPS, a Garmin Oregon 450, reliable unit she'd used for years. The right path led deeper into the forest toward Gregory Bald. The left curved back toward the loop road. According to the map, both were legitimate trails. She chose right, following what seemed like the more likely route for a day hiker. 20 minutes later, she was lost. Not slightly disoriented. Completely, impossibly lost. The GPS showed her position clearly, still within Cades Cove, roughly half a mile from the loop road, but the trail had vanished. She stood in dense forest with no path in any direction. She'd been following clear trail, marked and maintained, and then it had just stopped, like walking into a wall of trees that shouldn't exist. Emily turned around. The trail she'd just walked should be right there. Nothing. Just rhododendron and mountain laurel, so thick she couldn't see more than 10 feet in any direction. Her radio crackled. "Sorensen, what's your status?" She keyed the mic. I've lost the trail. GPS says I'm half a mile northeast of Cable Mill, but there's no path. No markers." Silence. Then Carl's voice, carefully controlled. "Emily, what direction are you facing?" She checked her compass. "North. Turn around, walk south. Don't deviate. Walk exactly south until you hit the loop road." "The GPS?" "Forget the GPS. Trust the compass. Walk south." Something in his tone made her comply. Emily started walking, forcing her way through undergrowth, following the compass needle religiously. The vegetation seemed to resist, branches catching her clothes, roots appearing from nowhere to trip her. But she kept going. After what felt like an hour but was only 15 minutes according to her watch, she broke through onto the loop road. Her truck was visible 100 yards away. She'd somehow circled back. Emily leaned against a tree, breathing hard. This made no sense. The GPS had shown her moving in a straight line northeast. The compass had guided her south. Both couldn't be right. She was reaching for her radio when she saw it. Connor Burke's camera. It sat on a wooden fence post near one of the historic cabins. A Canon EOS Rebel, exactly like the model Burke's sister had described. Emily approached carefully. The camera was dry despite the morning dew, as if it had been placed there recently. She turned it on. The battery was full. She clicked through the photos. The first dozen were standard tourist shots. The cove, mountains, historic buildings. Then the images changed. Photo 47, a trail, clearly marked, heading into forest. Photo 48. The same trail, but the markers were different. Wrong somehow. Photo 49, trees, just trees. But they seemed closer together than possible. Photo 50, the trail was gone, just dense forest. Photo 51, a blur, like Burke had spun around quickly. Photo 52, trees again, but the bark had faces, not carved. Natural patterns in the bark that looked unmistakably like faces. Dozens of them, all watching. Photos 53, 60, increasingly frantic shots. Blurred, poorly framed, like someone running while trying to photograph something. Trees, always trees, pressing closer. Photo 61. Clear image. A figure standing among the trees. Emily zoomed in on the LCD screen. The figure was tall, at least 7 feet, and seemed to be made of bark and moss and twisted branches. But it had a face. Human-ish. Eyes that looked directly at the camera with obvious intelligence. Photo 62 was the last image. Just darkness. Or maybe not darkness, texture. Like the inside of tree bark. Like Burke had been pressed against or into a tree when the photo was taken. Emily's hands were shaking. She ejected the memory card and pocketed it. Then she radioed dispatch. "I found Burke's camera. I'm bringing it in. I need to speak with Carl immediately." Back at the station, Emily plugged the memory card into her laptop. Carl watched over her shoulder as she went through the images. "That's a Leshy," he said quietly when she reached photo 61. "A what?" "Slavic forest spirit, guardian, protector of old-growth forests. The settlers who came here in the 1700s and 1800s, a lot of them were Eastern European. They brought their folklore with them. And they found..." He gestured at the screen. "They found those beliefs weren't just folklore here." Emily stared at him. "You're saying there's an actual, forest monster in Cades Cove?" "I'm saying that valley was sacred to the Cherokee before white settlement. They called it Siahi, Otter Place. But they had other names for it too. Names that translate roughly to where the trees watch or where the forest remembers. The Cherokee didn't live there. Hunted through it, but never settled. Because something older lived there first. And you think this, Leshy? I think whatever it is, it predates human names for it. The Slavic settlers called it Leshy because that was their framework. The Cherokee had their own names. But it's the same thing. Guardian spirit. Territorial. And it doesn't like humans in its forest on certain days. Spring equinox." Carl nodded. "Day of balance. Day when the veil between our world and other places gets thin. Old belief systems all agree on that much." Emily looked at the photo of the figure. "If you knew about this, why didn't you warn Burke?" "We did. Sort of. The cove is closed to overnight camping on March 21st. Has been for 20 years. We can't explain why in the official literature, so we cite maintenance or wildlife management. Most people don't question it." He paused. "But we can't close it completely. It's a public park. We can't legally bar access without cause. And forest spirit takes people on the equinox isn't a cause the federal government recognizes. So you just let people disappear? We do everything we can within the rules." Carl's voice was hard. "We post warnings. We station rangers at the entrances on that date. We try to turn people around, but if someone insists on going in, we can't physically stop them." Emily looked at photo 62, the darkness that might be tree bark. "We have to find him. He could still be alive. For about 6 more hours, maybe. It's March 22nd now. After sunset tonight, if he's still in there, he's gone permanently. That's the pattern. People taken on March 21st have until the next sunset. After that..." Carl shrugged helplessly. "We've tried. Every year we try. But the forest doesn't give them back." Emily was already grabbing her gear. "Then we have 6 hours. I'm going in." "Emily, listen to me. I've worked here 26 years. I've seen 12 disappearances. I've lost 3 fellow rangers who went searching after sunset. The forest on that date it's not normal space. GPS doesn't work right. Compasses spin. Trails move. And if you're in there when the sun sets..." "I'm going in," Emily repeated. "You can help me or not." Carl was silent for a long moment. Then he grabbed his own pack. "I'll help. But we follow my rules. We stay together. We trust compasses over GPS. And if I say we're leaving, we leave. No arguments. Deal." They loaded into Emily's truck and drove back to Cades Cove. The morning fog had thickened into proper mist. The mountains were invisible beyond 100 yards. Carl led them to a different trailhead, barely visible, unmarked, almost certainly unofficial. The Cherokee had paths that avoided the active areas, he explained. This is one of them. It's not on any modern map, but it's the safest way to move through the cove when the forest is awake. Awake? You'll understand when you feel it. They started hiking. Immediately, Emily felt the difference. The forest had weight here, a presence that pressed against her awareness. The trees seemed to lean inward, watching. The silence was absolute. No birds, no insects, just the sound of their boots on soft earth and their own breathing. The marked trees appeared again, those strange symbols carved into bark. Carl touched one reverently as they passed. "Protection marks," he said. "Cherokee shamans made them. Later, the Eastern European settlers reinforced them. They're supposed to mark safe paths, areas the Guardian has agreed not to defend. Does it work? Sometimes. They walked for an hour, the forest growing denser, darker. Emily's sense of direction was completely scrambled. Her GPS showed them walking in circles, but Carl moved with confidence, checking his compass constantly. Then they heard it. A voice, human, male, shouting for help. "Connor Burke?" Emily called out. "Help! I'm stuck! I can't get out!" The voice came from ahead and to the right. Emily started toward it, but Carl grabbed her arm. "Wait! Listen to where it's coming from!" Emily focused. The voice seemed to move, coming from different directions with each shout. Behind them now, then to the left, then above them. "It's the forest," Carl said quietly. "It's learned to mimic. That's not Burke. Or maybe it is, but it's not him anymore. It's the forest wearing his voice." As if in response, the voice changed, became Emily's voice. "Help me," it called in her exact tone. "Carl, I'm lost. I can't find the trail." Emily felt her skin crawl. Hearing her own voice come from the trees was viscerally wrong. "Ignore it," Carl said. "Keep moving." They pressed on. The voices followed. Burke's, Emily's, other voices she didn't recognize. Men, women, children, all calling for help, all coming from different impossible directions. The fog thickened into something unnatural, green-tinged, luminescent. It moved against the wind, or maybe there was no wind anymore. Maybe they'd passed into somewhere wind didn't exist. Emily checked her watch. 2:47 p.m., less than 4 hours until sunset. They broke into a clearing. Natural or artificial, Emily couldn't tell. The trees formed a perfect circle around open space, maybe 40 feet across. In the center stood a structure. Not a building. More like a cathedral made of living wood. Trees had grown together, their branches interlacing to form walls and arches. Roots emerged from the ground to create steps leading to an opening that might be a door. "I've never seen this before," Carl whispered. "And I've been in this forest for decades. Is that good or bad? I don't know." Inside the clearing, the voices stopped. The oppressive presence of the forest receded slightly. It felt like stepping into a pocket of calm within a storm. Emily approached the structure carefully. As she got closer, she could see more detail. The trees were old, centuries old, maybe older, and they were covered in carvings. Thousands of symbols, overlapping, layer upon layer. Cherokee, Cyrillic, something that looked like Celtic Ogham, and things that predated all written language. "This is a threshold," Carl said. "A boundary place, between our world and wherever the forest takes them. Can we go in?" "I don't think we have a choice." They entered together. The interior was larger than the exterior suggested, impossible geometry that made Emily's head hurt. The walls were living wood, still growing, still breathing. The floor was soft moss that glowed faintly, and in the center, suspended in a cage of roots growing from floor and ceiling, Connor Burke. He was alive, conscious, but changing. His skin had taken on a bark-like texture. His fingers were elongating, becoming twig-like. Moss grew in his hair. When he opened his eyes, they reflected light like an animal's. "Help," he whispered. His voice was layered, human, and something else. "It's turning me into... I can feel it. I'm becoming part of..." A sound behind them. Emily turned. The figure from the photograph stood in the doorway. The Leshy. 8 feet tall, body made of ancient wood and living vine. Antlers or branches, impossible to tell, crowned its head. Its face was almost human, but not quite. Too symmetrical. Too knowing. When it spoke, the voice came from everywhere and nowhere. A sound like wind through leaves shaped into words. "You enter my forest uninvited. You disturb the balance. Every year one is taken as reminder. One is changed as tribute. This is the agreement made when your people first came to these mountains. Blood and respect for permission to pass. There's no agreement, Emily said, forcing steadiness into her voice. People don't consent to. Their ancestors consented. The Cherokee knew. The first white settlers knew. Each generation forgets, and each generation must be taught again. The Leshy moved closer, not walking, flowing. This one, it gestured to Connor, entered during the sacred hours. He belongs to the forest now. Carl stepped forward. We request mercy. It's not his fault he didn't know. Ignorance is not exception. The forest does not make exceptions. The forest only remembers. And I am the forest's memory. Emily's hand went to her Glock. Useless gesture. What was she going to do, shoot a tree? But the Leshy noticed. You carry violence, of course, your kind always does. That is why tribute is required, why balance must be maintained. You take and take from the forest. Trees, animals, space. The forest takes one life per year in return. Fair exchange. It's not fair. Then leave the mountains. Return the land. Restore what was destroyed. Until then, the agreement stands. Connor Burke made a sound, half scream, half something else. His transformation was accelerating. Roots were growing from his feet, burrowing into the moss floor. Emily felt helpless rage building. This couldn't be how it ended. There had to be. Take me instead, she heard herself say. Carl grabbed her arm. Emily, no, I'm serious. You want tribute? Fine. But let him go. He has family. People who love him. Take me instead. The Leshy tilted its head. You would trade yourself? You are new to these mountains. The forest has no claim on you yet. Then my choice is truly voluntary. Isn't that more valuable? Someone who chooses to stay rather than someone trapped? Silence. The Leshy seemed to consider. Or maybe it was consulting with the forest itself. Emily had the sense of vast communication happening beyond her perception. The balance requires sacrifice, it said finally. But the nature of sacrifice matters. Forced tribute and chosen devotion are different flavors. It moved toward Emily. You would stay? Become guardian? Learn the forest's ways and enforce the boundaries from within? If you release Connor Burke, yes. Emily, don't, Carl started. But Emily cut him off. It's my choice. The Leshy extended one branch-like hand. Then be marked, be claimed, be changed. Emily stepped forward and took its hand. The sensation was like lightning through her nervous system. She could suddenly feel the entire forest. Every tree, every root, every blade of grass. The network of life pulsing beneath her awareness. And older things. Spirits. Memories. Consciousnesses that had existed here for millennia. She understood now. The Leshy wasn't a monster. It was a guardian, yes, but also a priest. A keeper of balance. The forest wasn't evil. It was old and wild, and operated by rules humans had forgotten. Rules about respect and reciprocity and the cost of taking without giving. When the sensation faded, Emily looked at her hands. Bark patterns traced her skin like tattoos. Her fingernails had darkened to wood brown. She could feel roots. Not from her body, not yet. But she could sense them beneath the earth, waiting. The change is slow, the Leshy said. You have time. Learn. Understand. When you are ready, you will join us fully. Until then, you walk between, human enough to speak to your kind, forest enough to speak for us. The roots holding Connor released. He collapsed, gasping. The bark texture on his skin was fading, the transformation reversing. Carl rushed to him, helping him stand. Can you walk? Connor nodded weakly. Then we're leaving. Now. Carl looked at Emily. You too. Whatever agreement you made. I'm staying, Emily said. Her voice was calm. It's done. Emily. Carl, someone has to do this. Someone has to stand between the forest and people who don't understand. I'm that person now. Take Connor home. Tell them... She paused. Tell them I'm remaining as liaison. Permanent posting to Cades Cove. It's not technically a lie. Carl's face was anguished, but he nodded. He understood. Someone had to stay. Someone always had to stay. He helped Connor toward the exit. At the threshold, he looked back. Will I see you again? Maybe. On the margins. I'll still be me. Mostly. Just more. They left. Emily watched them go, feeling the forest's presence settling into her bones. The Leshy stood beside her. You chose bravely. The forest honors that. You will be taught. You will learn the old ways. And when others come, as they will, every year, you will stand as warning and protection both. Will it hurt? The full change? Change always carries pain, but also beauty. You will see things no human has seen. Understand languages spoken only in root and wind. You will live long. Centuries, perhaps. Time moves differently here. Emily thought about her life, her career, her apartment back in Montana, her sister in Portland. All that felt distant now. Someone else's life. Someone she'd been before the forest claimed her. When does it happen? The full transformation? When you're ready. When you stop fighting it. When you understand that you're not losing your humanity, you're expanding beyond it. Emily looked at her hands. The bark patterns were spreading slowly up her arms. She could feel the forest's heartbeat matching her own. She was scared, terrified, but also curious. What would it be like to be part of something so old, so vast? The Leshy placed a hand on her shoulder. Its touch was gentle. Come. I will show you the deep forest. The places where stone remembers the first words spoken here. Where water runs with purpose older than names. Where trees hold councils you may now attend. Emily took a last look at the exit. At the human world she was leaving behind. Then she turned and followed the guardian deeper into the living cathedral. The transformation would take time. Weeks. Months. Maybe years. But it had begun. And somewhere in her changing heart she felt, not peace exactly, but rightness. Like a piece finding its place in a pattern too large to comprehend fully. Behind her, the forest closed its boundaries. The clearing vanished from human perception. The trail Carl had followed would be gone by the time he returned with Connor to the loop road. And next year, on March 21st, there would be no disappearance. Because Emily Sorensen would stand at the threshold, warning visitors away, speaking for the forest, explaining, as much as could be explained, that some places demanded respect, not conquest. That balance had a price. She was that price now. And strangely, terrifyingly, she accepted it. The last human thought she had, before the forest's consciousness fully merged with hers, was simple. Some territories choose their guardians. Others make them. Cade's Cove had made her. And she would serve. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The last thing Kayla Morrison said over the radio wasn't a scream. It was laughter, wet and wrong, coming from a throat that sounded like it was drowning in soil. Lisa Hoffman had been a ranger at Great Smoky Mountains National Park for 6 years, long enough to distinguish between different kinds of distress calls. Fear had a particular pitch. Pain, another. Confusion, hypothermia, panic. Each created distinct vocal patterns she'd learned to recognize and respond to appropriately. But this sound, crackling through her Motorola GP380 at 11:47 p.m. on October 31st, 2003, matched nothing in her experience. Kayla Morrison, what's your status? Lisa kept her voice steady despite the cold pressure building in her chest. Behind her, through the ranger station's window, fog pressed against the glass like something alive, the kind of dense Appalachian mist that could reduce visibility to arm's length within minutes. The laughter continued for another 5 seconds, then cut to wet breathing. Ranger Hoffman. Kayla's voice sounded strained, as if speaking required forcing air through something thick. I think I found where the old settlers are buried, the ones that aren't on the maps. Lisa pulled up the search grid on her computer. Kayla Morrison, 29 years old, solo hiker from Knoxville, had been reported overdue 12 hours ago when she failed to check in at Klingman's Dome shelter. Her last known position placed her near the Forney Creek Trail, an area that saw little traffic this late in October. The park had hundreds of old burial sites, pioneer families, Cherokee settlements predating forced removal, even earlier graves from people whose names had been lost to time and forest growth. Kayla, I need you to describe your exact location. Any landmarks? There's a clearing. Maybe 30 graves, all marked with stones. No names, just symbols. The transmission broke into static. When Kayla's voice returned, it had changed. Lower, slower. They're not empty, Ranger Hoffman. I can hear them under the ground. Scratching. Lisa's hand moved automatically to her emergency contact list, but she hesitated. Protocol said to call for backup to coordinate a night rescue with proper support. But protocol also assumed rational explanations. Injury, disorientation, hypothermia, induced confusion. Something in Kayla's voice suggested a different category of emergency, one that Lisa's official training hadn't covered but her family history had prepared her for. Her grandmother had been Romanian, had come to Tennessee in 1952, carrying stories that the family dismissed as old-world superstition. Stories about the Strigoi, the undead who returned when burial rites were performed incorrectly, or when violent death left debts unpaid. Stories about how the Appalachians reminded her of the Carpathians, how mountains held memories, how certain places thinned the boundary between the living and what came after. Kayla, I need you to move away from that location, now. Don't stop to gather equipment, just walk back the way you came. I can't. Kayla's voice had dropped to a whisper. Something's coming out. The earth is moving. I can see, oh God, I can see hands. The transmission cut completely. Lisa was moving before conscious thought caught up. She grabbed her pack, already loaded with standard search equipment, and added items protocol didn't cover. Salt from the break room, a bottle of whiskey, matches, and a silver compass her grandmother had given her with instructions Lisa had thought were folklore until this moment. Instructions about how the dead in mountain graves didn't always stay buried, especially when someone disturbed their rest on Samhain, the night when barriers between worlds grew thin. She left a note for the morning shift. Responding to Morrison emergency. Forney Creek area. Will radio at dawn. Didn't mention the rest because writing it down would force her to acknowledge how completely insane it sounded. The fog outside was impenetrable. Lisa's truck headlights penetrated maybe 20 feet before light diffused into gray nothing. She drove by memory and GPS, a Garmin E-Trex Summit that was top of the line for 2003 but primitive by future standards, navigating switchbacks where one wrong turn meant a 100-foot drop into darkness. Her phone rang. Not the radio. Her personal Nokia 3310. She almost didn't answer, thinking it was Derek, her ex-husband, calling to argue about next week's custody schedule for their 8-year-old son, Mason. But the number on the dim green screen wasn't Derek's. Hello? Mommy. Mason's voice, small and scared. Are you coming home? Lisa's heart clenched. Baby, why are you calling? You're supposed to be with your dad tonight. He's not here. He dropped me off, but you weren't home, so I'm waiting. It's dark and the fog is really thick and I keep hearing noises outside. Lisa's hands tightened on the wheel. Derek had done this before. Changed plans without telling her, assuming she'd be home because where else would a responsible parent be at midnight on Halloween? Never mind that she'd told him 2 days ago about pulling a night shift. Mason, listen carefully. Lock all the doors. Turn on every light in the house. I'm coming home right now. But Mommy, the lady outside says she knows you. She says she has a message from Grandma. Lisa's blood turned to ice water. Her grandmother had died 3 years ago, and Mason had never met her. She'd passed when he was 5, during a period when Lisa's mother had kept the family at distance, uncomfortable with the old woman's stories and stranger, uncomfortable with how Lisa had started believing them after too many years in these mountains. What lady? Mason? Where is she? At the back door. She's really pale and her clothes are old and dirty like she's been digging. She keeps knocking and saying Grandma sent her to... The line went dead. Lisa's foot slammed the accelerator. The truck fishtailed on the narrow mountain road, tires screaming protest. She had 2 emergencies now. Kayla Morrison somewhere in the forest encountering something that made people laugh with lungs full of earth, and her son alone in their house with something that claimed to have messages from the dead. She couldn't be in both places. Couldn't save everyone. The choice tore at her with physical pain. Abandon a hiker in genuine distress, or leave her child alone with whatever was knocking at their door. Lisa grabbed her radio. Hoffman to dispatch. I have a family emergency. Need immediate backup at Forney Creek Trail for Morrison rescue. Static answered. She tried her cell phone. No signal, which was normal this deep in the park but felt malicious now, as if the mountain itself was conspiring to isolate her. The road forked. Left toward town and Mason. Right toward the Forney Creek trailhead and Kayla. Lisa sat at the intersection while the fog pressed in and seconds ticked past, each one a small betrayal of someone who needed her. Her grandmother's voice echoed from memory. The Strigoi hunt on Samhain because the barriers are thin. They rise from graves that were not properly blessed, from bodies that died with business unfinished. They are hungry for life they no longer have. But they are bound by old rules. They cannot enter a home uninvited. They cannot cross lines of salt. They cannot pursue the innocent, only those who have disturbed their rest or broken sacred laws. Mason was innocent. Whatever was at their door couldn't enter without invitation. But an 8-year-old boy, scared and alone, might not understand that inviting the pale lady inside was exactly what he shouldn't do. Kayla had disturbed a burial ground, had walked into an unmarked cemetery on the night when the dead walked easiest. If what Lisa suspected was true, Kayla was already beyond saving. Already infected with the curse of the Strigoi, the undead state that began with hearing the scratching beneath graves and ended with clawing one's own way out of earth. Lisa turned left. Toward home. Toward Mason. The 15-minute drive took 30 through fog that seemed actively malevolent. Twice, Lisa nearly drove off the road when the mist shaped itself into figures standing at the shoulder. Human shapes that turned to watch her pass, their eyes reflecting headlights like animal eyes shouldn't reflect, too bright and too red. Her house appeared suddenly, materialized from fog with all its lights blazing as instructed. Lisa parked and ran to the front door, key already in hand. Locked. Good. She burst inside. Mason! Her son appeared at the top of the stairs, face pale but unharmed. Lisa took the steps 3 at a time and pulled him into a hug that made him squeak in protest. Did you invite her in? The lady at the door, did you let her inside? No. You always said never open doors for strangers. But Mommy, she's still out there. She won't leave. She just keeps knocking and saying Grandma's name, and Mason's voice dropped to a whisper. Sometimes when I look at the window, there's more than one person. There's lots of them. All pale and dirty. Lisa carried Mason downstairs and looked through the kitchen window. The back porch light illuminated fog and nothing else. But when she stared long enough, shapes resolved from the gray. Human figures standing motionless in their yard, arranged in a semicircle around the house. 7 of them. No. 9. More appearing as her eyes adjusted, emerging from mist like photographs developing in chemical solution. They were dressed in clothes from different eras. Homespun fabric from the 1800s, work clothes from the Depression, modern hiking gear. All of them shared the same unnatural pallor, the same earth-stained skin, the same 2 bright eyes that didn't blink in the porch light's glare. One stood closer than the others, female, wearing a dress that might have been white before grave soil turned it gray. Her face was familiar. Lisa had seen it in old photographs her grandmother kept. Pictures of relatives who died in Romania before the family emigrated. The woman raised one hand and knocked on the window. Not hard, not threatening, just persistent. 3 slow knocks. Then her mouth moved, shaping words Lisa couldn't hear through glass but could read on lips that hadn't moved properly in decades. Let us in, Elena. Elena had been her grandmother's name. Lisa pulled Mason away from the window and carried him to the living room, set him on the couch. "Stay here, don't move, don't look at the windows." She retrieved the salt from her truck and poured lines across every threshold, front door, back door, windows on the ground floor. Old rules, her grandmother had said. The dead could not cross salt freely given and properly blessed. Lisa didn't know any formal blessings, but she whispered her grandmother's name as she poured, adding, "Please protect us," in Romanian, a language she barely remembered from childhood. The knocking stopped. Lisa risked a glance through the window. The figures remained in their semicircle, but they'd stepped back from the house, retreated to the edge of the property line where they stood watching with patient hunger. Not gone, just waiting. Her radio crackled. Lisa nearly jumped. She grabbed it, expecting dispatch, hoping for backup. Instead, Kayla Morrison's voice emerged through static. "Ranger Hoffman. I understand now. I disturbed them, walked through their resting place without respect, without permission. Now they want me to join them. They've been teaching me what it means to be hungry when you have no stomach, to be cold when you have no blood to warm. It's not so bad. Not after the first hour of screaming. After that, it's almost peaceful." "Kayla, where are you?" Lisa kept her voice low, aware of Mason listening from the couch. "Still at the burial ground, but I'm under it now. They pulled me down so gently, like they were tucking me in. The soil is softer than you'd think from the inside. Warm, dark. I can feel them all around me, the others who came before. We're all waiting together, waiting for Samhain to end, for the barriers to thin completely, for permission to rise. Permission from who? From whoever disturbed us, from whoever broke the sacred ground. That's the rule. The Strigoi can only rise when invited by the living, when someone violates their rest. I invited them by walking through without asking. Now they can rise. All of them. Not just from this grave. From all the forgotten graves in these mountains. There are hundreds, Ranger Hoffman. Maybe thousands. People buried without proper rites in unconsecrated ground. In places the forest has reclaimed. We're all waking up." Lisa's mind raced through her grandmother's stories, trying to remember what stopped the Strigoi once they rose. Salt slowed them. Running water confused them. Silver burned them. But those were defensive measures, ways to delay the inevitable. To actually stop them required. The memory hit her like cold water. To stop the Strigoi permanently, you had to find the grave they rose from and complete what their original burial failed to provide. Proper rites, sacred words, blessing the ground they'd left cursed by their dying. "Kayla, I need the exact location of that burial ground. GPS coordinates if you can." Laughter again, that wet, drowning sound. "Why? So you can come bless us back into staying dead?" "Too late, Ranger. The sun will rise in 7 hours. We have until dawn to do what the hungry dead do. After that, we return to soil, but we'll return satisfied." "What do you want?" "The same thing all hungry things want, to consume, to take the life we don't have anymore. The old rules say we can only feed on those who disturbed our rest or their bloodline. Kayla Morrison disturbed us. So Kayla Morrison becomes us, but you know what's interesting? The voice on the radio wasn't quite Kayla anymore. It had layers now. Multiple throats speaking in imperfect unison. Your grandmother disturbed graves too. Long ago, before she left Romania. She opened a tomb she shouldn't have opened. She took something that belonged to the dead. She thought moving to America would let her escape the consequences. But the Strigoi are patient. We can wait generations. We can follow bloodlines across oceans. And tonight, when the barriers are thinnest, we've come to collect what she owed. The figures outside the house moved closer, not crossing the salt lines, but testing them, toes touching the threshold and recoiling from whatever force the barrier created. Mason whispered from the couch, "Mommy, what's happening?" Lisa's hand moved to her phone. One emergency contact left to try. She dialed her mother's number, praying for an answer. 3 rings. 4. Voicemail. She tried again. This time her mother answered, voice thick with sleep. Lisa, it's midnight. What did Grandma take from Romania? What did she steal from the dead? Silence stretched long enough that Lisa thought the connection had dropped. Finally, how do you know about that? Because they're here. The Strigoi. They're at my house and they want payment. What did she take? Her mother's voice shook. A phylactery. A container holding something that should have stayed buried with a Romanian nobleman who died in 1847. He was Strigoi. Had been for years before they finally caught and killed him properly. They buried him with his personal effects in blessed ground, sealed with prayers. Your grandmother was young, stupid, thought the phylactery was valuable. She opened the tomb and took it. The family had to flee Romania 3 months later when people from his bloodline started dying. We came to America. She hid the phylactery, never spoke of it. I thought the danger died with her. Where is it, the phylactery? Where did she hide it? I don't know. She said she'd buried it somewhere safe, somewhere the Strigoi could never find it. Somewhere in the mountains, she said. In a place of power that would keep it contained. Lisa looked out the window. The figures had multiplied. Dozens now, arranged in concentric circles around her property, all of them watching with eyes that reflected light like predators' eyes, patient and hungry and absolutely certain of their eventual victory. The radio crackled again. We can smell it. The voice that had been Kayla Morrison was completely gone now, replaced by something older, speaking English with a thick Romanian accent Lisa's grandmother had worked years to lose. The phylactery is near. Your grandmother buried it in these mountains. We will find it, and when we do, the debt she owed will be paid in full. Your blood and your son's blood and every drop of life in your family line. Lisa pulled Mason close. Her mind worked through the geometry of the problem. The Strigoi wanted the phylactery. Her grandmother had hidden it in the mountains. The mountains meant the park, nearly 522,000 acres of wilderness with thousands of burial sites, forgotten graves, places of power, both Native American and Christian, and older things that predated both. But her grandmother had been specific about location, always. Had marked important places, created maps for family members even when the family dismissed her as superstitious. Lisa remembered boxes in her mother's attic, papers and photographs her grandmother had saved. I need to go to my mother's house, Lisa said into the phone. I need Grandma's papers, everything she saved about the mountains. Lisa, it's midnight, and if what you're saying is true, if what I'm saying is true, we're all dead by dawn unless I find that phylactery and use it to bargain with them. Mason needs to stay with you. Keep him inside. Pour salt across every door and window. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Lisa gathered Mason's coat and shoes, avoiding the windows where the dead watched. She carried him to the truck, moving fast, knowing the Strigoi couldn't cross her threshold, but uncertain what they could do once she left the salt protection. The figures parted as she pulled out of the driveway. Let her pass. They had no reason to stop her. She was doing exactly what they wanted, leading them to the phylactery, to the object that would complete the curse and let them feed on her bloodline with the old law's blessing. Lisa dropped Mason at her mother's house with instructions that made her mother's face go pale. Then she drove to the ranger station, mind working through decades of her grandmother's stories, trying to remember every detail about places of power in these mountains. The station's archives held decades of documentation. Lisa pulled file after file, spreading them across her desk. Old maps showing pioneer settlements, Cherokee sacred sites, burial grounds both marked and unmarked. She cross-referenced them with her grandmother's papers. Letters, diary entries in Romanian that Lisa had to puzzle through with a dictionary. Photographs of mountain locations marked with symbols Lisa now recognized as protective wards. Pattern emerged slowly. Her grandmother had visited certain locations repeatedly in her first years in Tennessee, had photographed them from multiple angles, had written notes about similarities to homeland, and good places for remembering, and once, more explicitly, places where the dead sleep deep. One location appeared more than others. A ridge near Klingman's Dome, not far from where Kayla Morrison had made her last transmission. A place where 3 creeks converged, where Cherokee, European settlers, and earlier peoples had all buried their dead. A place with so many graves layered over centuries that the earth itself was more bone than soil. Lisa's grandmother had written about it in 1952, shortly after arriving. Found the place today, strong enough to hold what I brought from home. Sacred to many peoples, many deaths. The dead guard the dead here. It will keep the phylactery safe until I can find proper way to destroy it. Until then it sleeps under graves of those who died clean, who would not welcome the strigoi. They will keep it contained. Coordinates followed, written in margin, 35.5628 N, 83.4983 W. Lisa entered them into her GPS. The location was 12 miles into the backcountry, accessible only by trail, requiring 3 hours of hiking under normal conditions. In darkness, in fog, with the dead hunting her? She had 7 hours until dawn. If her grandmother was right, the strigoi would return to their graves at sunrise, forced back by whatever laws governed the undead. 7 hours to hike 12 miles, find a buried phylactery in a ridge full of graves, and figure out what to do with it. Lisa loaded her pack with everything she might need. Flashlights with extra batteries, her GPS unit, rope, a folding shovel, food and water, the silver compass, matches, the whiskey, more salt, her radio and phone for communication, a laminated park map showing the trail to the coordinates. She drove to the Forney Creek trailhead. The parking area was empty except for one vehicle, a Honda Civic with Knoxville plates registered to Kayla Morrison. Lisa photographed it, documenting everything by habit even though no official report would ever include what she was about to do. The trail began where pavement ended. Lisa's flashlight cut a tunnel through darkness and fog, illuminating 10 feet ahead before light dissolved into gray nothing. She moved fast, navigating by GPS, using the trail when it matched her bearing and cutting cross-country when it didn't. The forest was wrong, too silent. No animal sounds, no wind through branches, just the crunch of her boots on leaves and her own measured breathing. The fog moved strangely, flowing uphill and pooling in valleys, behaving like liquid more than vapor. 2 miles in, Lisa saw the first grave. Just a depression in earth, marked by a stone without inscription. Then another. And another. The trail passed through an old cemetery, dozens of graves from the 1800s, most markers weathered illegible or fallen into soil. Lisa didn't slow down, didn't look too closely at the depressions that seemed freshly disturbed, at earth that looked like it had been pushed up from beneath. 5 miles. Her GPS showed her making good time despite conditions. 3 more hours of darkness left. She'd reach the coordinates with time to spare. The laughter started around mile 7, not from her radio, from the forest itself. Multiple voices, wet and wrong, echoing from all directions. Lisa recognized Kayla Morrison's contribution to the chorus, but there were others, dozens of others. The sound of people who drowned in earth, whose lungs held soil instead of air, but who laughed anyway because the alternative was madness. Lisa ran. Her pack bounced against her back, flashlight beam jerking wildly. The GPS screen showed her position creeping toward the coordinates. 35.556 to Ayod again, 83.4983 to W, 1 mile, half mile, 300 yards. The trail opened into a clearing at the top of a ridge. 3 creeks met here, their water flowing in defiance of gravity, running uphill toward the convergence point. In the center stood a massive oak tree, older than the park itself, roots spreading across ground that rose and fell in patterns suggesting countless graves beneath. Lisa's grandmother had been right. This place held power. Could feel it in the air, a pressure that made her ears pop and her skin prickle. Sacred to many peoples, layered with death from centuries of burial. The kind of place where boundaries between worlds grew thin even when it wasn't Samhain. She pulled out the folding shovel and began to dig at the oak's base, where her grandmother's notes said the phylactery was buried. Soil came up easily, already loose as if recently disturbed. 3 feet down, her shovel struck metal. Lisa cleared the soil carefully. A metal box, maybe 8 inches square, unmarked but heavy. She lifted it free and brushed dirt from the lid. No lock, just a simple clasp. Inside, wrapped in cloth, was a small wooden container carved with symbols Lisa recognized from her grandmother's papers. Romanian words of protection, Christian crosses, older symbols that predated Christianity. She opened the phylactery. Inside was a ring, silver set with a dark stone, inscribed with words in a language Lisa didn't know. It felt cold even through her gloves, cold in a way that suggested absence rather than temperature. Cold like the voices on her radio, cold like the pale figures that had stood outside her house. "You found it." The voice came from behind her. Lisa spun. The woman in the earth-stained white dress stood at the clearing's edge. Up close, the family resemblance was unmistakable. This was the relative from her grandmother's photographs, the cousin who died in Romania in 1949. Behind her, more figures emerged from fog. Dozens. Hundreds. All the dead from all the graves in these mountains, risen on this night when barriers fell and old debts came due. Kayla Morrison was among them, still recognizable despite the soil caked in her hair and the unnatural pallor of her skin. She moved with the stuttering gait of someone still learning to animate a body that had stopped obeying normal commands. "Give us the phylactery," the woman in white said. "It contains what was stolen, what your grandmother took from our master's grave, his ring of binding which gave him power over death itself. With it returned, his curse can be completed, your family's debt paid, your bloodline consumed, all clean and proper according to the old laws." Lisa's hand closed around the ring. Cold burned through her glove. "And if I destroy it instead?" "You can't. It's bound by magic older than your god. To destroy it would require undoing the bindings, which requires knowledge you don't have. Give it to us or we take it from you. Either way, your family pays." Lisa's mind raced. Her grandmother had stolen this ring, had brought the curse to America, had hidden it here where the dead would guard it. But she hadn't destroyed it because she couldn't. The binding was too strong, the magic too old. So she'd done the next best thing, hidden it in a place of power where other deaths would contain its influence. Unless someone disturbed those graves, unless someone broke the containment on Samhain, unless the barriers fell and the dead rose and the phylactery was exposed. Kayla Morrison walked through this cemetery. Lisa spoke clearly, trying to buy time to think. "That's what started this. She disturbed your rest. She gave us permission to rise. But we've been waiting decades for this night. Your grandmother knew we would come eventually. Knew that on Samhain, when the barriers fell, we would search for what she stole. Kayla was simply convenient, a living person who disturbed sacred ground at the exact right time. We've been patient. We can wait decades more if needed. But tonight the debt is due." Lisa looked at the ring in her palm, at the figures surrounding the clearing, at Kayla Morrison standing with the dead, already more gone than present, at the GPS in her other hand showing 4:47 a.m. Less than 2 hours until dawn. Her grandmother's voice echoed in memory. "The Strigoi are bound by laws. They can only take what is owed, only feed on bloodlines that created debt. But they are also literal. They follow exact words of curses, exact terms of payment." Lisa took a breath. "My grandmother stole this ring from a tomb in Romania. That created a debt. The debt is owed by her bloodline. Me, my mother, my son. But the debt is for theft, not murder. The old laws are specific. You can only take blood if blood was taken first. But my grandmother didn't kill anyone. She stole an object." The figures went still, listening. "The payment for theft is return of what was stolen. That's the law. You can't add interest, can't expand punishment beyond the original crime. My grandmother took the ring. I'm returning it." Lisa held up the phylactery. "But I'm returning it on my terms. You get the ring back, but it stays here in this sacred ground where it's been for 50 years. Buried in soil blessed by multiple faiths, guarded by the clean dead. You can have it, but you have to leave it here. That satisfies the debt without feeding you our blood." The woman in white smiled. not a kind expression. Clever, but we decide what satisfies debt. No, the old laws decide, and the old laws are specific. Return of stolen property satisfies debt of theft. Unless you want to argue that the curse your master placed wasn't about the theft at all, was just about murder. In which case the curse was invalid from the start, because my grandmother stole, didn't kill. Either way, you don't get my blood or my son's blood or anyone's blood. You get the ring back. That's the law. Silence stretched. The dead looked at each other with eyes that reflected Lisa's flashlight. They weren't alive enough to fear, but they were bound enough by old laws to hesitate when those laws were invoked correctly. Finally, the woman in white spoke. Return is acceptable, but you must perform the return properly. Place the ring in the phylactery. Bury it at the tree's base. Speak the words of consecration your grandmother should have spoken. Then the debt is paid. Lisa didn't trust this. Couldn't trust anything the dead said on the night when they walked, but dawn was 90 minutes away and she had no other options. She placed the ring carefully back in the wooden container, closed it, wrapped it in cloth, and placed it in the metal box. Then she dug a deeper hole at the oak's base, placed the box inside, and began covering it with soil. As she worked, she spoke the only Romanian blessing she remembered from her grandmother. Dumnezeu să te odihnească în pace, să rămâi în pământ binecuvântat, să nu te ridici până când vine timpul potrivit. God rest you in peace. May you remain in blessed earth. May you not rise until the proper time comes. The soil over the box grew warm. Lisa felt it through her gloves, not burning, but warm like living skin. The tree's roots shifted, growing over the buried phylactery, binding it to earth with organic chains stronger than any human-made lock. The dead watched. As the last soil fell into place and the roots completed their seal, the figures began to fade, not all at once but gradually, like fog dispersing in sunlight. Kayla Morrison looked at Lisa one final time with eyes that held both gratitude and sorrow, already forgetting what it meant to be alive, then dissolved into mist. The woman in white lasted longest. She stood at the clearing's edge, becoming more transparent with each passing second. Before she vanished completely, she spoke. The debt is paid. The ring is returned. We are satisfied, but know this, Elena's granddaughter. The ring remains here because we allow it. If anyone disturbs this ground again, if anyone tries to take what you've buried, the debt reopens. Your bloodline has purchased peace for now. Maintain it. Then she was gone. Lisa stood alone in the clearing as the first gray light of dawn touched the eastern sky. The fog began to lift. The forest's normal sounds returned. Birds, wind, the natural music of a mountain morning. The creeks flowed downhill again, obeying gravity. The weight of supernatural presence lifted like pressure released. Lisa hiked back to the trailhead as sunrise painted the mountains gold. She retrieved her truck, drove to her mother's house, and held Mason tight enough to make him complain. Explained nothing except that everything was okay now. The emergency was over. They were safe. She filed a report about Kayla Morrison, lost in backcountry, presumed dead due to exposure and terrain. Search teams would look, would find nothing, would eventually close the case. Happened every year in these mountains. People walked into wilderness and simply vanished, swallowed by forest that remembered when it was younger and wilder, and full of things that didn't distinguish between life and death. Lisa kept her grandmother's papers, added her own notes, created a file she'd pass to Mason someday when he was old enough to understand, along with instructions. The oak tree clearing at coordinates 35.5628 degree RN, 83.4983 degree RW, is sacred ground. Never disturb it. Never allow anyone to dig there. Never remove what's buried. The debt is paid but not forgiven. The dead are patient. They remember. And some nights when the fog rolled thick through Appalachian valleys and the moon hung dark, Lisa would stand at her window and see shapes at the edge of her property, watching, making sure she remembered, making sure the bloodline kept its promise. The Strigoi were patient. They could wait generations, and they always collected their debts. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Joshua Mercer had been a wilderness ranger for Superior National Forest for 11 years, and in that time, he'd developed certain habits that kept him alive. Check the Garmin eTrex Vista twice before leaving the station. Pack 2 days extra rations. Trust the data, not the gut feeling. It was this methodical approach that had earned him a reputation as the ranger to call when things went sideways in the Boundary Waters, which, despite what the tourism brochures claimed, happened more often than anyone wanted to admit. The morning Elizabeth Hartley disappeared, Joshua was reviewing thermal imaging reports from a Canadian wildfire 70 miles north. The smoke had been drifting south for 3 days, creating a haze that turned the October sun into a dull copper disk. His office at the Kawishiwi Ranger Station smelled like burnt coffee and old paper, familiar and grounding. Josh? He looked up to find his supervisor, District Ranger Patricia Kowalski, standing in the doorway. Her face had that tight, controlled expression he'd learned meant bad news delivered calmly. We've got a missing person. Solo hiker, 34-year-old female. Name's Elizabeth Hartley. Her brother filed the report 2 hours ago. She was due back yesterday afternoon. Joshua pulled up the incident form on his computer. Where was she hiking? She registered for the Kekakabik Trail. Entry point was at the Fernberg Road trailhead. Said she'd be doing a 4-day loop, coming back through Ogishkamunsi Lake. Joshua felt something tighten in his chest. Not fear, but calculation. The Kek was 40 miles of brutal terrain, and this time of year, temperatures dropped below freezing at night. Solo? Solo. Her brother says she's experienced, has been coming up here every October for the past 6 years. Same route every time. Did she file an itinerary? Patricia handed him a printed form. Joshua scanned it with practiced efficiency. Elizabeth's handwriting was neat, almost compulsive in its precision. She'd noted her planned campsites with GPS coordinates, her expected check-in times, even her backup water purification methods. It was the itinerary of someone who understood the wilderness, who respected it. That made her disappearance worse. I'll head out in 20 minutes, Joshua said. We should notify County SAR, get already done. They're mobilizing but won't arrive until this evening. Weather windows closing tomorrow. Front coming through. Patricia paused. Her brother mentioned something else. Said she'd been calling him the past 2 nights. Sounded off. Off how? Scared. Said she felt like something was following her. Kept hearing sounds at night. Patricia's expression didn't change, but Joshua caught the slight tension in her jaw. They both knew what that usually meant. Bear, possibly aggressive, or someone's imagination running wild in the dark. Her last call was at 6:47 p.m. yesterday. Phone went dead mid-sentence. Joshua made notes on his clipboard, forcing himself to process this as data points, not as the beginning of something that made his skin feel too tight. Battery? Brother doesn't think so. Said she always packed solar chargers, was meticulous about that stuff. The word meticulous stuck with Joshua as he prepped his pack. He triple-checked his gear. Motorola XTS 5000 radio, backup batteries, first aid kit rated for major trauma, Petzl headlamp, emergency bivvy, MSR water filter, bear spray, his grandfather's compass as backup to the GPS. The Winchester Model 70 went in last. Superior National Forest policy for rangers heading into remote areas alone. The drive to Fernberg Road took 40 minutes. The smoke haze had thickened, turning the forest into something flat and strange, like a photograph that had been overexposed. Joshua parked at the trailhead and studied Elizabeth's vehicle, a 2006 Subaru Outback. Locked. Nothing unusual visible through the windows. He noted the license plate, checked the tires. Good tread, properly inflated. A woman who maintained her vehicle. The trail register confirmed her entry 4 days ago. Her signature matched the itinerary form. Below it, 3 other entries from the past week, all groups all already checked out. Joshua signed in, noted his departure time. 11:23 a.m., October 17th, 2009. The Kakakabik Trail began innocuously enough, a well-maintained path through stands of birch and aspen, already skeletal with autumn. But Joshua knew this was deceptive. 5 miles in, the trail became primitive, barely marked, the kind of terrain that swallowed people who made even small mistakes. He made good time for the first hour, covering 3 miles, his breathing steady and controlled. The forest was quiet. Too quiet, he thought, then dismissed it. The smoke was suppressing bird activity. Logical. Explainable. At the 2-hour mark, he reached Elizabeth's first planned campsite, a clearing overlooking the eastern shore of Kakakabik Lake. The fire ring showed recent use. Joshua knelt, examining the cold ash. He took a twig and stirred through it, noting partially burned wrappers from cliff bars, the foil from a mountain house freeze-dried meal. Elizabeth had been here. He checked his notes. This matched her timeline from 3 nights ago. Then he saw the tree, a white birch at the clearing's edge and carved into its bark. A single word, rough and hasty, the letters scored deep enough to weep sap. Hungry Joshua photographed it with his department-issue Nikon D40, then studied the carving more closely. The letters were irregular, done with something sharp but not a knife, maybe a tent stake or rock edge. The sap was still tacky, recent, possibly yesterday. He tried his radio. Kawashiwi Station, this is Ranger Mercer. Radio check. Over. Static. He adjusted the frequency, tried again. Nothing. The terrain here created dead zones, but his topographic map showed he should have line of sight to the relay tower on Ensign Ridge. He checked his Garmin, signal strength was good, showing his position accurately at 47 degree ver Fe 923N, 91 deg 14 18W. Joshua moved on, following Elizabeth's planned route toward Strupp Lake. The trail narrowed, became rockier. He found her second campsite by mid-afternoon, and this time the signs were more disturbing. The tent was still there. It stood at the base of a granite outcropping, a big Agnes copper spur, professionally set up with proper guy lines and stakes. The rainfly was taut, the vestibule zipped closed. Everything about it suggested someone who intended to return. Joshua approached slowly, his hand drifting to the bear spray on his belt. Elizabeth? National Park Service? Elizabeth Hartley? No response. The forest pressed in with that same unnatural quiet. He unzipped the tent fly. The interior was neat, sleeping bag folded, backpack propped in the corner, cooking gear organized in stuff sacks. Joshua inventoried the contents methodically. MSR Whisperlight stove, platypus water bladder still half full, first aid kit, unopened, bear canister with 3 days of food remaining. Her cell phone was in the mesh pocket of the tent. He pressed the power button. Dead. He pocketed it. Evidence, and possibly recoverable data if they could charge it. But it was the journal that stopped him. A moleskin notebook, water-resistant, filled with Elizabeth's precise handwriting. The early entries were mundane. Observations about trail conditions, wildlife sightings, thoughts about work stress she'd come here to escape. Joshua flipped to the final entries. October 15th. Day 2. Something's wrong with this place. I know how that sounds. I know what I'm supposed to think, that it's just my anxiety, just the stress I came here to clear from my head. But I've hiked the Kek 5 times before. I know these sounds. I know this forest. What I heard last night wasn't a bear, wasn't a wolf. It was deliberate, circling, and the cold. It shouldn't be this cold. My thermometer read 19 degrees when I checked at 2 a.m. The forecast said low 30s. October 16th, Day 3. I'm not imagining this. Something followed me today, stayed just out of sight, matching my pace exactly. When I stopped, it stopped. When I moved, it moved. I kept catching movement in my peripheral vision, but whenever I turned, nothing. Found something at my lunch break. Bones, piled in a circle, stripped completely clean, not scattered like a predator kill, arranged, and in the center, a word scraped into the dirt. Hungry. I tried calling David, but service is spotty. I told him I'm scared. I am. This is different. This is wrong. I should turn back. I know I should turn back. But it's the same distance either way now, and at least if I keep going, I'm moving toward the exit. I can do 2 more days. I can. October 16th, night. I saw it. I didn't want to write this down because writing it makes it real, but I have to document this. I have to. If something happens. Just after sunset, I saw something across the lake. Tall, wrong proportions, moving through the trees on the far shore. At first I thought it was a person, another hiker. But the way it moved, it didn't walk. It lurched, limbs too long. And when it stopped and looked toward me, I felt something I've never felt before. Not fear, recognition. Like it knew me. Like it had been looking for me specifically. The smell hit a second later. Rot. Sweet and thick, even across the water. I need to move. First light. I'm hiking out the fastest route. Fuck the itinerary. Fuck the loop. I'm getting out of... The entry stopped mid-sentence. The pen had gouged across the page. A long scratch that trailed off the paper's edge. Joshua's hands were steady as he photographed each page, but something in his chest had gone tight and cold. He was a rational man. He dealt in evidence, in facts. People got disoriented in the wilderness. They experienced pareidolia, seeing patterns and threats where none existed. Stress, exhaustion, low blood sugar, all could explain Elizabeth's deteriorating mental state. But the tent was here. Her supplies were here. She was not. He checked the perimeter of the campsite looking for tracks, signs of struggle, blood. The ground was a mix of exposed granite and thin soil covered in pine needles. Not ideal for tracking. But he found something. Depressions in the moss, leading away from the tent toward the north. Boot prints. Elizabeth's size, based on the sole pattern. He photographed them, then followed. They led 50 yards into the forest before disappearing at a rocky ledge. Joshua swept the area in expanding circles, looking for where the trail picked up again. Nothing. It was as if she'd simply stopped existing at that spot. The light was failing. Joshua checked his watch, 5:47 p.m. In his methodical way, he calculated his options. He could return to the trailhead, organize a proper search team for morning. That was protocol. That was safe. But Elizabeth's journal entries pressed against his thoughts. Something followed me. It was deliberate. Joshua made his decision. He would push on to her intended third campsite, one more location to check, then reassess. He had 4 hours of headlamp battery, plenty of food. He knew these woods. The trail to Agamock Lake was treacherous in the fading light, a narrow path that skirted the edge of several boggy areas where one wrong step would mean a soaking in near-freezing water. Joshua moved carefully, checking his GPS every 15 minutes. The smoke haze had intensified, turning twilight into something premature and oppressive. He noticed the cold next. His breath came out in thick plumes, and when he checked his thermometer, it read 18 degrees. That couldn't be right. The forecast had called for lows in the mid-30s. He tapped the device, checked the battery, functioning normally. A sound stopped him. Distant but clear in the dead air, a crack like a large branch breaking. He stood motionless, controlling his breathing, listening. The sound came again, closer now. Rhythmic. Footsteps. Elizabeth? His voice seemed too loud, too vulnerable. Elizabeth Hartley, this is the National Park Service. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed felt deliberate, intelligent. Joshua's hand moved to the bear spray, thumb on the trigger. Then from his left, another crack. And behind him, another. Not one source. Multiple. Surrounding him. His rational mind cataloged possibilities. Elk, though they rarely moved in coordinated patterns. A pack of wolves, though wolves avoided humans. His own footsteps echoing off rock faces, though that made no acoustic sense in this terrain. Joshua forced himself to move forward, maintaining his pace, not running. Running was how people died in the wilderness. Panic was how people made fatal mistakes. The fourth campsite appeared in his headlamp beam like something from a fever dream, not empty like he'd expected, but wrong. The fire ring had been disturbed, the rocks scattered outward in a perfect circle. In the center, something dark stained the ground. Joshua knelt, touched it with a gloved finger. Sticky. He brought his headlamp close. Blood. A lot of it. And drag marks leading away into the forest. Fuck. The word came out quiet, factual. Joshua pulled his radio. Any station. This is Ranger Joshua Mercer. Badge number 2847. I have evidence of a violent incident at Agamock Lake. Coordinates 48-211N, 91-1733W. Requesting immediate SAR and possible law enforcement. Over. Static. He tried 3 more times on different frequencies. Nothing but the hiss of empty channels. Joshua followed the drag marks. They led 30 feet into the trees before stopping at another birch. Carved into its bark, larger than before, the letters gouged deep. So hungry, and below it, a symbol he didn't recognize. A circle with lines radiating outward, like a sun or a mouth opened impossibly wide. He photographed it. His hands remained steady, but something fundamental in his chest had shifted. This wasn't random. This wasn't a bear attack or a human predator covering their tracks. This was something presenting itself, marking territory, leaving messages. For the first time in his 11-year career, Joshua Mercer felt something he couldn't rationalize away. The certainty that he was being watched by something that wanted him to know it. Joshua made camp in a defensible position, a granite overhang that provided cover from 3 sides and clear sight lines to the surrounding forest. He built no fire, not wanting to compromise his night vision or signal his position. Instead, he ate an MRE cold, checking his perimeter every 10 minutes with the headlamp set to red beam to preserve his eyes' dark adaptation. The temperature continued to drop. By 8 p.m., his thermometer read 11 degrees, and he could see his breath crystallizing in the still air. This was meteorologically impossible. Joshua checked the device again, even swapped in backup batteries. The reading didn't change. He tried the radio hourly. Static. His Garmin still showed strong satellite signal, confirmed his position with precision, but the communication systems were dead. Joshua made notes in his incident log, documenting everything with the same methodical precision that had defined his career. If something happened to him, whoever found his body would have a clear record. That thought should have terrified him. Instead, it focused him. At 11:34 p.m., he heard the voice. Joshua, his name, spoken clearly in the darkness beyond his camp. A woman's voice. Elizabeth's voice, if he had to guess based on the recordings her brother had played during the briefing. Elizabeth, call out your location. Joshua, so cold. Help me. The voice came from the northwest, maybe 40 yards into the trees. Joshua swept his headlamp across the forest. Nothing. Just the stark white trunks of birch trees creating a maze of vertical lines. I'm a National Park Service ranger. I need you to stay where you are. I'm coming to you. Please, it's following me. It's so hungry. Every instinct told Joshua not to leave his defensive position, but his training overrode instinct. You didn't abandon a victim calling for help. He grabbed his pack, kept the rifle in hand, and moved toward the voice. Keep talking so I can locate you. Hurts. So cold. Can't feel my hands. Joshua moved methodically, checking his footing with each step. The forest had transformed at night into something primordial, the smoke-hazed moonlight creating pockets of absolute shadow between the trees. His headlamp beam seemed inadequate, swallowed by the darkness. Elizabeth, I'm approximately 20 yards from your position. Do you have a light source? Can you signal me? Here, I'm here. The voice was close now, maybe 10 yards ahead, behind a thick stand of pines. Joshua approached, rifle ready but pointed down, safe but accessible. I'm coming around the trees. Don't be alarmed by the weapon. It's for wildlife protection. He stepped into the clearing beyond the pines. Empty. The voice came again, but now from behind him, back toward his camp. Joshua, help me. His skin prickled, a physiological response he couldn't suppress. This wasn't Elizabeth. Couldn't be Elizabeth. No human could move that silently, that quickly, through this terrain in the dark. "Who are you?" He kept his voice level, authoritative. "So hungry, Joshua. So cold and hungry." The voice changed as it spoke, deepening, developing harmonics that shouldn't exist in a human throat. Like multiple voices speaking in unison, slightly out of phase. Joshua's headlamp caught movement, a shape between distant trees, tall and wrong, disappearing behind a granite boulder before he could focus on it. He swung the beam back, illuminating only empty forest. His rational mind scrambled for explanations. Auditory hallucination from stress and cold. Reflection from his headlamp creating the illusion of movement. Bear making vocalizations that his stressed brain was pattern matching into human speech. None of it fit the data. Joshua retreated to his camp, moving backward, keeping his light sweeping the tree line. Something was out there. Something that knew his name. That mimicked Elizabeth's voice. That understood enough about human behavior to lure him away from safety. Back under the granite overhang, he wedged himself into the deepest part of the shelter, rifle across his lap. He turned off his headlamp to conserve battery and to listen without visual distraction. The sounds started 20 minutes later. Footsteps, circling his position. Heavy enough to break branches underfoot, but the pattern was wrong. Too many legs, or legs moving in ways that violated human anatomy. And between the footsteps, sounds that made his throat tighten. Wet clicking like a tongue against teeth and a low humming that vibrated in his chest. Then the smell hit. Elizabeth had described it in her journal. Rot. Sweet and thick. But experiencing it was different than reading about it. The smell triggered something primal in Joshua's brain. Some ancient prey species recognition that this was the scent of death, of consumption, of being eaten. His hands shook. He gripped the rifle tighter, using the physical sensation to anchor himself. He was a ranger. He'd dealt with aggressive bears, with lost hikers in hypothermic shock, with armed poachers. He had training. He had protocol. Protocol didn't cover this. "I know you're out there." He kept his voice firm. "I'm a federal law enforcement officer. I'm armed and authorized to use lethal force if threatened." The circling stopped. In the sudden silence, he heard his own heartbeat, too fast, too loud. Then, from directly in front of his shelter, close enough that he should be able to touch it. Not threat. Hungry. The voice was Elizabeth's again, but degraded, like a recording played through damaged speakers. Joshua clicked on his headlamp. Nothing was there. But in the dirt at the shelter's opening, fresh marks. 3 long gouges parallel, deep enough to expose the mineral layer beneath the soil. And in the center, written with a finger, or something approximating a finger. "Feed me." Joshua's analytical mind tried to process this as evidence. Depth of the marks suggested significant force. Spacing suggested digits longer than human fingers. The writing implement had left residue, something dark and viscous that his brain identified as blood, before he could stop the thought. He took a photograph even as his hands trembled. Documentation, evidence, the rituals of his profession keeping him tethered to sanity. The circling resumed, but closer now. Joshua could hear breathing, wet, labored, punctuated by sounds like bones grinding against cartilage. His headlamp beam penetrated maybe 15 feet into the darkness before the smoke and shadows consumed it. Anything could be just beyond that radius. "What do you want?" The question escaped before he could stop it. A violation of his own rules about maintaining professional detachment. The answer came from multiple directions simultaneously. Elizabeth's voice overlapping with something deeper, older. "Want? Want? Waited so long. So hungry. Smelled you. Smelled her. Warm. Full. Hungry." A shape moved at the edge of his light. Joshua caught only an impression. Height. Too much height. Limbs bent at angles that made his eyes hurt to track. He raised the rifle, finger on the trigger. "Show yourself. Identify yourself. or I will fire. Laughter. Not human laughter. The sound a coyote might make if it understood humor and found something darkly funny. Then silence. Joshua counted his heartbeats, forced his breathing to slow. He had 12 rounds in the Winchester, 4 protein bars, 3 liters of water. His radio was useless. His GPS worked but meant nothing without extraction. The nearest ranger station was 40 miles through terrain that apparently contained something that mimicked voices and left messages written in blood. He could survive this. He had to survive this. Survival meant maintaining rational thought, following protocol, not letting fear override judgment. But as the night deepened and the circling continued, as the temperature dropped to 4 degrees according to his thermometer, as shapes moved just beyond his vision and voices whispered his name in tones that made his teeth ache, Joshua began to understand something Elizabeth had written in her journal. This is different. This is wrong. The worst part wasn't the fear. The worst part was the way his analytical mind kept trying to categorize what was happening, to fit it into known frameworks, and failing. Failing completely. Because the data suggested something that couldn't exist, something that violated every principle of natural law he'd spent his life studying. And yet it was here, circling, hungry. At 3:47 a.m., Joshua's headlamp beam caught something that made him forget to breathe. Antlers, massive, spreading at least 6 feet across, but wrong, growing from a skull that was too elongated, too hollow-eyed. The face beneath was stretched skin over prominent bone, jaw distended impossibly wide. The body, partially visible behind a birch trunk, was emaciated to the point of desiccation. Ribs protruding, but the limbs were grotesquely long, ending in hands that had too many fingers. It stood motionless at the edge of his light, and when it tilted its head to regard him, Joshua saw its eyes, black, depthless, and fully aware. "There you are," it said in Elizabeth's voice, and smiled with teeth that had never been human. Joshua fired. The gunshot was deafening in the still air, the muzzle flash blinding. The bullet hit center mass. He was certain of that, his training overriding his terror. But the thing didn't fall. It jerked, twisted, and the sound it made froze Joshua's blood. Not pain but irritation, like he'd committed a social faux pas. Then it was gone, vanished into the darkness with speed that shouldn't be possible for something that size. Joshua's ears rang from the gunshot. He chambered another round, swept his light across the forest. Nothing, but he could smell it now, that rot-sweet stench, and hear it breathing from multiple locations, as if it could be in several places at once. "You shouldn't have done that, Joshua." Elizabeth's voice, sad and disappointed. "Now I'm hungrier. Now I'm angry." The scratching started on the granite above his shelter, slow, deliberate, the sound of something with claws dragging across stone, calculating, measuring. Joshua understood with horrible clarity. It was testing the overhang's strength, determining if it could reach him from above. He had 11 rounds left, no backup coming, no way to call for help, and something impossible, something that knew his name and wore Elizabeth's voice like a costume, was figuring out how to get to him. His analytical mind supplied a word, dredged from half-remembered conversations with old-timers, with Ojibwe consultants who'd worked on forest management projects. Wendigo, the thing they didn't talk about, the hunger that walks, the punishment for greed, for gluttony, for violating the sacred relationship with the forest. Joshua had dismissed those stories as folklore, as cultural metaphors not meant to be taken literally. The scratching intensified, and chunks of granite began to rain down into his shelter. He'd been wrong. Dawn came slowly, the smoke-choked sky shifting from black to gray without ever achieving true daylight. Joshua had fired 4 more rounds during the night, at sounds, at movements, at shapes that dissolved when his light touched them. He didn't know if he'd hit anything. Didn't know if bullets could hit what hunted him. The scratching had stopped an hour before sunrise. The circling had ceased. The voices had fallen silent. But Joshua knew it wasn't gone. He could feel it watching, waiting, patient in a way that suggested it had all the time in the world. His hands shook as he packed his gear. Fatigue weighted his limbs, but adrenaline kept him moving. He had to move. Staying here meant dying here. The question was, which direction? Back the way he'd come meant 40 miles to the trailhead. Forward, following Elizabeth's planned route, might bring him to Ogishkamunsi Lake and the northern exit in 25 miles. But Elizabeth had been following that route when she disappeared. Joshua checked his GPS, forced his tired brain to calculate. The northern exit. Faster extraction, if he could maintain pace. If the thing let him, he emerged from the shelter as the weak sun finally broke through the haze. The forest looked normal in daylight, just trees and rock and the carpet of fallen leaves. No evidence of the night's terror except for the gouges in the dirt and the bullet casings scattered around his position. And one other thing. 50 feet into the forest, hanging from a low branch. Elizabeth's backpack. The same pack he'd seen in her tent yesterday, but now it was here, impossible distance from where it should be, swaying gently in the windless air. Joshua approached slowly, rifle ready. The pack was intact, undamaged. He opened it with shaking hands. Empty. Everything gone. Her supplies, her equipment, her spare clothes. Everything except one item, placed deliberately at the bottom. Her journal. Open to a new entry, written in Elizabeth's precise handwriting. October 17th. Morning, Joshua. If you're reading this, I'm so sorry. I led you here, I didn't mean to. But it wanted me to. It wanted someone who would follow, someone who would try to understand. The ranger who went missing in 1987, Thomas Brennan. He's here. He's been here this whole time. Part of it now. And the hikers from 2003. And that survey team from the 70s. All of us. Feeding it. Becoming it. It's so hungry, Joshua. It's always hungry. And when you're consumed by hunger, eventually you become the hunger. That's what the stories mean. That's what the Wendigo is. The end result of greed, of taking more than you need, of consuming without gratitude. You have a choice. You can run. Maybe you'll make it. Maybe you won't. The faster you move, the more excited it gets. You become prey. You become interesting. Or you can do what I should have done, what we all should have done. Stop running. Stop fighting. Except that some things in this forest are older than maps, older than national parks, older than the idea that humans have dominion here. Leave an offering. Real food. Something that costs you. And speak the old words. I don't know if you know them. I didn't, but maybe. The entry ended mid-sentence, the pen trailing off. Joshua stared at the pages, his rational mind trying to parse what this meant. Had Elizabeth written this? Or had something else? Something that could mimic handwriting as easily as it mimicked voices? And if it was real, if any of this insane suggestion was legitimate, what did it mean? Stop running? Accept? Speak old words he didn't know? A sound behind him made Joshua spin, rifle raised. Nothing there. Just forest. But carved into a massive oak, fresh enough that sap still wept from the wounds. Choose his grandfather's voice echoed in memory, unexpected and vivid. Old Robert Mercer, who'd worked these forests in the 60s, who'd learned from Ojibwe elders and retired with strange stories he'd only share when drunk. Some places don't belong to us, Josh. Never did. We just borrowed them, and some of us forgot to be grateful. Forgot there's always a price for taking without asking. Joshua had been 12 years old, had dismissed it as the rambling of an old man who'd spent too much time alone in the woods. Now, standing in the boundary waters with 7 rounds left and something impossible watching from the shadows, those words carried different weight. He could run, push hard for the northern exit. He was fit, experienced, knew these trails. He might make it, or he might end up like Elizabeth, like Ranger Brennan, like all the others whose names were carved on a list somewhere, marked Missing Boundary Waters. Joshua looked at his pack, at his carefully rationed supplies, at the food that might keep him alive for the 3 days it would take to hike out. If he gave it up, if he left it here as some kind of offering to something that shouldn't exist, he'd be gambling his survival on folklore, on stories. on the opposite of everything his rational mind believed. The smell hit again. Closer now, the sweet rot of something ancient and patient. And beneath it, another scent. Elizabeth's perfume. Faint but unmistakable. He'd noticed it on her tent, a detail his trained observation had catalogued. Lavender and sage. Elizabeth? His voice was hoarse from the long night. I'm here, Joshua. Her voice came from everywhere and nowhere. I'm always here now. We all are. Feeding it. Feeding the hunger. This isn't possible. You keep saying that, but you've seen it. You've seen me. A shape resolved from behind a thick pine, and Joshua's breath caught. It was Elizabeth, or something wearing her form. She looked wrong in ways he couldn't articulate. Proportions slightly off, movements too fluid, eyes focused on something beyond him rather than at him. What do you want? He asked, and hated how broken he sounded. Want? I don't want anything anymore, that's the point. It's the Wendigo that wants, that's all it is, pure want, pure hunger. Never satisfied because satisfaction would mean ending, and it can't end. Won't end. Not until every selfish, greedy, taking thing that walks these woods understands what it means to be consumed. It, smiled. You're not greedy, Joshua. You're not what it really wants. You're just here. Just another warm body that took without asking permission. I'm a federal ranger. I'm authorized. Authorized? Her laugh was Elizabeth's, but with harmonics that made his bones ache. You think papers from Washington mean anything to something that was here before there was a Washington? That watched the glaciers retreat? That knew these forests when your ancestors were still figuring out agriculture? Joshua's grip tightened on the rifle. Then what do you want from me? Grandfather told you. Your grandfather, Robert Mercer, born 1929, died 2007. Worked the Superior Forest for 38 years. Knew the old ways. Tried to teach you. It tilted its head, bird-like. Leave an offering, speak gratitude. Acknowledge that you're a guest here, not an owner. Mean it. Mean it, Joshua. The Wendigo can smell insincerity, can taste it. And if I do that, it lets me leave? The thing wearing Elizabeth's face moved closer, and Joshua saw the cracks in the illusion. Skin too pale, joints bending slightly wrong, teeth too white and too sharp. If you mean it. Maybe. If you're just trying to bargain your way out while planning to come back with guns and helicopters and all your human arrogance about dominion, then no. Then you'll feed it just like I did. Joshua's mind raced through scenarios. He could fire now, empty his rifle into the apparition, then run. He might make it 3 miles before exhaustion and cold took him. He could try to negotiate, play for time until SR arrived, but SAR wasn't coming. No one knew where he was. His radio was dead. Or he could do the impossible thing. The thing that violated every principle of his rational, evidence-based worldview. He could believe. How? The word came out barely above a whisper. What do I say? The Elizabeth thing smiled, and for just a moment Joshua saw genuine warmth there. Perhaps a fragment of the real woman trapped and suffering in whatever had consumed her. The words don't matter. The meaning does. But if you want a formula... She leaned close, breath smelling like deep soil and old snow. Grandfather Mercer left you something. Check your compass. The real one. The one he carried in 1963 when he got lost for 3 days and somehow found his way back. Joshua's hand moved to his pack, to the brass compass that had been his grandfather's gift. He'd carried it for 11 years. More talisman than tool. He opened it now, and on the inside of the case, etched in his grandfather's careful script, were words he'd never noticed. Miigwech, Gichi Manadu. Miigwech, Aki. I take only what I need. I leave only gratitude. I am a guest here. Ojibwe words. Thank you, Great Spirit, thank you, Earth. He knew, Joshua said. He encountered it. Year you were born. Saved himself by remembering he was human, not a consumer. Remembered gratitude. The thing stepped back, becoming less Elizabeth and more something else, tall, wrong, hungry. Your choice now. Feed it with your flesh or feed it with your humility. Either one sates it, but only one lets you leave. Then it was gone, vanished into shadows that shouldn't exist in morning light. Joshua stood alone in the forest, holding a compass and a rifle, feeling the weight of the impossible pressing down on him. His analytical mind cataloged the absurdity. He was a federal employee with a master's degree in wildlife management, standing in a mapped, studied, scientifically documented wilderness area, contemplating whether to perform a ritual to appease something from indigenous folklore. But his grandfather's voice whispered, "Some places don't belong to us." And Elizabeth's journal, with its progressively desperate entries documenting something that shouldn't exist but did, and his own eyes which had seen what circled him last night. Joshua made his choice. He unpacked his food stores, all of them, 4 protein bars, 3 freeze-dried meals, a pound of trail mix, his emergency rations. He laid them at the base of the oak tree with the carved word. Then he added his coffee, his spare socks, his emergency fire starter, things that cost him, things that would make his journey out dangerous. He opened the compass, read the words his grandfather had left. Then he spoke them, first in halting Ojibwe, then in English, and meant them. "Thank you. Thank you for letting me walk here. I took without asking. I thought these lands were mine because a government said so. I was wrong." His voice shook, but he continued. "I'm grateful for every step I've taken here. I'm grateful for the chance to leave. I'm a guest. I'm just a guest." Silence. The forest held its breath. Then, from deep in the trees, a sound. Not threatening, not mocking, almost like an exhalation, like something that had been holding tension for a long time, finally relaxing. The temperature rose, not dramatically, but noticeably. Joshua's thermometer read 34 degrees, close to the forecasted normal. And carved into the oak, below choose, a new word appeared as he watched, forming as if invisible fingers traced the bark. Walk. Joshua walked. He took only what he needed, his rifle, his water, his navigation tools. Left everything else as offering. He followed his GPS coordinates toward the northern exit and nothing followed him. But he felt watched. Not threateningly, observationally, like something was making sure he honored his words. 3 days later, Joshua emerged at the Ogishkamunsi Lake trailhead, dehydrated, hypothermic, 20 pounds lighter. He'd survived on water and the few berries he'd found, moving slowly, speaking gratitude each morning and evening. They say our team found him unconscious next to his truck, where he'd collapsed after using his keys to scratch into the paint. Found alive. The debriefing was extensive. Joshua told them most of it. Elizabeth's abandoned tent, her journal entries, the evidence of blood at the campsite. He submitted his photographs, his GPS data, his incident reports. He didn't mention the Wendigo. Didn't describe what had circled his camp. Didn't explain the ritual that had saved him. The official report listed Elizabeth Hartley as missing presumed dead wildlife attack. They sent teams to search for her body. Found nothing except her tent and supplies, and those strange carvings in the trees. The carvings were documented, photographed, then dismissed as possibly created by the victim while experiencing mental distress. Ranger Thomas Brennan's cold case was noted as potentially relevant, but no connections were established. Joshua Mercer returned to duty after medical leave. He still worked the boundary waters, still led SAR operations when hikers went missing, but he'd changed his protocol. Before every trip into the deep forest, he left offerings at the trailhead. Usually food, sometimes equipment, always something that cost him. And he spoke the words his grandfather had taught him, even if only in his mind. Miigwech. I am a guest here. Most rangers thought it was PTSD, a harmless ritual from his traumatic experience. They didn't ask questions when he insisted all SR teams leave similar offerings. Respect the forest, he'd say. It was here first. Some of them thought he'd gone strange. Others nodded, understanding in a way that suggested they'd had their own encounters. Their own moments of realizing that maps and badges didn't actually confer ownership. Joshua kept Elizabeth's journal locked in his desk, evidence in a case that would never close. Sometimes he read it, especially the final entry. The one that might have been her, might have been something else, might have been the forest itself trying to teach him what his grandfather had learned decades earlier. That some hungers can never be satisfied. That some places demand respect, not ownership. That the word wilderness implies something beyond human control, and perhaps that's exactly how it should remain. On quiet nights, when the wind moved through the pines in that particular way, Joshua could hear his name whispered in Elizabeth's voice. Not threatening, just reminding, making sure he remembered his promise. He always did. Because Joshua Mercer had learned what every creature should learn. In the deep woods, you're never really alone, and whether you survive depends not on your equipment or your training, but on remembering that you're a guest. And guests should always be grateful. Always. Olympic National Park, Washington, October 2014. Tyler Kendrick had been a ranger at Olympic National Park for 6 years, and in that time he'd developed a reputation for solving problems other rangers couldn't. Not through intuition or gut feelings, Tyler didn't trust those, but through methodical observation and logical deduction. When hikers reported strange noises on the Hoh River Trail, Tyler identified the source as wind patterns through a specific rock formation. When seasonal staff swore they'd seen lights moving through the Quinault rainforest, Tyler traced them to refracted moonlight off quartz deposits. Everything had an explanation if you looked hard enough, which was why, on October 19, 2014, Tyler found himself hiking alone up the Enchanted Valley Trail at 4:47 p.m., GPS coordinates logged, Motorola radio clipped to his belt, documenting what would either be another mundane explanation or his first genuine mystery. The report had come through dispatch 3 hours earlier. Melissa Hartwell, 26, experienced backpacker from Seattle, had missed her check-in at the Graves Creek Ranger Station. Her itinerary showed a 4-day solo trek through the Enchanted Valley, with planned stops at designated backcountry campsites. She'd checked in on schedule for the first 2 days. Then silence. Tyler had reviewed her permit application that morning. Melissa worked as a medical translator, Japanese to English, at Swedish Medical Center. Her emergency contact listed her grandmother in Tacoma. The application showed meticulous planning, backup water filtration, in-reach satellite communicator, bear canister, first aid certification. Not the profile of someone who'd simply wander off trail or ignore safety protocols. The anomaly that had pulled Tyler from his desk wasn't Melissa's disappearance itself. People got injured, equipment failed, circumstances changed. The anomaly was the other report. At 2:15 p.m., a day hiker named Doug Patterson had descended from the valley in what the ranger at Graves Creek described as a state of extreme agitation. Patterson claimed he'd seen a woman on the trail around mile 7, near the crossing of Pony Creek. He'd called out to her. She'd turned to look at him. According to Patterson, the woman's face was wrong. Not injured, not deformed. Just wrong in a way he couldn't articulate. He'd blinked, and she was gone. Not walked away, not ducked behind trees. Gone, as if she'd never been there at all. Patterson had provided a description that matched Melissa Hartwell's permit photo. Asian woman, late 20s, black hair in a braid, gray Patagonia jacket, blue Osprey pack. Tyler didn't believe in ghosts. He believed in confirmation bias, pattern recognition errors, and the human brain's tendency to fill gaps with fiction. Patterson had probably seen Melissa in distress. His mind had processed her expression as wrong due to fear or confusion, and the apparent disappearance was simply her moving out of sight while Patterson was disoriented. But Tyler believed in thorough investigation, so he'd logged his route plan, packed his SAR kit, and started up the trail with 3 hours of daylight remaining. The Enchanted Valley Trail was aptly named, 13 miles of temperate rainforest leading to a glacial valley ringed by waterfalls. In October, with the tourists gone and the first storms rolling in from the Pacific, it became something else. A tunnel of green silence, broken only by the rush of the Quinault River and the occasional crack of a widowmaker branch overhead. Tyler hiked efficiently, covering the first 6 miles in 2 hours. He'd radioed Graves Creek at mile 4 with a status update. Standard protocol. The weather was holding. Overcast but dry. Temperature around 48 degrees. Wind minimal. His Garmin showed his position overlaid on the trail map, a small triangle moving through digital contour lines. At mile 7, near the Pony Creek crossing, Tyler stopped. The trail here paralleled the river, with thick stands of Sitka spruce and western hemlock creating a canopy that blocked most of the sky. The creek itself was a tributary, only about 8 feet across, crossed by a simple log bridge. Tyler had been across this bridge dozens of times. He stood 20 feet from the crossing and his analytical mind registered something it couldn't immediately categorize. The silence was absolute. Olympic's rainforest was never truly silent. There was always the river, always the wind in the canopy, always the small sounds of a living ecosystem. But in this moment, Tyler heard nothing. Not even his own breathing seemed to produce sound. He looked down at his boots on the packed earth trail. He shifted his weight. No sound. He clapped his hands together. Once. Hard. Nothing. Tyler's pulse quickened slightly, a physiological response he noted with clinical detachment. He pulled out his radio and keyed the transmit button. Graves Creek, this is Kendrick. Radio check, over. He watched his finger on the PTT button. He felt the click under his thumb. But he heard no static, no hiss, nothing from the speaker. Tyler released the button and examined the radio. Power indicator green, battery full. No error messages on the small LCD screen. He tried again. Same result. The radio appeared to be functioning. It just wasn't producing any sound. No, that wasn't logical. Sound was mechanical vibration through air. Radios produced electromagnetic waves that speakers converted to sound waves. If the radio was functional, it had to produce sound, unless there was something wrong with the air itself, Tyler thought, then immediately rejected the idea as absurd. He turned his attention to the environment, forcing himself into observational mode. Document, analyze, explain. The trees weren't moving. Despite the breeze he'd felt half a mile back, the river was still flowing. He could see the water moving over rocks, but it made no sound. A raven flew overhead, wings flapping in complete silence. Tyler pulled his phone from his chest pocket. No signal, which was normal at this elevation and density of forest. He opened his voice recorder app and held the phone to his mouth. October 19th, 16:53 hours. Experiencing acoustic anomaly at Pony Creek Crossing. Testing recording function. He played back the recording. Dead silence. For the first time in his career, Tyler felt something close to fear. Not of danger, but of the unknown. Of a phenomenon his analytical framework couldn't immediately parse. He made himself walk forward toward the log bridge. Each footstep landed in absolute quiet. His pack shifted on his shoulders. He felt the movement, the weight redistribution, but heard nothing. The temperature had dropped. Tyler could see his breath now, which shouldn't be possible at 48 degrees. The vapor hung in the air longer than it should, dispersing slowly as if the atmosphere had thickened. That's when he saw her. She stood on the opposite side of the creek, approximately 30 feet away, partially obscured by the trunk of a massive Sitka spruce. A woman in a gray jacket, black hair, facing away from him. "Melissa?" Tyler called out. "Melissa Hartwell?" No sound came from his mouth. He felt his vocal cords vibrate, felt the air move through his throat, but the words died before they reached his ears. The woman turned. Tyler's mind, trained to observe and categorize, registered details. Asian features, late 20s, gray Patagonia jacket, blue Osprey pack. Everything matched the permit photo. But Patterson had been right. Something about her face was wrong. It wasn't that her features were distorted or inhuman. It was the expression, or rather the complete absence of any expression Tyler could recognize. Her face was a mask of such profound stillness that it seemed less like neutrality and more like negation, as if every human emotion had been extracted leaving only a template. Her eyes were open, but they didn't blink, didn't track his movement. They simply existed, dark and depthless, fixed on some point that might have been Tyler, or might have been something only she could see. She wore no hat. Her black hair fell past her shoulders perfectly straight, unmoving despite the breeze Tyler could feel against his own face. Tyler took a step toward the bridge. The woman didn't react. He took another step. She remained motionless, a statue in hiking gear. His rational mind generated hypotheses. Melissa had suffered some kind of medical emergency, stroke, aneurysm, severe hypothermia. The fixed stare could be neurological damage. The lack of response could be altered consciousness. All of this was terrible, but it was explainable. The silence, though, the absolute acoustic void, that remained unexplained. Tyler reached the log bridge. He stepped onto it, feeling the slight give of wood that had weathered decades of Pacific storms. He crossed the 8 feet of creek in 4 strides. When he reached the other side, he was less than 20 feet from Melissa. She was still staring, still not blinking. "Melissa," Tyler said, knowing he couldn't be heard but needing to try. "I'm Tyler Kendrick. I'm a park ranger. I'm here to help you." Melissa's mouth opened. No sound emerged, but Tyler watched her jaw unhinge, slowly, mechanically, far wider than human anatomy should allow. Her expression didn't change. That terrible blankness remained, but her mouth kept opening, stretching as if her face was coming undone from the inside. Tyler's body made the decision his conscious mind was still processing. He took 3 steps backward. His hand went to the canister of bear spray on his belt. Irrational, but his fingers needed something to hold on to. Some tool that implied control. Melissa's jaw snapped shut. The movement was instantaneous. No gradual closing, just open then closed, like a video skip. She began walking toward him. Her gait was smooth but wrong. Too smooth. No weight shift. No natural sway. She glided forward as if the ground beneath her boots was irrelevant to her motion. Tyler turned and ran. His boots pounded the trail. He felt each impact, felt his lungs working, felt his pack bouncing against his spine. But all of it happened in perfect silence. He didn't look back until he'd covered 50 yards. When he did, the trail behind him was empty. The forest looked normal again, trees moving in the breeze, shadows shifting in the fading light. He stood there gasping for air he couldn't hear entering his lungs, trying to construct an explanation that his methodical mind could accept. Hallucination. Altitude-induced hypoxia, though 800 feet elevation shouldn't cause that. Contaminated water, though he'd drunk from his own tested supply. Fatigue, stress, pattern recognition failure. The sound returned all at once, like a physical pressure releasing. The river roared. Wind rushed through the canopy. A Stellar's jay screamed from somewhere to his left. Tyler actually staggered from the sensory overload. The presence of sound after minutes of absence hit him like a wave. His radio crackled. "Kendrick, Graves Creek. Status check, over." Tyler fumbled for the radio, his hands shaking now that his body had permission to show the fear his mind had been compartmentalizing. "Graves Creek, Kendrick. I'm at mile 7, Pony Creek crossing. I need to report." He stopped. Report what? That he'd seen a woman with a face like an empty room? That sound had temporarily ceased to exist? "Go ahead, Kendrick. I need clarification on the witness report. Doug Patterson, did he describe anything else about the woman's appearance?" A pause, then. "He said she didn't blink. Said it was like watching someone wearing a mask of their own face. Creeped him out so bad he ran back down the mountain." Tyler's mouth was dry. "Copy that. Continuing to mile 10. We'll check in at designated intervals." "Roger. Be advised. Storm system moving in faster than forecast. Might want to consider turning back." Tyler looked at his watch. 5:23 p.m. He had maybe an hour of useful daylight left, less if the clouds thickened. The smart move, the logical move, was to descend, file a report, return tomorrow with a full SR team. But Melissa Hartwell was out here somewhere, and whether what he'd seen was her or some manifestation of her, she needed help. Continuing up trail, Tyler said, "Kendrick out." He started hiking again, forcing himself into a steady pace despite every instinct screaming at him to turn around. His Garmin showed mile 7.4, 3 miles to the valley floor where Melissa's last planned campsite was located. The trail steepened. Tyler's calves burned as he climbed through a series of switchbacks, gaining elevation toward the point where the forest would break open into the glacial valley. The light was failing faster now, filtered through clouds that had turned the color of old bruises. At mile 8.2 he found her pack. It sat in the middle of the trail, upright, as if Melissa had carefully placed it there before continuing on. Tyler approached slowly, documenting with his phone camera before touching anything. The blue Osprey pack was dry, unstained, no visible damage. He keyed his radio. "Graves Creek, Kendrick. I've located the missing hiker's pack. Mile 8.2 trail center. Pack appears intact. No sign of struggle." "Copy. Do you see the hiker?" "Negative." Tyler crouched beside the pack, pulling on nitrile gloves from his SAR kit. He photographed the pack from multiple angles, then carefully opened the main compartment. Everything was organized exactly as it should be. Sleeping bag in its compression sack, tent components bundled together, food bag sealed and properly stored. Nothing was missing. Nothing was disturbed. Except the inReach communicator was gone. Tyler checked every pocket, every strap. Melissa's satellite communicator, her primary emergency device, wasn't in the pack. He stood up, scanning the surrounding forest. If she'd kept the inReach on her person, she might have been trying to send a message. But the device had GPS tracking, and dispatch would have alerted the SAR team if any signal had been received, unless the signal was being blocked, or unless Melissa had turned it off, or unless... Tyler's phone buzzed in his pocket. That shouldn't be possible. No cell signal at this elevation. He pulled out the phone. The screen showed a text message from an unknown number. No signal bars, no data connection. Just the message, somehow delivered despite the absence of any network. The text was in Japanese characters. Tyler stared at it, his analytical mind working through the impossibility. Melissa was a Japanese translator. This was clearly connected to her disappearance. But the phone shouldn't be receiving anything at all. He opened his translation app. Thankfully, it could work offline, and photographed the text. The app processed for a moment, then displayed the English translation. "I am still here in the place between. Can you see me? I have been waiting so long. Please help me. Please don't leave me alone with her." Tyler's hands were trembling again. He forced himself to screenshot the message, to document what was happening, even as his rational worldview continued to fracture. Another text arrived, more Japanese characters. He translated it. "She died angry. She died with hate. Now she makes others die the same way. The water, don't drink the water from Pony Creek. That's how she..." The message cut off mid-sentence. Tyler tried to respond, typing, "Where are you?" and hitting send, knowing it was futile. The message failed to send, and a moment later, his phone signal, which shouldn't have existed in the first place, vanished completely. The temperature plummeted. Tyler's breath came in thick clouds now. The moisture in the air was condensing, creating a thin mist that rolled across the trail like something liquid. He pulled out his emergency thermal jacket and put it on, the material crackling stiffly in the sudden cold. Around him, the forest had changed. The moss on the trees looked darker, almost black. The ferns beside the trail had wilted, their fronds curled inward as if recoiling from something toxic. Tyler checked his thermometer, 28 degrees Fahrenheit. That was impossible. The temperature had been 48 degrees 15 minutes ago. A 20-degree drop in 15 minutes would require atmospheric conditions that didn't exist in western Washington in October. He documented it anyway. Photo of the thermometer. Photo of his GPS showing location, date, and time. Photo of the wilted vegetation. A sound reached him through the mist. Not the natural sounds of the forest, but something rhythmic, deliberate, like footsteps but with a strange doubled quality, as if two sets of feet were walking in perfect synchronization. The footsteps were coming from up trail, from the direction of the valley. Tyler's hand went to his maglite. He clicked it on, the beam cutting through the mist, illuminating suspended water droplets that hung in the air too long, defying gravity. Two figures emerged from the fog. One was Melissa Hartwell. Same gray jacket, same black hair, same face with that terrible blank expression. She walked with that too smooth glide, her boots not quite connecting with the ground in a way that Tyler's eyes couldn't fully process. Behind her, matching her stride exactly, was something else. It had the approximate shape of a woman. Tall, thin, dressed in what appeared to be white fabric that hung from its frame like grave clothes. But where Melissa's wrongness was subtle, this thing's wrongness was absolute. Its hair fell past its waist, black and wet, as if it had just emerged from deep water. Its face was pale, the color of drowned flesh, and its eyes were pits of shadow that seemed to pull at the light around them. Tyler's phone buzzed again. He tore his eyes from the approaching figures long enough to glance at the screen. Another message in Japanese. The translation app activated automatically. Run. Don't let her see you. Don't let her touch you. If she touches you, you become like me, between. Neither dead nor alive. Run now. Tyler ran. He abandoned Melissa's pack, abandoned any pretense of rational analysis, and sprinted down the trail. His maglite beam bounced wildly, creating a strobe effect through the mist. Behind him, he heard, or thought he heard, those synchronized footsteps following, moving faster than any human could walk. The trail blurred beneath his feet, roots, rocks, patches of mud. Tyler's hiking boots found purchase through muscle memory alone. His conscious mind was entirely occupied with a single imperative: distance. Get distance. Put space between himself and whatever was behind him. He reached the switchbacks and took them at a reckless pace, skidding around corners, using trees to arrest his momentum. The mist had thickened into genuine fog now, reducing visibility to maybe 20 feet. At mile 7, the Pony Creek crossing, Tyler stopped to catch his breath. His lungs felt like they were full of ground glass. His legs shook, but he'd gained distance. He could no longer hear the footsteps. The creek gurgled past, black water reflecting nothing in the twilight. Tyler's light played across the surface, and he saw something that made his remaining analytical framework collapse entirely. Bodies in the water, not floating, not drowned. Standing in the creek, submerged to their chests, perfectly still. 3 of them. 4, no, 6. All women, all with long black hair. All staring at the same fixed point ahead of them, their faces blank, their mouths slightly open. Tyler's light passed across their features. They didn't react to the beam, didn't blink, didn't move. One of them was Melissa. She stood in the water in her gray jacket, hands at her sides, eyes open, looking at nothing. Ice had formed in her hair, crystalline structures that caught Tyler's light and scattered it into rainbow fragments. His phone buzzed one final time. The creek. She drowned us here. One by one, over years. Makes us drink, makes us drown, makes us wait. Forever waiting. Forever cold. Obasan tried to warn me. She tried to warn everyone. Yurei, Onryo, spirit of vengeance. We disrespected her resting place. Now we are her rest. Run, before you drink, before she makes you drink. Tyler looked at his water bottle. He'd refilled it at Pony Creek 3 hours ago, when he'd stopped for his check-in. He'd already drunk from it. The cold inside him now wasn't from the temperature. It was something else. Something that started in his stomach and was spreading through his body like ice crystallizing in his veins. His legs felt heavy. Not tired, heavy, as if his bones were filling with water. Tyler tried to take a step back from the creek, but his feet wouldn't move. He looked down and saw that his boots had sunk slightly into the mud at the water's edge. But that wasn't why he couldn't move. The cold had reached his knees. He could feel it climbing, an internal tide that had nothing to do with the October air around him. His rational mind, still fighting, still trying to categorize and explain, understood what was happening even as it rejected the explanation. The water he'd drunk was drowning him from the inside. Tyler tried to key his radio, but his fingers were numb. The Motorola slipped from his belt and landed in the mud with a soft sound that seemed to come from very far away. He managed to pull out his phone, managed to open the camera app, managed to take one final photo. The women standing in the creek, Melissa among them, all of them waiting with infinite patience. The smooth footsteps approached from behind. 2 sets, perfectly synchronized. Tyler couldn't turn his head anymore. Couldn't do anything except stand as the cold reached his chest, his shoulders, his throat. Something touched his back. Fingers like ice water pressed against his spine through his jacket. The touch burned and froze simultaneously, and Tyler felt something shift inside him. Not physically, but in some other dimension he'd never believed existed. His mouth opened without his permission. The cold water that had been pooling inside him began to rise, filling his lungs even though he was breathing air. He was drowning on dry land, drowning in water that existed in a space between states, between life and death, between the physical and whatever came after. The thing behind him leaned close. Tyler couldn't see it, but he could feel its presence, could smell the sharp mineral scent of creek water and something else, rot, hatred, and time compressed into a single overwhelming essence. When it spoke, the voice came from inside his own head, bypassing his ears entirely. It spoke in Japanese, but somehow Tyler understood every word. "You drank from my waters. Now you are mine. Now you wait with the others. Now you help me feed." Tyler's vision was dimming at the edges, but through the narrowing tunnel, he could see the women in the creek more clearly now. He understood that they weren't just standing there. They were anchored, tethered to this place by the same force that was claiming him, and in each of their blank expressions he recognized what he would become. A lure, a trap, something that looked human enough to draw others close, before revealing what it truly was. The last thing Tyler saw before his vision went dark was his own reflection in the black water of Pony Creek. His face was already changing, expression smoothing into that same terrible blankness. His eyes were still open, but the light behind them was fading, being replaced by something else. Something patient and hungry and eternal. Then the darkness took him completely, and Tyler Kendrick ceased to exist as anything recognizable as human. When his consciousness returned, if consciousness was the right word for what he experienced, Tyler was standing in Pony Creek. The water was numbingly cold around his chest. He couldn't feel his legs anymore, couldn't feel much of anything except the presence of the others beside him, similarly submerged, similarly trapped. Melissa stood 3 feet to his left. The woman in white, the Onryo, the vengeful spirit, stood on the bank, patient and eternal, waiting for the next hiker who would stop to refill their water bottle. Tyler tried to move, tried to speak, tried to do anything, but his body was no longer entirely his own. He was between now, neither dead nor alive, existing in a state that had no name in the language of the living. Time passed strangely. Hours might have been minutes. Days might have been hours. The sun rose and set, rose and set. But Tyler registered it only dimly, the way one might notice background music in a distant room. Hikers passed on the trail above. Most didn't stop. Some paused to admire the creek but moved on without approaching the water. Tyler watched them through eyes that no longer blinked, felt something stir in the part of him that used to be human, a warning he couldn't voice, a scream that had no sound. 3 days after Tyler joined the others in the creek, or maybe it was 3 weeks, time had lost meaning. A young couple stopped at the crossing. The woman pulled out a water filter and approached the bank. Tyler felt the Onryo's attention sharpen, felt the entity move behind him, using his presence and Melissa's and the others as camouflage, as proof that this was just a normal creek in a normal forest. The woman knelt at the water's edge, submerging her filter intake. Tyler watched her pump clean, cold water into her bottle, watched her take a long drink, watched her smile at her companion and say something about how refreshing it tasted. They moved on, disappearing up the trail, and Tyler understood that he would be here when she came back, when the water inside her began its work. When she returned, drawn by a compulsion she wouldn't understand, to stand in the creek with the others, to become another lure, another trap, another piece of the Onryo's eternal web of vengeance. The sun set again. The forest grew dark, and Tyler stood in the freezing water of Pony Creek, his mind fragmenting slowly, forgetting who he'd been, remembering only that he was waiting, always cold, always between. The official report filed by Olympic National Park on October 23, 2014, documented the disappearance of park ranger Tyler Kendrick during a routine search and rescue operation. His last radio contact had been at 5:23 p.m. on October 19th, at approximately mile 7 of the Enchanted Valley Trail. SR teams found his radio in the mud near Pony Creek Crossing. His mag light was discovered 20 feet away, still switched on, battery dead. They found his pack at mile 8.2, and Melissa Hartwell's pack beside it, both arranged carefully in the center of the trail. They never found either body. The case files noted several peculiarities that investigators couldn't explain. Tyler's phone, recovered from his pack, contained dozens of photos taken in the hour before his disappearance. Most showed normal forest scenes, but the last 3 images showed something the digital forensics team described as environmental anomalies, areas where the temperature appeared to have dropped dramatically, where vegetation showed signs of flash freezing inconsistent with October weather patterns. The final photo on Tyler's phone showed Pony Creek at twilight. In the image, barely visible in the dark water, were what appeared to be several human figures standing chest deep in the current. The forensics team dismissed them as shadows or debris, artifacts of low light and long exposure. They didn't examine the photo closely enough to see the faces. Melissa Hartwell's grandmother came to Olympic to collect her granddaughter's effects. She spoke with the lead investigator, a conversation that was documented but later buried in the case file's appendices. The grandmother had tried to warn Melissa not to hike alone in the Enchanted Valley. She'd told her granddaughter the old stories that had been passed down through generations of Japanese immigrants to the Pacific Northwest. Stories about Onryo that followed their victims across oceans, that found new hunting grounds in American forests that waited with inhuman patience for those who disrespected the places where they'd died. Melissa had laughed, the grandmother said, called them superstitions. She was American, educated, rational. She didn't believe in vengeful spirits. The grandmother knew better. She'd grown up hearing whispers about Pony Creek, about women who'd gone missing there over the decades, about hikers who reported seeing figures standing in the water, about the inexplicable cold that sometimes descended on that particular stretch of trail. Before she left Olympic, the grandmother made the investigators promise to post warning signs at Pony Creek. Not to drink the water, not to approach after dark, not to stop there alone. The signs were never posted. The recommendation was deemed without scientific basis and was filed away with the other unexplained elements of the case. Pony Creek continues to flow through the Enchanted Valley, cold and clear and beautiful. Hikers still stop there to refill their water bottles. The creek has a reputation among regular Olympic visitors for having the sweetest, coldest water in the entire park. And sometimes, on overcast October evenings when the light is failing and the mist rolls in from the Kinole River, hikers report seeing figures standing in the creek. They describe them as strangely still, oddly expressionless, their faces blank in a way that triggers some primal unease. Most hikers assume they're seeing other visitors. They wave, call out, and when the figures don't respond, they shrug and move on. The figures remain in the water, waiting. Their numbers slowly growing one by one, as patient as the stones at the creek's bottom and just as cold. Among them now are a ranger in a green uniform and a woman in a gray Patagonia jacket, standing side by side, their eyes open, their mouths slightly parted, trapped forever in the space between breath and drowning, between life and death, between the forest and whatever hungry thing has claimed it for its own. The Onryo stands on the bank, dressed in white, dripping with creek water that never dries. She has been waiting for over 60 years, since the night she died in these waters, murdered and abandoned, her rage so pure that death itself could not contain it. She will wait 60 after that. She has infinite patience. And Pony Creek will keep flowing, cold and sweet and deadly, offering refreshment to the thirsty, adding to its collection of the trapped, feeding the hunger of something that has forgotten how to be anything but vengeance. Tyler's last coherent thought, before he forgot how to think at all, was a simple observation, the kind his analytical mind had always specialized in. Some things can't be explained. Some things can only be endured. And some things endure forever. Lisa Hoffman found the grave at dawn, but the body inside had been dead for 3 weeks and was still warm. The soil along the Hoh River Trail had been disturbed, not the random upheaval of animals, but methodical excavation. Someone had dug down 4 feet with precision, removing earth in careful layers that now formed a neat mound beside the hole. Lisa's Garmin GPS read 47.8397 degree N, 123.935 Peabody degree Bio, exactly where the missing person report had indicated Jordan Hayes was last seen. That was October 19th. Today was November 9th, 2008. 21 days. Lisa knelt at the edge of the pit, her Motorola XPR 655D radio silent on her hip. The body lay face up in what remained of a sleeping bag, hands folded across the chest in a position that suggested arrangement rather than accident. Jordan Hayes had been 26 years old, an experienced backpacker from Portland who'd come to Olympic National Park for a solo autumn trek. The missing person case had consumed 3 weeks of search efforts, grid patterns covering 40 square miles of temperate rainforest, and now here was the answer in a hole that shouldn't exist. But the warmth. Lisa's hand hovered above Jordan's exposed forearm. Heat radiated from the skin, not the ambient temperature of decay, but body warmth, the kind that suggested circulation, blood flow, life. She jerked back, stumbling against the wet earth. Her breath came sharp and fast, each inhalation pulling in the smell of disturbed soil and something else. Something wrong. Not decomposition exactly, but a sweetness that made her throat close. The Hoh rainforest pressed in around her, Sitka spruce and western hemlock rising 200 feet overhead. November fog drifted between trunks thick with moss, reducing visibility to maybe 30 yards. The forest was never silent. Wind in the canopy, water dripping from ferns, the distant rush of the Hoh River. But right now, those sounds felt manufactured, recorded, like someone had pressed play on a nature soundtrack to fill a void that wanted to remain empty. Lisa forced herself to look again. Jordan Hayes wore the same clothing described in the missing person report. Blue North Face jacket, gray hiking pants, Merrell boots. The face showed no obvious trauma, no signs of predation, but the eyes were open, and that was wrong. After 3 weeks exposed to elements and wildlife, there should have been changes. Instead, Jordan Hayes looked like someone who'd fallen asleep 5 minutes ago. Except for the hands. They were positioned too deliberately, crossed at the wrists with fingers interlaced. Nobody died like that naturally. Someone had arranged the body, and then dug it back up. Lisa's fingers found her radio. Protocol said call it in immediately, establish a perimeter, wait for the investigation team. But her thumb hovered over the transmit button without pressing, because Jordan Hayes' chest had just moved. Not the settling of gases or tissue. A breath. The jacket had expanded, held, released. The rhythm was wrong, too slow, maybe one breath every 30 seconds. But it was definitely respiration. No. Lisa's voice cracked. No, no, no. She'd seen a dead body before, 14 months ago. Her partner, Tom Chen, caught in a rock slide in North Cascades. She'd held his hand while he died, felt the exact moment life left and the body became just meat. She knew what death looked like, what it felt like, and this wasn't it. But it also wasn't life. Lisa scrambled backward, her boots sliding in mud. The radio fell from her belt, landing near the edge of the grave. She should grab it, call for help, follow procedure. But her body had decided that distance was more important than communication. Jordan Hayes's eyes moved. Not the lids. Those stayed frozen wide. The eyes themselves, the irises, tracking left to find Lisa's position. Recognition sparked in them, not the confused awareness of someone waking from sleep, but focused intelligence. Intent. Lisa ran. The trail behind her was barely visible through fog, but she knew these paths. 4 years as a ranger in Olympic, 3 years before that in Mount Rainier. She'd logged thousands of miles on trails just like this one. Her legs pumped automatically, arms swinging for balance, all the hiking conditioning paying off as she put distance between herself and the grave. Behind her, a sound. Wet earth sliding. Something pulling itself upward. She didn't look back. The Hoh River Trail wound through old-growth forest, root systems creating obstacles that could snap an ankle if you weren't careful. Lisa vaulted over a downed hemlock, her uniform jacket catching on a branch. She yanked free and kept moving. The ranger station was 2 miles west. 2 miles of mud and roots and fog. 2 miles of running from something that should have been dead but was breathing, looking, moving. Tom's voice echoed in her memory. If something feels wrong, Lisa, it probably is. Trust your gut. Get out first. Analyze later. Tom, who was dead because he didn't follow his own advice. Tom, who'd insisted on checking one more area after the weather warning. Tom, who'd been buried under 3 tons of granite while Lisa watched from 50 feet away. She'd taken 8 months off after that. Therapy, medication, the works. When she finally came back to ranger work, she'd requested Olympic specifically because it was different terrain, different mountains, different trees. She'd thought distance would help, but death followed. Lisa burst into a small clearing where the trail split, left toward the ranger station right deeper into the rainforest. She paused, gasping, and that's when she heard it. Not footsteps, not the crash of something running through underbrush, just breathing, that same slow, deliberate respiration she'd heard at the grave. 1 breath every 30 seconds. It was ahead of her, on the trail to the station. Lisa spun toward the right fork, the one leading deeper into Olympic's wilderness. Bad move tactically. It took her away from help, away from roads and backup. But whatever was making that breathing sound was between her and safety, and every instinct screamed that confrontation would be worse than isolation. The right trail narrowed quickly, becoming little more than a deer path. Ferns brushed her legs, leaving wet streaks on her uniform pants. The fog thickened. Within 100 yards, she couldn't see more than 20 feet in any direction. The massive trees created a cathedral effect, their canopy blocking what little November sunlight penetrated the clouds. She slowed to a jog, then a walk, trying to control her breathing. Listen. Orient. Think. Nothing moved in the fog. No breathing sounds. No footsteps. The forest had returned to its normal soundtrack. Water dripping, wind sighing, birds calling from invisible perches. Maybe she'd imagined the breathing ahead. Maybe panic had manufactured threats where none existed. Maybe she was losing it again, just like after Tom died. Lisa found a massive Sitka spruce and put her back against it, sliding down to sit in the moss at its base. Her hands shook. Protocol for finding a body was clear. Secure the scene, radio for backup, establish chain of custody. What was protocol for finding a body that was still warm? Still breathing? Still watching? There was no protocol for that because it was impossible. Dead was dead. She'd learned that lesson permanently 14 months ago when she'd screamed at Tom to move, to breathe, to stay with her, and his body had just laid there because that's what corpses did. They didn't move. They didn't breathe. They didn't track you with their eyes. Unless they weren't really dead. But Jordan Hayes had been missing for 3 weeks. Even if he'd somehow survived, injury, amnesia, whatever, nobody survived 3 weeks without food in these temperatures. And the body had been buried, arranged, positioned like something waiting for a ceremony that hadn't happened yet. Lisa pulled out her personal GPS unit, a backup Garmin E-Trex she always carried. The screen showed her position, 0, 4 miles from the main trail, heading northeast into an area marked on park maps as hazardous terrain, extreme caution advised. She was technically off her assigned patrol area. If she radioed this in, there would be questions about why she'd run instead of following procedure, why she'd left the scene, why she hadn't secured the evidence. Evidence. Like Jordan Hayes was evidence of something rather than someone. She clipped the GPS back to her belt and felt the absence of her radio, still back at the grave wherever she'd dropped it. No communication, no backup, no way to call for help even if she wanted to. Tom's voice again. Solo in the backcountry means you're your own rescue. Every decision matters. Fine. Decision time. Option 1. Go back to the grave, retrieve the radio, call it in properly. Option 2. Continue to the ranger station via the longer route. Report what she'd found. Let someone else investigate. Option 3. Admit she was having a breakdown and needed to go back on medical leave. The sound of digging erased all 3 options. It came from somewhere ahead, not close, but not distant either. The rhythmic chunk of a shovel or tool biting into earth, then soil being moved. Then the cycle repeating. Methodical. Patient. The sound Jordan Hayes' grave would have made when it was being excavated. Lisa stood slowly, careful not to make noise against the tree bark. The digging continued. She counted. 30 seconds of digging, 10 seconds of silence, 30 seconds of digging. Like breathing. Like the rhythm she'd heard on the trail. Against every survival instinct, Lisa moved toward the sound. She couldn't have explained why. Maybe curiosity. Maybe the need to prove she wasn't crazy. Maybe something deeper. The same compulsion that made people slow down for car accidents or lean over cliff edges. The human need to see the source of wrongness. The fog made navigation difficult, but the digging sound provided a beacon. Lisa moved from tree to tree using the massive trunks for cover. Her ranger training emphasized wilderness safety and visitor management, not stealth, but she did her best. Step carefully, test each footfall, avoid snapping branches. The trees thinned into another clearing, this one maybe 50 feet across. 7 shapes moved in the fog. Lisa froze behind a hemlock, its trunk wide enough to hide her completely. She counted again to be sure. 7 figures all digging. They worked in a rough circle, each excavating their own hole with the same methodical rhythm. 30 seconds of work, 10 seconds of rest. Perfectly synchronized. None of them had shovels. They used their hands, bare fingers tearing through soil and roots with impossible efficiency. Lisa watched one figure, a woman in hiking clothes, rip through a root as thick as her wrist without apparent effort. The root snapped like dry spaghetti, and the woman continued digging without pause. All 7 wore civilian clothing, hiking gear mostly, in various states of wear. The closest figure, a man in a green fleece, had what looked like a park map folded in his jacket pocket. A tourist. Or had been. None of them seemed to notice Lisa. They dug with focused intensity, never looking up, never pausing except for those precise 10-second intervals. Their breathing matched Jordan Hayes' rhythm. Slow, deliberate, one breath every 30 seconds. Lisa's mind cataloged details automatically, the ranger training kicking in despite terror. 7 bodies, 7 graves, all fresh excavations. The soil was dark and wet, recently disturbed. These graves couldn't be more than a few hours old, but the people digging them had been dead long enough for missing person reports. She recognized 2 of them from case files back at the station. The woman with the snapped root was Michelle Kowalski, disappeared August 2007 while hiking the High Divide Loop. The man in the green fleece was Andrew Patel, lost September 2008 on the Ozette Loop Trail. There were 6 others Lisa didn't recognize, but given the pattern, they were probably missing hikers from years past. All of them dead. All of them digging their own graves. All of them breathing that wrong, slow rhythm. The man in green fleece stopped digging. His head turned, not smoothly, but in a jerking motion like a puppet with tangled strings. His eyes found Lisa through the fog. She didn't wait to see what happened next. Running again, but this time with purpose. The pattern was clear now, even if the mechanism wasn't. Missing hikers in Olympic National Park didn't just disappear. They came back. Changed. Wrong. and they were preparing something. Digging graves in a circle like ceremony, like ritual, like... Lisa's boot caught on a root, and she went down hard, hands barely catching her before face planted into mud. Pain shot through her left wrist, probably sprained. She rolled onto her back and saw them emerging from the fog, all 7, moving together with that same jerking puppet motion. Not running, but not walking either. Something in between that covered ground faster than seemed possible. Their eyes reflected what little light penetrated the fog, pupils too wide, irises too bright. Lisa scrambled to her feet and ran left, off any trail entirely. The forest became a maze of ferns and fallen logs. Her injured wrist sent pain signals every time she used it for balance, but adrenaline kept her moving. Behind her, the sound of pursuit, not footsteps, but branches breaking, ferns being crushed, the wet sound of hands and feet moving through underbrush. A voice called out, "Lisa." She nearly fell again. The voice was Tom's. "Lisa, stop running. You can't leave me again." Not possible. Tom was dead, buried in Bellingham. She'd attended the funeral, watched them lower the casket, threw dirt on the lid. Tom was gone. "You left me under the rocks, Lisa. You ran away then, too." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off trees, bouncing through fog. Lisa's vision blurred with tears. This wasn't real. Couldn't be real. Tom's death hadn't been her fault. The therapist had said so. The investigation had cleared her. She couldn't have saved him. "Come back, Lisa. Help me dig. We're almost ready." She burst through a curtain of ferns into a small ravine. The ground dropped away sharply, maybe 15 feet down to a creek bed. No time to find another route. Lisa jumped. The landing jarred every bone in her body, her injured wrist screaming protest. She collapsed in shallow water, the cold shocking, but clarifying. Above, at the ravine's edge, figures gathered. 7 of them standing shoulder to shoulder, looking down with those 2 bright eyes. And behind them, an 8th. This one wore a park ranger uniform, Tom's uniform. But the face was wrong, skin too pale, stretched too tight, eyes reflecting light that shouldn't exist in fog. "The Strigoi recognizes strength," the Tom thing said. Its mouth moved incorrectly, lips forming words a half-second after the sounds emerged. That's why it takes those who fight hardest, hikers who push through exhaustion, rangers who won't quit, survivors who should have died but didn't. Lisa's back pressed against the ravine wall, water soaking through her uniform pants. "You're not Tom." Tom is dead. Tom is alive. Tom is Strigoi. The thing's head tilted at an angle that would have broken a human neck. "Tom is calling you home." Strigoi isn't real. It's Romanian folklore. Old superstition. The Tom thing smiled and its teeth were wrong. Too many, too sharp, arranged in rows like a lamprey. Folklore is memory. This forest remembers Romania. The settlers brought old things with them. Seeds. Stories. Blood. One of the 7 figures above, the woman in hiking clothes, dropped into the ravine. She landed in a crouch that no human legs could absorb, bones bending in ways joints didn't allow. When she stood, her breathing maintained that slow rhythm, but her eyes were fixed on Lisa with predatory focus. "Michelle Kowalski," Lisa said, trying to ground herself in facts. "Disappeared August 2007. Body never recovered." Michelle's mouth opened, but Tom's voice came out. "Body buried. Body rose. Body remembered what it means to be hungry." Another figure dropped into the ravine. Andrew Patel, the man in green fleece. His landing was equally impossible, feet finding purchase on wet stone without slipping. He moved toward Lisa's right while Michelle circled left. Flanking. Pack tactics. Lisa grabbed a rock from the creek bed, hefting it in her good hand. Useless against whatever these things were, but holding it made her feel less helpless. "What do you want?" "To complete the circle." Tom's voice, but from Michelle's mouth now, the ventriloquism disconcerting. 7 buried, 7 risen, 7 digging. The 8th makes the pattern whole. I'm not dead. Not yet. This from Andrew Patel, though the voice shifted. Deeper, older, with an accent Lisa couldn't place. Romanian, maybe. The Strigoi takes the living and makes them walk again. You will dig. You will rise. You will hunger. 3 more figures dropped into the ravine. The circle was tightening, 7 bodies closing in while the Tom Thing watched from above. Lisa's options narrowed to nothing. Fight 7 reanimated corpses in a ravine with a sprained wrist and a rock. Lose badly. Join them in whatever this was. Or use the one advantage she had. They were talking, which meant they wanted something from her beyond simple death. Why me? Lisa kept her voice steady. Olympic has hundreds of hikers. Why target rangers? The Tom Thing descended into the ravine, and this time Lisa saw how it moved. Not jumping, not climbing, flowing. Gravity seemed negotiable. It settled on a rock in the middle of the creek, water parting around its boots without causing splashes. Because you already died, Lisa. Those too many teeth gleamed. 14 months ago in North Cascades, you died when Tom died. Your heart stopped for 47 seconds while you screamed at the rock slide. The EMTs restarted it, but part of you stayed dead. The Strigoi smells that. The places where life stopped and started wrong. Lisa's breathing quickened. She'd never told anyone about the 47 seconds. The report said she'd gone into shock, required medical attention for acute stress response. But her heart had stopped. She remembered the darkness, the sensation of falling inward, the terrible moment when she couldn't remember how to make her lungs work. That's why we chose you, the Tom Thing continued. Death recognizes death, and you'll help us finish what we started. What did you start? The Circle of 8, the Strigoi's number. When 8 walk again gather in the place between root and stone, the old thing wakes fully. No more individual graves, no more slow rising. Everyone who died in this forest will stand again. Hundreds, thousands. Olympic will remember what it means to be truly old. Michelle Kowalski lunged. Lisa swung the rock, connecting with Michelle's jaw. The impact should have shattered bone, but Michelle's head just snapped to the side and back with a wet crack. She kept coming. Her hands grabbed Lisa's jacket, fingers impossibly strong, and lifted her off the ground. The 8th grave is dug, Michelle said in Tom's voice. The 8th body rises tonight. Lisa's injured wrist flared as she punched at Michelle's face, neck, anywhere she could reach, like hitting oak. Michelle's grip tightened, squeezing air from Lisa's lungs. Black spots danced across vision. This was it. This was how it ended. Reanimated corpse strangling her in a ravine while 6 others watched. Tom's face filled her fading vision. Sleep, Lisa. Rest. Wake up different. The sound that saved her was unexpected. A helicopter. The distinctive whump-whump of rotors cut through the fog, distant but approaching. Someone had noticed she was missing. Someone had initiated search protocol. The Park Service's Eurocopter AS-350 could be overhead in minutes. Michelle's grip loosened fractionally. The 7 corpses all turned their heads in unison, tracking the sound. The Tom Thing hissed. Not a human sound, but something serpentine and ancient. They found the radio, it said. They're coming. Lisa drove her knee into Michelle's midsection. No effect, but the distraction was enough. She twisted, used her weight, and both of them went down into the creek. The cold water was shocking, but Lisa had trained for water rescue. She knew how to move in currents, how to use water as cover. She kicked hard, pushing away from Michelle, and let the creek carry her downstream. The ravine deepened, water flowing faster. Behind her, voices called out, some in English, some in that Romanian accented language, all overlapping in discordant harmony. The helicopter sound grew louder, rotors beating fog into eddies, searchlight probably scanning the canopy. Lisa let herself go limp, conserving energy, letting the current do the work. Her ranger training included wilderness survival. When lost, follow water downstream. It always leads somewhere. The creek widened, picking up speed. Lisa grabbed at rocks to slow her descent, her injured wrist protesting every grip. The helicopter was directly overhead now, its searchlight probing through breaks in the canopy. She wanted to signal, to wave, to scream for help, but the current was too strong and her body too exhausted. A waterfall. Small, maybe 8 feet, but enough to send her over with stomach-lurching suddenness. She dropped, hit a deep pool, went under. The water was numbingly cold, fed by snowmelt from the Olympic peaks. Her lungs burned. Which way was up? Everything was dark and spinning. Her head broke surface. She gasped, coughed, gasped again. The pool emptied into a wider stream that merged with... Yes, she could hear it. The Hoh River. The ranger station was on the Hoh. If she could reach the river, follow it downstream, she'd eventually hit the station or the road or somewhere with people and sanity. Behind her, 7 figures stood at the waterfall's edge, backlit by the helicopter's searchlight. They didn't jump, didn't follow, just watched with those 2 bright eyes as the current carried Lisa away. Tom's voice echoed across the water. The 8th grave is dug. You can run, but you'll come back. The Strigoi always brings them back. Lisa flipped onto her back, using a survival backstroke to navigate. The helicopter circled, searchlight sweeping systematic patterns. They were looking for her, but between the fog and the forest canopy, the odds of visual contact were slim. She needed to reach the Hoh, find a clearing, signal the chopper. The stream merged with the river. She felt the change in current, the power of real volume. The Hoh in November was swollen with rain, moving fast but not whitewater dangerous. Lisa angled toward the southern bank, looking for a place to pull out. Her body was shutting down from cold and exhaustion, hypothermia creeping in at the edges. There, a gravel bar with driftwood logs. Lisa kicked hard, caught an eddy, dragged herself onto stones. Her uniform was soaked, adding dangerous weight. Training said strip off wet clothes, but that meant exposure. She compromised, removing her jacket and wringing out what water she could. The helicopter was moving away, searching upstream. Lisa didn't have her radio to call them back. Didn't have anything except her GPS unit, and a body that wanted nothing more than to collapse and sleep. Sleep. Like Michelle Kowalski had slept after she died. Like Tom slept under the rocks in North Cascades. Sleep that turned into something else. Something wrong. Lisa forced herself to stand. The ranger station was 2 miles downstream. She could make 2 miles. She'd hiked hundreds of miles in worse conditions. Except she'd never done it after nearly being killed by reanimated corpses that spoke with her dead partner's voice. The forest pressed in on both sides of the river, dark and watching. Every shadow could hide one of them. Every sound could be their wrong breathing, their puppet movements. Lisa walked the gravel bar downstream, staying close to the water where the trees thinned and visibility was better. Her mind kept circling back to what the Tom thing had said. Strigoi, Romanian folklore, vampire mythology, but different from the Dracula version. She'd read about it years ago in a comparative mythology class. Strigoi were the troubled dead, people who died wrong and came back with intelligence and purpose. Not mindless zombies, not sparkly vampires. Something in between, predatory and patient. And according to the legend, Strigoi could be created by witchcraft, by dying violently, or by dying alone and unburied. All of Olympic's missing hikers fit that profile. Lost in the wilderness, bodies unrecovered, deaths unwitnessed. But legends weren't real. They were stories, cultural ways of processing death and fear. They couldn't actually animate corpses. Except Michelle Kowalski had lifted her off the ground with one hand. Tom's face had been on something that wasn't Tom. 7 graves had been dug by people who should have been too dead to hold shovels. Lisa's foot caught on a submerged log, and she went down again, hands splashing into the shallows. Her injured wrist sent white-hot pain up her arm. She stayed there on hands and knees, river water flowing around her fingers, and finally let herself break. The sobs came hard and ugly, fueled by 14 months of suppressed trauma and 3 hours of impossible terror. Tom was dead. She'd accepted that. She'd done the work, processed the grief, learned to function again. And now, something was using his face, his voice, twisting him into a weapon designed specifically to destroy her. Not fair. Not fair that death wouldn't just be death. Not fair that she'd survived North Cascades only to face something worse in Olympic. Not fair that the world contained things like Strigoi, things that made corpses walk and talk, and... A hand touched her shoulder. Lisa screamed and spun, her good hand grabbing for the nearest weapon. A rock, a branch, anything. Ranger Hoffman, are you okay? Real voice, real person, a man in a park visitor's jacket, looking concerned and confused, alive, breathing at normal human intervals. Lisa's hand shook, still gripping a rock she'd somehow grabbed. Who are you? David Walsh. I'm camping at Ho Campground. I heard the helicopter and came to see if someone needed help. He took a step back, hands raised. You're hypothermic. We need to get you warm. Every instinct screamed trap. One of them has to be. Look at his eyes. Too bright. Look at his breathing. Too slow. But David Walsh's eyes were normal brown, reflecting no light they shouldn't. His breathing was quick and elevated like someone who'd been jogging. And his hands were shaking slightly, the way humans' hands shake when they're nervous or cold. Human. Please let him be human. The ranger station, Lisa managed through chattering teeth. How far? Half-mile. Can you walk? She nodded. David helped her stand, and his hand was warm and solid and wonderfully normal. They walked together along the riverbank, David supporting her when she stumbled. The helicopter sound had faded completely. The forest was just a forest again, trees and ferns and the sound of water. What happened? David asked. Were you attacked? I found... Lisa stopped. What could she say? I found 7 reanimated corpses digging graves in a circle. There's something in Olympic that brings dead hikers back as Romanian vampires. My dead partner tried to recruit me into an undead cult. I found a body, she said finally. Jordan Hayes, the missing person from 3 weeks ago. Jesus, where? Ho River Trail, mile marker 47. The lie came easily. Anywhere except the truth. I need to report it. Get an investigation team. The ranger station emerged from the fog, a blessedly familiar wooden building with solar panels and communication equipment. Lights were on inside. Lisa could see Ranger Martinez through the window, probably coordinating the helicopter search. David helped her to the door and Lisa fell against it, suddenly unable to make her legs work properly. The door opened and Martinez caught her. Hoffman, Christ, where have you been? We found your radio at... He stopped, taking in her soaked uniform, her injured wrist, the way her whole body shook. Medic, now. Walsh, get the first aid kit. They brought her inside, wrapped her in emergency blankets, started treating hypothermia. Lisa let them work, her mind distant from her body. Safe. She was safe. Humans. All humans. Normal breathing, normal movements, normal everything. Martinez was talking. Found your radio at a disturbed gravesite. Empty grave. What the hell happened out there? Body, Lisa said. Jordan Hayes. But it was... wrong. Wrong how? How could she explain? The warmth, the breathing, the way Jordan's eyes had tracked her movement. Martinez would think she'd had a breakdown, send her back on medical leave, maybe force a psych eval. But if she didn't warn them, they'd send someone else to investigate the grave. Someone who'd become the 8th. There were others, she said. In the forest, moving wrong. Martinez exchanged a glance with Walsh. The look said it all. She's in shock, not thinking clearly. Probably hypothermic confusion. We'll send a team at first light, Martinez said gently. Right now you need rest. Walsh, can you stay with her while I coordinate with the search team? David nodded, settling into a chair across from Lisa. Martinez stepped outside to use the radio, leaving them alone. Lisa studied David Walsh carefully. Mid-30s, camping gear that looked well used but maintained, the kind of person who came to Olympic regularly. His breathing remained steady and normal. His eyes stayed a consistent brown. Nothing wrong about him. You don't believe me, Lisa said. I believe you found something that scared you. David's tone was careful. Olympic can be disorienting. Fog, isolation, stress, they play tricks on perception. Not tricks. Lisa pulled the emergency blanket tighter. Real. There are people in the forest who shouldn't be walking. Missing hikers from years ago. They're changed. David was quiet for a long moment. Then, how many years ago? The question's specificity surprised her. What? The missing hikers. How far back do they go? I recognized 2 from case files. August 2007, September 2008. But there were others I didn't know. David's expression shifted. Not disbelief, but something else. Recognition? Fear. My sister disappeared in Olympic, he said quietly. 4 years ago, Rachel Walsh. She was hiking the Enchanted Valley Trail and never came back. They searched for 6 weeks. Found nothing. Lisa's stomach dropped. David, I come back every year, look for signs, closure, I guess, but sometimes I think I see her. He met Lisa's eyes. In the fog. At a distance. Moving wrong, like you said. I always thought it was grief. Wishful thinking twisted into hallucination. It's not hallucination. How do you know? Because 7 of them tried to kill me. Because 1 wore my dead partner's face. Because they spoke about Romanian folklore in circles of 8 and old things waking. Because 1 of them touched me, Lisa said instead. Real. Solid. Stronger than any human should be. The door opened. Martinez came back in, his expression grim. Helicopter found something, he said. 7 fresh excavations in a circle about half a mile from where we found your radio. Empty graves, all of them. And tracks leading away in multiple directions. He paused. They also found boot prints matching Jordan Hayes' pattern. Moving. Recent. David stood abruptly. Where? Northeast. Toward the restricted area. Martinez looked at Lisa. What happened out there, Hoffman? And don't tell me you don't remember. I need the truth. Lisa closed her eyes. The truth would end her career. Psych evaluation. Medical discharge. Nobody would believe Strigoi. But people were in danger. Martinez, the helicopter crew, anyone who went looking for those graves. The missing persons, she said. They're not dead. Not exactly. They're... A sound outside. That distinctive slow breathing. 1 breath every 30 seconds. All 3 of them heard it. Martinez went pale. What the fuck is that? David moved to the window, peering into the fog. There's someone out there. No. Multiple someones. Lisa forced herself to stand, crossing to the window despite her body's protests. 7 figures stood in a semicircle around the ranger station. Michelle Kowalski, Andrew Patel, 5 others she hadn't seen clearly before, all watching with those 2 bright eyes, and behind them the Tom thing, smiling with too many teeth. They followed me, Lisa whispered. I led them here. Martinez grabbed the radio. Base, this is Ho Station. We have a situation. The power died. Lights out. Computer screens black. Radio dead. Even the emergency lighting failed. Only the dim November daylight through the windows provided illumination. Generator, Martinez said. Walsh, help me. No. Lisa grabbed his arm. Don't go outside. That's what they want. Who wants? What are you? Glass shattered. Michelle Kowalski came through the window in an explosion of broken glass and splintered frame. She landed in the middle of the room, bones articulating wrong but holding her upright. Her mouth opened and Tom's voice emerged. The 8th grave is dug. The circle must close. Martinez pulled his service weapon, a Sig Sauer P-226 the Park Service authorized for wildlife defense. He fired twice, center mass, textbook shots. Michelle jerked with each impact but didn't fall. Didn't bleed. Just turned those 2 bright eyes on Martinez and smiled. Bullets don't work on the dead, she said in her own voice this time. Raspy from disuse, but definitely female. We tried, before we stopped fighting. David grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall, swinging it like a club. He connected with Michelle's head, a blow that should have fractured her skull. She caught the extinguisher on its return swing, ripping it from his hands with one smooth motion, and threw it through another window. "Run," Lisa said. "Back door, now." They ran. Martinez first, then David, then Lisa bringing up the rear. Behind them, Michelle's laughter, genuinely amused, like this was all a game she knew she'd win eventually. The back door led to a service area with a parking lot and maintenance shed. Martinez's truck sat nearby, a Park Service F-150 with emergency equipment. He fumbled for keys, got the door open. "Get in." David climbed into the passenger seat. Lisa hesitated at the truck bed, looking back. The 7 figures emerged from the station, moving in that synchronized puppet motion. But they weren't rushing, weren't hurrying at all, because they knew something Lisa didn't. "Hoffman, get in the goddamn truck!" She climbed in the back as Martinez started the engine. Tires spun on wet gravel, found traction, and the truck lurched forward. The access road led to Highway 101, civilization help. They just had to make it 5 miles. The Tom thing stood in the middle of the road. Martinez swerved, but not fast enough. The impact should have killed anything human. 2 tons of truck at 40 miles per hour. The Tom thing shattered the windshield, rolled over the hood, disappeared under the wheels. Martinez fought for control as the truck fishtailed, hydroplaned, and finally slammed into a massive Sitka spruce. The airbags deployed with explosive force. Lisa was thrown forward in the truck bed, her injured wrist taking another hit. Everything was pain and ringing ears, and the smell of deployed airbags. She pulled herself up. Martinez was slumped over the wheel, unconscious but breathing. David was clutching his arm, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead, but alert. "Is it dead?" David asked. "Please tell me we killed it." Lisa looked back at the road. The Tom thing was standing up, bones bent at wrong angles, snapping back into place with wet cracks. Its uniform was shredded, skin torn, but it was standing, walking toward them, smiling. "The Strigoi doesn't die twice," it said. "That's the point." The other 6 were coming down the road behind it. 7 reanimated corpses, 3 injured humans, 5 miles from help. Lisa grabbed the emergency kit from the truck bed, pulled out road flares. They burned at 1,600 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to ignite thermite, hot enough to make even undead flesh burn. She struck the first flare, the red flame brilliant in the fog. "Get Martinez out. Move." David kicked open the passenger door, dragging Martinez from the driver's seat. Lisa stood in the truck bed, flare held high. "Strigoi burn," she said. "I researched it in college. Fire and decapitation. That's how the old legends say to kill them." The Tom thing stopped, its head tilted at that impossible angle. "You learned well," it said, "but fire needs to burn long enough. We're fast when we need to be." Lisa threw the flare at its feet. The Tom thing moved, but not fast enough. Fire caught its leg, spreading across the synthetic fabric of the Park Service uniform. It didn't scream, didn't react at all, just stood there burning while its skin blackened and cracked. "The flame that never dies," it said. "The hunger that never stops. Fire just makes us different." The burning figure took a step forward. Lisa lit 3 more flares, throwing them in an arc. A wall of red flame between them and the 7 corpses. It wouldn't hold long, but it might give them minutes. "David, can you carry Martinez?" "I think so." "Then we move. Stay in the road. Stay visible. The helicopter will make another pass." They moved as quickly as 2 injured people carrying a 3rd could manage. Behind them, the wall of flames. Beyond that, the sound of the Strigoi walking through fire, their bodies burning but still animate, still hunting. The fog was lifting slightly, not much, but enough that visibility improved to maybe 100 yards. Lisa could see the road curving ahead, following the Ho River's path toward 101. The helicopter had to be out here somewhere, still searching. David was struggling with Martinez's weight. The ranger was starting to come around, groaning but not fully conscious. Lisa helped support his other side, and together they made awkward progress. The sound of footsteps behind them. Slow, patient, the breathing rhythm unmistakable. Lisa didn't look back. Looking back meant acknowledging how close they were, how inevitable the catch. Forward. Just keep moving forward. A new sound cut through the fog. A car engine. Headlights appeared around the curve. A civilian vehicle, a Subaru Outback, probably tourists heading to the park. The driver saw 3 bloody, desperate people on the road and hit the brakes. The window rolled down. Jesus, what happened? Do you need... Drive back, Lisa said. Turn around and get to 101. Radio for help. Multiple casualties. The driver, a woman in her 50s, stared at them. You need a hospital. Get in. No time. They're coming. Who's coming? The 7 figures emerged from the fog behind them. Still walking. Still synchronized. Still burning. The flames had mostly died, but charred flesh continued to smolder. The Tom thing led them, its face a ruins of burnt tissue that somehow still smiled. The woman in the Outback made a sound halfway between a scream and a prayer. She threw the car into reverse, tires spinning. Too slow. Michelle Kowalski moved faster than human, covering 30 feet in seconds. She grabbed the Outback's front bumper and flipped the entire car onto its side. The woman inside screamed, trapped behind the airbag. No one leaves, Michelle said in Tom's voice. The circle must close. The 8th must fall. Lisa's mind raced. They couldn't outrun these things, couldn't fight them. Fire had barely slowed them. The helicopter was useless. Even if it saw them, what would it do? The Strigoi were too fast, too strong, too relentless. But they wanted something specific. The circle must close. 8 graves, 8 bodies. The Strigoi needed them alive enough to dig, to complete some kind of ritual, which meant they had leverage. Lisa pulled out her last flare, struck it, and held the burning end to her own throat. Stop, she said, or I finish it here. No 8th grave, no circle. The 7 corpses froze. All of them at once, like puppets with cut strings. The Tom thing's burnt face registered something that might have been surprise. You wouldn't, it said. I survived my partner dying. I survived 14 months of guilt. I survived today. You think I'm afraid of finishing what I should have let happen in North Cascades? The bluff was complete. Lisa didn't want to die, but the Strigoi didn't know that. The circle can be broken, Lisa continued. You need 8. 7 does nothing. I die now. You wait another year, another decade, for someone else strong enough, or you let us go. The Tom thing considered this. Its burnt lips moved, speaking in that Romanian accent. The Strigoi is patient. We have time. This forest has time. Then we're at an impasse, or a negotiation. The thing took a step forward. You walk away, today, but you come back, eventually. The touched always return to death, and when you do, the circle will be ready. You'll let them go? Lisa gestured to Martinez, David, the woman in the Outback. All of them? All of them. This time. The Tom thing smiled with its ruined face. But the graves remain dug. The dead remain walking. Olympic remembers. And you, Lisa Hoffman, you carry the mark now. The place where your heart stopped and started wrong. That mark will call you back. Lisa lowered the flare slightly. How do I know you'll keep your word? The Strigoi do not lie. We do not need to. Truth is more terrible than deception. It turned to the other 6. Inapoi. Lasatsi. The corpses retreated into the fog, moving as one, their synchronized breathing fading into the distance. The Tom thing watched Lisa for another long moment. 14 months ago, I died, it said. Rocks fell, bones broke, life ended. But I came back because you couldn't let go. Your grief called me from stone and soil. You made me Strigoi, Lisa. You and your desperate prayers to a dead man. That's not... Goodbye, partner. Until you return, it dissolved into fog, leaving only the sound of burning wood and the woman crying in the overturned outback. Lisa stood on the road, flare still burning, her whole body shaking. David moved to help the trapped woman. Martinez was sitting up now, confused but conscious. And somewhere in the distance, the helicopter's rotors cut through the November air. Help was coming. Explanations would need to be invented. Reports would be filed. The official story would involve dangerous wildlife, possible bear attack, mass hysteria from hypothermia and stress. But Lisa knew the truth. Olympic National Park harbored something ancient, something that took the dead and made them walk again, something that needed 8 bodies to complete a ritual that would wake horrors she couldn't imagine. And somewhere in that vast wilderness, 7 graves waited, patient, ready. The helicopter appeared overhead, searchlight finding them at last. Lisa watched it descend, bringing rescue and normalcy and the illusion of safety. But she could still hear them in the fog, breathing slow and patient. 1 breath every 30 seconds. The rhythm of the strigoi, the breath of the troubled dead, waiting for the 8th. 3 months later, Lisa Hoffman submitted her resignation to the National Park Service. The official reason was medical retirement following traumatic injury sustained in the line of duty. The unofficial reason was that she couldn't sleep anymore, couldn't close her eyes without seeing Tom's burned face or hearing that slow, patient breathing. She moved to Seattle, got a job doing data entry for an insurance company, lived in a studio apartment on the 8th floor, high enough that she could see the Olympic Mountains on clear days, a reminder of what waited in those forests. She went to therapy, took medication, tried to build a normal life. But sometimes on foggy November mornings, Lisa would wake up tasting earth. Not the clean soil of gardens or parks, but the deep earth smell of graves. And she would know with absolute certainty that somewhere in Olympic National Park, 7 figures were still digging, waiting for the circle to close, waiting for her to come home. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The cold hit David Ramirez 3 miles before it should have. Not the crisp Montana autumn that had followed him up the Grinnell Glacier Trail. This was January cold, bone deep and wrong, seeping through his ranger jacket like the fabric had turned to gauze. August shouldn't feel like this. The aspen leaves around him still wore their summer green, untouched by frost. Yet his breath clouded white in the air, and his fingers had gone numb inside his gloves. The smell came next. Rot and copper and something underneath that made his throat close. A sweet chemical wrongness that didn't belong in any forest David had ever walked. He'd smelled death before. This wasn't that. This was older. Connor Burke's campsite sat in a clearing at the 6,400-foot mark, exactly where the GPS coordinates from his last check-in had placed it. David's Garmin unit had worked perfectly until he'd crossed some invisible threshold 200 yards back. Now the screen flickered between his location and blank static, the satellite signal cutting in and out like something was interfering with the signal from orbit. The tent still stood. That was the first wrong thing David cataloged, his mind slipping into the clinical assessment mode that had kept him functional for the 3 years since Rachel died. Orange North Face dome tent, stakes driven properly, no tears in the fabric. Rain fly secured, everything exactly as it should be. Except Connor Burke had missed his last 2 radio checks and the tent was coated in a thin layer of frost that David watched actively spreading across the nylon as he approached. Crystalline fingers reaching across the material despite the afternoon sun beating down on the clearing. David's Motorola radio crackled. He grabbed it from his belt, hoping for dispatch, for any voice that would make this feel less like walking into one of his nightmares. Static, then something underneath the static. Not words exactly, but a rhythm that made him think of breathing. Heavy, labored breathing. He turned the volume down and clipped it back to his belt. Rachel had died in weather like this. Unexpected cold snap in April. Hypothermia setting in faster than they could get her back to the trailhead. He'd carried her body for 7 miles, feeling her grow lighter with each step. as if the cold was taking something more than just her warmth. The department therapist had said it was shock, the way trauma could distort memory. David had learned to nod and agree while knowing the truth. Rachel's body had weighed less at the end because something had been eating her from the inside. He'd seen her eyes before she died, seen the hunger there. He pushed the thought away and moved toward the tent. His boots crunched on frost-stiffened grass. The temperature had to be below 20 degrees in this pocket of clearing, a meteorological impossibility the weather service would never believe. David pulled out his notepad, waterproof paper, mechanical pencil, the kind of equipment you learn to trust after enough seasons. He documented everything: frost patterns, temperature differential, the way the cold seemed to emanate from the tent itself, like it was the source rather than the victim. He called out, "Connor Burke, Park Service." His voice fell flat in the clearing, absorbed by something that shouldn't be there. No echo from the rocky slope beyond. No response. David unzipped the tent. The sound was too loud, teeth on fabric, and the smell rolled out in a wave that made him stagger back. Not rot, worse. The sweetness of starvation, ketones, and something else. Something that smelled the way hunger felt when it stopped being about food and became pure void. Inside the tent, Connor Burke's sleeping bag still laid out. His pack, contents spilled but not ransacked. Energy bars torn open but uneaten, their wrappers shredded. Water bottles frozen solid. A journal, pages stiff with ice. And on every surface scratched into the frost, carved into the sleeping bag fabric, drawn in what looked like dried blood on the tent floor. Symbols David didn't recognize but understood at a level below language. Spirals within spirals. Mouths with too many teeth. Words in a language that hurt to look at. The last entry in Connor's journal was dated 4 days ago, 2 days before his missed check-in. David read it crouching in the tent entrance, his headlamp beam shaking. Can't stop thinking about eating. Haven't been hungry in years, not really, but now it's all I can think about. The energy bars taste like nothing. Everything tastes like nothing. There's something in the trees. I think it's been following me since the trail junction. I think it wants me to follow it. I'm so hungry. The handwriting deteriorated through the entry, letters growing jagged, pressing so hard into the paper they tore through in places. The final words were barely legible. It showed me what I really am. David backed out of the tent, his tactical training warring with something more primitive. He should call this in, set up a perimeter, wait for the search team, but his radio showed no signal bars, and the cold was getting worse, spreading from the clearing like an infection. The aspens at the edge of the frost zone were starting to show ice on their bark. He found the tracks 15 feet from the tent. Connor's boots. David recognized the tread pattern from the profile photo in the missing person report. Size 11 Merrills, standard issue. The tracks led northwest, toward the higher elevations and the glacier itself. They were deep, pressed into earth that should have been soft but was frozen hard. But the distance between steps was wrong. 7 feet, 9 feet, 11 feet between impressions, as if Connor had been running flat out or... David's mind supplied the image before he could stop it, leaping, bounding like an animal. The boot prints turned into something else after 30 yards, the same intervals but the impressions changed, longer, the toes digging deeper than the heels, and then, another 20 feet up the trail, the boots themselves, both of them, laces still tied, lying on their sides like Connor had simply walked out of them mid-stride. The tracks continued beyond the boots, bare feet now, or something approximating feet. 5 toes, but too long. The big toe separated from the others at an angle that would have broken a human's foot. The stride lengthened further. 12 feet. 15 feet. 20 feet between impressions, as if Connor was covering ground in impossible leaps. David followed them. He knew it was a mistake even as he did it, his legs moving with an automation that felt like someone else was operating his body. This was how you got killed in the backcountry, splitting from protocol, pursuing without backup, letting emotion override training. But Rachel's voice was in his head, the way she'd sounded before the cold took her. Don't leave me out here. He wouldn't leave Connor out here. The trail climbed, switchbacking up a rocky slope where snow should have been in August. The temperature continued dropping. David's gear thermometer read 8 degrees Fahrenheit. His breath came in gasps now, not from exertion but from the way the cold seemed to be reaching inside his lungs and pulling out the warmth directly. His fingers were beyond numb, moving like wooden clubs when he tried to flex them. The tracks led to a cave opening in the granite face. Not a natural cave, David realized as he approached. Carved, or clawed. The entrance was 8 feet high, perfectly rounded, and the stone around it was covered in the same spiral symbols from Connor's tent. They seemed to move in his peripheral vision, writhing like living things. David's headlamp beam couldn't penetrate the darkness inside. He switched on his mag light, the LED beam usually good for 300 yards. It died 10 feet inside the entrance, swallowed by a darkness that felt solid. He heard Connor then. Not words. A sound somewhere between sobbing and laughter, echoing from deep inside the mountain. And under that, chewing. The wet, methodical sound of something being consumed. Connor. David's voice cracked. Connor Burke, this is Ranger Ramirez. I'm coming in. The chewing stopped. In the silence that followed, David heard his own heartbeat. Too fast. Hammering like he'd sprinted a mile. Then Connor's voice, but wrong, stretched out and distorted like a recording played at the wrong speed. So hungry, David. Can't you feel it? Can't you feel how empty you are? David hadn't told Connor his name, had never met the man before this assignment. But somehow Connor knew. Come out, Connor, we can get you help. Laughter now, genuine but terrible, echoing from multiple points in the cave simultaneously. Help? I tried help, therapy, medication, diet after diet after diet. Nothing worked, nothing filled it, but this... The voice changed, dropping to something that resonated in David's chest like a bass note. This understands. This knows what we really are, what we've always been. David stepped into the cave. The darkness wrapped around him, tactile and hungry. His boot struck something that clattered. Bones, he realized, looking down. Human bones. No, multiple sets of human bones, piled in the entrance like a threshold marker. Some of them showed teeth marks. Some had been cracked open for the marrow. His light found Connor Burke 10 feet inside. Or what had been Connor Burke. The man stood 7 feet tall now, stretched vertically like taffy, his spine visible through translucent skin that had taken on a blue-white color. His ranger uniform hung in tatters from a frame that had added too many joints to still be human. But his face was almost recognizable, if you could ignore the way his jaw had extended, the way his teeth had grown and multiplied, filling his mouth with sharp yellow ivory. Connor's eyes met David's. They were completely black, reflective like an animal's in the headlamp beam, and they were crying. I couldn't stop eating, Connor whispered, his voice his own again for just a moment. Started with the energy bars, then the bark, then... He gestured at the bones. I met them on the trail, honeymooning couple, they were so kind. Asked if I needed help, I was so hungry. David's hand went to his service weapon, a Glock 22 that suddenly felt absurdly inadequate. Connor, listen to me. This isn't you. Something happened to you, something woke up what was always there, Connor finished. His body shifted, bones creaking, adding another foot to his height. You know this, David. You felt it with Rachel. You watched it happen and you knew. The hunger isn't new. It's old. Older than these mountains. It's what we are underneath everything we pretend to be. David's finger found the trigger. That's not true. Isn't it? Connor took a step forward, his new joints bending in ways that made David's stomach turn. Why did you come alone? Why didn't you wait for backup? You came because you understood. Because you've been hungry too, since Rachel died, since you watched her eyes change, since you felt the relief when she was finally gone, and you didn't have to feel guilty about wanting to leave her. The words hit like physical blows. David had never told anyone about those thoughts. The terrible secret relief he'd felt mixed with his grief when Rachel died. The freedom from her constant needs, her depression, her weight on his life. The shame that had been eating him for 3 years. "You're lying." But his voice shook. Connor laughed, and the sound echoed off the cave walls from a dozen different angles. The Wendigo doesn't lie. It just shows what's already there. The hunger. The emptiness. We spend our whole lives trying to fill it with food, with people, with purpose. But it never works. Nothing works. We're hollow, David. We're all hollow. And this... He spread his arms, bones crackling. This at least is honest. David fired. 3 shots, center mass, the training automatic response. The reports were deafening in the enclosed space. Connor staggered back, dark fluid leaking from the wounds. Then he smiled, and his teeth caught the light like knives. "You can't kill hunger, David." Connor lunged. David dove sideways, feeling claws rake across his shoulder, shredding fabric and skin. He rolled, came up firing, emptied the magazine into the thing that had been Connor Burke. Each impact made Connor stagger, but none stopped him. The wounds closed as David watched, the flesh knitting together with unnatural speed. David ran. Back through the cave entrance, out into the impossible cold, down the trail with Connor's laughter chasing him. His shoulder burned, blood freezing to his jacket. His lungs screamed for air that wasn't there. Behind him he heard Connor bounding down the slope, those 2 long strides eating up the distance. He wouldn't make it to the trailhead. David knew that, with absolute certainty. Connor was faster now, tireless, driven by a hunger that was literally supernatural. David's only chance was the cliff. The trail switchbacked past a 100-foot drop, the kind of exposure that made day hikers nervous. David altered course, angling for it, his plan forming in the desperate clarity of mortal terror. Connor landed in front of him, cutting off his escape. Up close, the transformation was complete. Almost nothing human remained except those crying eyes trapped in a monster's face. "I'm sorry," Connor said, and David heard genuine grief in the distorted voice. "I'm so hungry." David raised his empty gun, knowing it was futile. "Connor, fight it. You're still in there." "I tried." Connor's voice broke. "I tried so hard, but it's stronger. It's always been stronger. Since I was 8 years old, sneaking food, binging, purging, hating myself. This is just honest. This is what I always was." David saw his opening. He lowered the gun. "You're wrong." Connor hesitated, confusion flickering across his inhuman features. "The hunger isn't who you are," David continued, his voice steady despite the terror. "It's what happened to you. It's what this place, this thing did to you, but you're still making choices. You're still here talking to me, fighting it enough to cry about what you've done. I can't stop it." But Connor's voice sounded more human, younger. "You don't have to stop it." David took a step back toward the cliff edge. "You just have to let it follow me." Understanding dawned in Connor's black eyes. "No, David, no. I'm already gone," David said softly. "Part of me died with Rachel. I've been walking around empty for 3 years. You know that's true. You can feel it. That's the Wendigo talking. That's not real. Maybe." David smiled. "Or maybe this is the most honest thing I've ever done. I couldn't save Rachel, but I can save you from becoming what I almost became." Connor lunged, but David was already moving, throwing himself backward off the cliff. He saw Connor's hand swipe through empty air, saw the horror and relief warring on that transformed face, saw the human tears on inhuman cheeks. Then he was falling, the cold mountain air rushing past, and for the first time in 3 years, David Ramirez felt like he wasn't hungry anymore. They found David Ramirez 3 days later, or what remained of him. The fall should have killed him instantly, but the snow had drifted deep in the ravine, creating a cushion that left him alive just long enough. The rescue team noted extensive claw marks on his body, attributed to a mountain lion in their official report. They documented the severe frostbite, the hypothermia, the way he'd scratched symbols into his own skin before dying. Trauma response, they said. The mind breaking under impossible circumstances. They never found Connor Burke. The cave was empty when they searched it, bones scattered but no body. The theory was that Connor had attacked David, then fled deeper into the wilderness. Search efforts continued for 2 weeks before winter made the high country impassable. One of the searchers, a young ranger named Michelle Torres, reported finding something strange at the 7,200-foot elevation. A set of human footprints in early snow, boots with morel treads, walking calmly downslope toward civilization. The prints were normal, human, the stride length appropriate. She followed them for a quarter mile before they reached the maintained trail and vanished into the traffic of other hikers. Her report was filed and forgotten. Nobody wanted to believe that Connor Burke had walked out of the mountains as human as he'd walked in, carrying the memory of what he'd been and what he'd chosen not to become. Nobody wanted to think about what that meant for the rest of them, walking around with their own hollowness, their own secret hungers. But Michelle Torres thought about it. She thought about it every time she felt empty, every time the loneliness threatened to swallow her whole. She thought about Connor Burke making his way down the mountain, step by human step, carrying the weight of what he'd done and what he'd been offered and what he'd ultimately refused. She thought about David Ramirez throwing himself off a cliff not because he'd given up, but because he'd finally understood what mattered. The hunger didn't define you. Your choices did. Even at the end. Especially at the end. The cold snap broke the next day, temperatures returning to seasonal norms. The frost receded from Grinnell Glacier Trail, the impossible ice vanishing as if it had never been. Hikers returned to the routes, families with children, couples seeking solitude, solo adventurers testing themselves against the mountains. And in the deep places, in the caves and crevasses where cold lived year-round, something old and patient waited for the next hollow soul who would listen. The Wendigo didn't create hunger. It just recognized what was already there and offered a choice. Embrace it or fight it. Become it or die refusing it. Most people never got the offer. Most people lived and died without knowing the depth of the emptiness inside them, the ancient hunger that had nothing to do with food and everything to do with the fundamental loneliness of existence. But some people knew. Some people felt it every day. And for those people, the mountains held either salvation or damnation, depending on which choice they made when the cold came calling. Michelle Torres requested a transfer to a different park the following spring. When asked why, she said she wanted a change of scenery. But the truth was simpler and more terrifying. She'd started feeling the hunger. Not for food, but for meaning, for connection, for something to fill the vast emptiness that modern life seemed designed to create. And she'd heard in the middle of the night when the wind howled down from the glaciers, something calling her name. She left before she had to make Connor's choice, or David's. Some hungers you feed, some you starve, and some you run from as fast as you can, hoping that distance and denial will be enough. The mountains don't care which choice you make. They just remember, and they wait. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened.